Chapter 3598. The gray-robed man sighed and shook his head. He obviously hadn't expected this to happen. Ba Chaoyuan wasn't a small character. He was the eldest disciple of the Vajra Pagoda Hall, the proud disciple of the Vajra Pagoda. It was unjustifiable for him to die in the Mountain and Sea sect. As the Mountain Lord of the Mountain and Sea sect, Liao Yunqing's heart was also filled with seriousness. However, since things had already come to this, he could only deal with it. Let's bide our time for now. The pagoda shouldn't be coming so quickly. Let's wait until the end of the joust for a spouse. Liao Yunqing said indifferently. With a cold expression, he turned around and floated away from the ancestral shrine. Yes, Mountain Lord. Yang Chan respectfully sent the Mountain Lord off. He knew who the Mountain Lord was going to see. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Liao Yunqing also arrived at the mountain peak where Ling Yun was. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, birds sang, and the fragrance of flowers entered her ears. However, no matter how beautiful this place was, it was no different from hell on earth. She didn't want to stay here for another second. Ling Yun sat there in a daze. There wasn't a trace of blood on her face. Although she was still beautiful, as if she had walked out of a painting, she seemed to have lost her soul. She had carried countless sorrows, but in the end, she was still treated as a canary by the Mountain and Sea sect. Ling Yun's beautiful dreams seemed to have all become bubbles and shattered. Jiang Chen's figure kept appearing in her mind. Would he come? Probably not. He was thousands of miles away. How could he catch up to her? If he really had the heart, he would have already searched the world for her. If he really loved her, why did he leave back then? That's right, the one who left was her. However, she only left after hearing his rejection. She, Ling Yun, wasn't someone who liked to force others, let alone her own love. Decades passed like a day. How could the goddess have a dream? The king Xiang had no heart, the falling flowers yearned, and the heartless flowing water. In the end, they were just people from two different worlds, like two parallel lines that would never intersect. Your heart doesn't seem to be here. An indifferent voice caused Ling Yun's heart to tremble. However, she did not raise her head. Because she already knew who the person was. His appearance at this moment was only to persuade her. Back then, when he decided to push her into the martial arts competition, Ling Yun's passion for him had already died. This master of hers had completely made her feel the fickleness of human nature, the fickleness of the world. In the end, she was only a chess piece. If she couldn't even display her usefulness, then she would be even more useless. Humans have feelings. Her master treated her very well, imparting his cultivation technique to her. Although Ling Yun knew that her master might not care about it, she couldn't. Up until this moment, she still felt grateful in her heart. But her fate was still being toyed with by someone else. She wanted to get angry and tear up this agreement, but with her strength, it was impossible for her to do so. In the Mountain and Sea sect, she felt that she was not even as free as the bird flying in the sky. My heart is already dead. The Ling Yun of the past is no longer here. Ling Yun said. From the moment you refused to see me, I knew that I was just a dispensable chess piece. Master's Mountain and Sea sect is more important than anything else. Ling Yun smiled bitterly. There was no longer any hatred in her heart. The moment she walked out of this cage would be the moment she fell. A life without love would also have no color. After wasting dozens of years, there was only one hope left in her heart. However, that hope was also very slim, to the point where no one could see any hope. Sigh, even if that's the case, do you know your master's good intentions? Liao Yunqing sighed, but he seemed very lonely. The light in his eyes seemed to have dimmed a lot in an instant. Ling Yun frowned and looked at him silently, as if hoping that her respected master could give her a reasonable explanation. I just want to find a good husband for you. For the sake of the mountain and sea sect's inheritance. In my eyes, even Chu Junsong is not my first choice. As the successor of the mountain and sea sect, I only like you. Although I want to hand everything over to you, your time in the mountain and sea sect is still too short, and your foundation is still shallow. Therefore, I came up with the method of finding a husband through a martial arts competition to find a good husband for you, so that I can hand over the entire mountain and sea sect to you. No matter who the final victor is, they must enter the mountain and sea sect, marry into the family, and serve the mountain and sea sect. That way, they will be able to work together with you, and at that time, the mountain and sea sect will be even more stable. All of this is for you. Sigh, I never thought that you would reject me like this. Do you really think that your master is someone who doesn't know what's good for him? I did all of this for you. In order for you to become the true ruler of the mountain and sea sect, I carefully paved the way for you. I knew that you might refuse, so I chose to go into seclusion at that time and handed everything over to the third elder to handle. That way, you wouldn't have the chance to refuse, and you would be able to become the true princess of the mountain and sea sect. At that time, no matter who it is, they would be destined to serve the mountain and sea sect, serve you, and become your son-in-law. I was afraid that you would refuse to accept the position of the mountain and sea sect's mountain lord, so I could only do this. Liao Yunqing's words were sincere and heartfelt, causing Ling Yun to be dumbfounded. She looked at her own master. Could it be that she had really misunderstood him? But even so, he couldn't just decide his own fate like that. Ling Yun had never thought of becoming the mountain and sea sect's mountain lord, becoming someone else's wife, and controlling such a huge sect. I don't have that much ambition. Master, why do you have to be so stubborn? Why? If you tell me everything, it might not be like this. Other than me, there are so many young talents in the mountain and sea sect, and they can all become true leaders. Why did you choose me? Chu Junsong, senior brother Chu, isn't he the most suitable candidate? Ling Yun murmured, her eyes still filled with pain. Chapter 3599. The mountain and sea sect will also no longer have its former glory. Compared to him, your calmness, your kindness, your bravery and resourcefulness are all the best candidates for the position of a sect master. Apart from your lack of experience, what do you have that can be compared to them? Liao Yunqing's words revealed his endless love for Ling Yun, as well as his high regard for her. However, in Ling Yun's eyes, it was an unexpected nightmare. She had never thought that it would end like this. Was her life really going to completely lose its luster like this? Ling Yun would rather not have Liao Yunqing's high regard and nurturing, because what she cared about more was freedom. If a person had already lost their freedom, then what was the point of living? Master, can you take back your orders now? I don't want to be the sect master of the mountain and sea sect. Senior brother Chu Junsong is more qualified and stronger than me. He is the best candidate. I beg of you, master, please take back your orders. Ling Yun's face was deathly pale. She only wanted the freedom to live. Liao Yunqing shook his head and looked at Ling Yun with a burning gaze. Child, I am the leader of a sect, I am the face of the mountain and sea sect. If I were to take back my orders now, wouldn't I become the laughingstock of the entire central region divine land? Do you think you will be happy if Master does that? When the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility on a person, they must first suffer their will, work their muscles and bones, starve their skin, and empty their body. You must remember that all the suffering you have suffered today is all glory in the future. You will definitely become the first sect master of the mountain and sea sect to control thousands of troops in the central region divine land. You will become a true empress. Liao Yunqing said sincerely. It could be said that he valued Ling Yun quite a bit, but at this moment, Ling Yun was in incomparable despair. Why did the heavens choose her? Why did her master put such an important responsibility on her alone? She was not someone who fought for power, nor did she have the determination to control the mountain and sea sect. She was just a victim who had been crushed by the wheel of history. Things have already come to this. Just wait patiently. Believe me, Master will definitely not harm you. I will make you a powerful figure in the entire Central Region Divine Land. You will become the new ruler of the mountain and sea sect. Chu Junsong is destined to only be your right-hand man, and will never be able to stand at the peak. Liao Yunqing gently patted Ling Yun's shoulder. Ling Yun was dazed and her face was still pale. She couldn't accept this fact. Even if her master was doing this for her own good, even if her future was limitless, this wasn't what she wanted. You must understand that Master has painstakingly nurtured you for so many years. Don't let me down. Liao Yunqing turned around and left, leaving only his back. No matter how Ling Yun called out to him, he had already completely disappeared, and could no longer appear in front of her. Master, do you want me to change my hatred for you, or should I thank you? Ling Yun murmured, a trace of tears flashed in her eyes. Her master wanted to push her to become the strongest empress in the Central Region Divine Land. This was the dream of countless people, a position that everyone in the world coveted. But to Ling Yun, freedom was more precious than power. On the mountain and sea sect's dojo, four silhouettes appeared in the void, soaring into the sky. Jiang Chen, Chu Junsong, Lang Jiuji, and Wang Yunliang were all there. This battle would determine the final victor. Jiang Chen against Lang Jiuji was not too difficult for him. It should be a piece of cake for him. But at this moment, Jiang Chen still did not see Ling Yun. This made him a little worried. Where was Ling Yun? Why hasn't she appeared yet? Elder, I would like to know, when will our goddess, Ling Yun, appear? Wang Yunliang said with a smile, as if he was already filled with anticipation for Ling Yun. His question was also what everyone was thinking. Don't worry, Ling Yun will naturally appear during the finals, Yang Chan said coldly. Yang Chan said coldly. At this moment, everyone was a little disappointed. But at least, there was hope for them. Finally, the true life and death battle had begun. The final victor would also participate in the finals. Jiang Chen against Lang Jiuji. Chu Junsong against Wang Yunliang. These two battles were extremely eye-catching. Your name is Ying, right? Do you think Big Brother can win? Yu looked at Ying beside her and said with a smile. The corner of her mouth carried a meaningful smile. Only by believing will there be hope. I believe that he is the best. Long Ying's mouth carried a hint of pride. One could imagine that her stubborn eyes were filled with endless love for Jiang Qin. This caused Heli and Yu to be filled with jealousy. Big Brother, when and where will you treat me like this? However, Yu did not want to become her big brother's burden. She was afraid that if she stayed by his side day and night, it would make him extremely tired and annoyed. Therefore, she did not dare to ask for anything. Even if it was love, it was so deep and engraved into her bones. Long Ying was incomparably intelligent. How could she not know what kind of feelings Yu had for her husband, Big Brother Jiang Qin? Although she was a little jealous, Big Brother Jiang Qin was a powerful man with a broad mind. It wasn't his fault that he fell in love with more women. Even if he didn't fall in love, there would be countless women who would fall in love with him. Yu was one of them. Moreover, she could feel that even Big Brother Jiang Qin cared a lot about her. That kind of care was not limited to the care between friends. Since you love him so much, why don't you confess? It is difficult to love someone, but as long as you say it, it might not be so painful. Long Ying's words made Yu look at her in a different light. You knew him earlier than me. If you were a little earlier and a little braver, perhaps the two of you would already be together. Don't wait until you lose him to regret it. If you don't say it, if you don't reveal your feelings, How will you know if Big Brother Jiang Qin has tender feelings for you? Long Er's words completely shocked Yu Er. She did not expect Long Er to be so open-minded. She even encouraged her to chase after her husband. Love is selfish and selfless. I am selfish because I want someone to possess him, but I know that it is impossible. As for selfless, it is because I love him. Long Er smiled. She was beautiful. Even in Yu Er's eyes, she was like an incomparably beautiful angel. Chapter 3600. Long Er's words gave Yu Er great encouragement. Perhaps she should have taken that step a long time ago. Otherwise, the one who would suffer in the end would only be her. Shouldn't a woman think about her own happiness? She looked at Long Er beside her. For the sake of her beloved, she didn't hesitate to travel thousands of miles to search for her lover. Although the final outcome was heart-wrenching, if she didn't even have the courage to pursue her love, wouldn't she be the same as her? What a pity. She couldn't even be compared to Long Er. She was destined to be disappointed when she walked out of the Hellion family. Looking at Jiang Qin on the high platform in front of the public square, she knew that she wouldn't miss this opportunity again. There were countless examples around her. Didn't Sister Ling Yun and Jiang Qin part ways because of their differences? She had to fight for her own love, only then could she be happy. If you beg for mercy now, I can still spare your life. On the high platform, Lang Jiuji looked at Jiang Qin silently and said coldly. He had already treated Jiang Qin as his defeated opponent and could kill him any time he wanted. You are too naive. Do you think that the Baji sect has raised dogs that bark like you? Jiang Qin sneered. In an instant, Lang Jiuji's expression changed as he stared at Jiang Qin. You are courting death. How dare you humiliate my Baji sect? If I don't kill you today, I will not rest. My Baji sect cannot be humiliated. No one in this world can humiliate me. You are simply trying to provoke me. But that's fine too. Only by chopping you into 8 pieces will I be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. Lang Jiuji was extremely overbearing. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I will accompany you to the end. Jiang Qin waved his hand at Lang Jiuji, indicating that he could make his move. This provocation made Lang Jiuji even more furious. This guy is simply courting death. Good, good, good. Die. 8 extremities consecutive palm. Lang Jiuji was the first to launch an attack. Terrifying palm prints stacked one after another, covering the sky and covering the earth. There was only one goal, to kill Jiang Qin. He didn't leave any leeway. Insignificant skill. Jiang Qin sneered and stood up with his sword. He became one with his sword, and the sound of his sword could be heard. The 20th blade was even more ferocious than before, and the terrifying sword's shadow cut through all of Lang Jiuji's palm prints. The power of the limitless sword pressed down, causing Lang Jiuji's expression to turn serious, and he kept on retreating. The limitless sword shocked everyone once again. Compared to the sword of solitude from before, there might be a gap. However, the limitless sword moved without wind, which was even more terrifying. Jiang Qin's might caused Yang Chan to slightly nod his head. From the looks of it, he was rather concerned about Jiang Qin. It would not be so easy for Lang Jiuji to win this battle. Divine Golden Bell. God sealing prohibition. The moment the bell of the Eastern Emperor rose, the wind and clouds changed drastically. Facing the suppression of Jiang Qin's divine bell, Lang Jiuji's expression became extremely unsightly. Jiang Qin had such a terrifying divine weapon in his hand, causing many people's jaws to drop to the ground. Currently, Jiang Qin had also used the bell of the Eastern Emperor to its fullest. If it wasn't for the fact that it was incomplete, Jiang Qin would have been able to use it to crush countless experts below the Emperor realm. 8 extremities fist. Lang Joji's palms shook the heavens. His hands changed continuously, overlaying countless seals. In the end, a monstrous palm was formed, descending from the sky. Jiang Chen's divine golden bell was incomparably powerful. This palm attack was completely unable to damage Jiang Chen's bell of the Eastern Emperor, not even the shadow of the bell was destroyed. At that moment, his expression became extremely unsightly. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful. Purple gold spiritual pot, collect. Lang Joji held a divine weapon in his hand. It was also a primal origin treasure, but unfortunately, it was too weak. Compared to the bell of the Eastern Emperor, it was simply not on the same level. Even though the bell of the Eastern Emperor was already broken, it wasn't something that any divine weapon could collect. You don't know what's good for you. Bell of the Eastern Emperor, suppress. Jiang Chen clenched his fist. The bell of the Eastern Emperor instantly became as big as a mountain, descending from the sky. Lang Joji held the purple gold spiritual pod in his hand, feeling extremely confident. He rose up and collided with the bell of the Eastern Emperor, but was instantly crushed. Lang Joji's expression changed greatly. That was his only primal origin treasure. Countless divine weapons were sucked into it. The purple gold spiritual pot was also extremely powerful. It was forged by an elder of the Baji sect and was extremely terrifying. He didn't expect it to be so weak in the hands of Jiang Chen. The moment the bell of the Eastern Emperor descended, even the surrounding people were incomparably solemn. They felt that their bodies were greatly suppressed. Bell of the Eastern Emperor, bell of the Eastern Emperor. The divine bell in this fellow's hand, could it really be the bell of the Eastern Emperor? Yang Chan murmured. His eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he was filled with excitement. Lang Joji's technique was not weak. However, in the hands of Jiang Chen, it was insignificant. Under the suppression of the bell of the Eastern Emperor, he was also sent flying. His face was pale and blood flowed out. Evidently, the attack from the bell of the Eastern Emperor made him look extremely miserable. This fellow is really powerful. I didn't expect Lang Joji of the Baji sect to be so miserable in his hands. Looks like there might be some changes in today's battle. That's right. This Chen Jiang who killed the people of the Slaughter Tower is not someone easy to deal with. He doesn't even put the people of the Slaughter Tower in his eyes. I don't think he will show any mercy to the Baji sect. Ha ha ha. I'm really looking forward to it. Is this devil's incarnation destined to offend the Baji sect and the Slaughter Tower? That's right. At that time, even the Mountain and Sea sect might not dare to accept such a son-in-law. The surrounding people said with a smile. However, they were incomparably shocked by Jiang Chen's unparalleled pressure. With the cultivation of a middle divine emperor, he was able to shake the crowd. Even the supreme expert of the Baji sect, Lang Joji, was defeated by him. Who knows, he might really become the dark horse of this martial arts competition. You should be proud to be able to force me to this point. I originally prepared it for Chu Junsong. Looks like I'll let you have a taste today. Lang Joji's face darkened. He revealed his bloodthirsty fangs, as if he had already sentenced Jiang Chen to death. A fist shaking the 9 extremes, only I feel sorrow in the heavens and earth. Lang Joji condensed an unparalleled chi wave in his hand. It soared into the sky and punched out. The universe was boundless and the heavens and earth changed color. Chapter 3601. I haven't used my full strength to force you to this point. Jiang Chen sneered. The sword in his hand trembled as the sword of solitude rose once again. A sword of eternity, slaying all dog butchers. Sword of solitude, eternity. Jiang Chen swept his sword downwards. Lang Joji's fist collided with Jiang Chen's sword. The wind and clouds changed, thunder and lightning appeared, dark clouds rolled, and gales rose in all directions. That sword was like a ghost wailing and a wolf howling. That fist was full of vigor. Jiang Chen's sword slashed through the mortal world. Not only was it a sword intent, but it was also Lang Zheji's severed palm. Isn't this too terrifying? Lang Zheji's palm was severed. This fellow is truly terrifying. This is unbelievable. I think the Baji sect is going to lose. Is Lang Zheji going to step down? I'm curious. Will this Qin Jiang kill Lang Zheji? Everyone's attention was focused on this moment. They didn't know if Jiang Qin would continue to charge forward and deal a fatal blow to Lang Zheji. Even Chu Junsong wore a solemn expression on his face. It seemed like his opponent was going to be Qin Jiang. That sword caused Lang Zheji's face to turn pale. It wasn't difficult for a divine emperor like him to regrow his severed hand. However, it was difficult for him to lose his face. He was a genius disciple of the Baji sect, but one of his hands was severed by Jiang Qin. It wasn't just a humiliation to him, it was also a humiliation to the Baji sect. Jiang Qin pointed his torch dragon sword at Lang Zheji. At that moment, everyone held their breath and watched in silence. Will Jiang Qin make a move? Although Lang Zheji's expression was ugly, he didn't panic. He was a genius disciple of the Baji sect. Would this guy dare to touch him? If you have the guts, take another step forward and give it a try. Lang Zheji said with his head held high, completely ignoring Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin smiled as the divine Yuan Qi in his body surged out, transforming into a sword that directly pierced Lang Zheji's throat and sliced horizontally, slicing off Lang Zheji's head. In that instant, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Jiang Qin used the great Yu soul-forming light to suppress Lang Zheji's divine soul, preventing him from escaping. I didn't want to kill you at first, but you forced me to do so. As you requested, killing you doesn't seem to be a big deal. Jiang Qin smiled indifferently. In the great Yu soul-forming light, Lang Zheji's divine soul kept begging for mercy. However, to Jiang Qin, it was no longer important. Trying to escape after acting tough. It didn't exist. Since he was already dead, he might as well die a more thorough death. The great Yu soul-forming light instantly wiped out Lang Zheji's divine soul and it vanished into thin air. The audience was in an uproar. This person was too terrifying. Lang Zheji was a genius disciple of the Baji sect. How could you kill someone from the Baji sect so casually? Aren't you afraid of death? Even Ba Chaoyuan from the Slaughter Pagoda was killed by Jiang Qin. This person was simply a devil. Chu Junsong's pupils constricted as he stared at Jiang Qin. This man was a dangerous man. Even he couldn't say that he could kill Lang Zheji, but Jiang Qin had done it. Furthermore, he did it in such a relaxed and fearless manner. Jiang Qin had already killed 2 men, and both of them were important figures who could affect the whole situation. If Ba Chaoyuan was nothing to the Slaughter Pagoda, he was at least the chief disciple of the Vajra Pagoda whole. The Vajra Pagoda would definitely not sit by and do nothing. The Baji sect would definitely do their best to deal with Jiang Qin after Lang Zheji's death. Jiang Qin was undoubtedly making it more difficult for him to survive. He was just seeking his own death. First he killed Ba Chaoyuan, then he killed Lang Zheji. This Qin Jiang is too terrifying. This time, I don't think Chu Junsong will be in a good situation. Some people were already incomparably terrified of Jiang Qin. This was simply a harvesting machine for geniuses. No matter who it was, no sect, no power, they would lose face and would be killed without a doubt. This also caused many people to suspect his background. Just who was he to have the guts to start such a massacre? At this moment, Jiang Qin had already become the focus of everyone's attention in the entire Mountain and Sea sect. Even Chu Junsong, as the most powerful competitor of the Mountain and Sea sect, seemed to be much dimmer in comparison to Jiang Qin. It wasn't because he was weak, but because Jiang Chen's methods were too ruthless. Moreover, the people he killed were all famous people with high statuses. Yang Chan's scalp went numb. "You bastard, aren't you too ruthless?" Killing Ba Chaoyuan wasn't enough, he actually killed Lang Juji one after another. This was pushing my mountain and sea sect into a pit of fire. How could there be such a scam? Are you here to fight for a spouse, or are you here to cause trouble? Yang Chan sighed in his heart, but the groom's search competition had already said that life and death were not important. At this time, anything he said was useless. He could only sigh at Jiang Qin. He was simply a fool. What a terrifying fellow. He's simply a madman. I reckon that even Chu Junsong would find it extremely difficult to deal with him. I'm looking forward to it more and more. How exactly will this guy deal with Chu Junsong? If he kills Chu Junsong, that would be great. You just want the world to be in chaos. If Chu Junsong is really in danger, do you think those old fellows from the mountain and sea sect would sit back and watch? The onlookers were also talking about it with gusto. At least, it wasn't something they could compare to. The current Jiang Qin was like a devil incarnate who would kill gods and Buddhas if he met them. Buddha Pagoda, 8 Extreme School. These two great powers had all been offended by Jiang Qin. What he might have to face next was not just a Buddha Pagoda. At that time, even if Jiang Qin were to win in the end, would the mountain and sea sect dare to take him in? Wasn't that clearly making enemies out of the entire central region divine land? The Buddha Pagoda and the 8 Extreme School would definitely not let the matter rest. As for the instigator, Jiang Qin, he had a calm expression on his face. He kept his torch dragon sword and had a smile on his face. At this moment, everyone understood it as the smile of a devil. At this moment, Chu Junsong had also completely defeated Wang Yunliang, but he did not kill him. After all, he was a member of the Mountain and Sea sect, and he still had to have the demeanor of a great sect. In the end, Chu Junsong's gaze also landed on Jiang Qin. Looks like this final battle won't be able to escape from our hands. Chu Junsong looked at Jiang Qin with an extremely cold expression. Even though Jiang Qin had overcome all obstacles along the way, and even Ba Chaoyuan and Lang Joji had fallen in his hands, he would not be defeated so easily like those two cowards. I won't kill you. Even if I did, your mountain and sea sect probably wouldn't agree to it. Originally, I didn't want to kill Lang Joji, but he insisted on dying and forced me to kill him. Thus, with my violent temper, I had no choice but to send him to hell. Don't force me. If I go crazy, even I am afraid of myself. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Chu Junsong coldly snorted, not caring at all. Come, let me see how much you have to be so arrogant. I'm not trash like them. Chu Junsong's fighting spirit was unparalleled. He could not wait to marry the goddess in his heart. Chapter 3602. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning. This battle was imperative, but what he cared about more was Ling Yun. Elder, you promised that you would let us see Lady Ling Yun's glory during the finals, right? As the goddess of the Mountain and Sea sect, I have always been looking forward to it. I believe that everyone here has the same feeling as me. Jiang Chen looked at Yang Chan and said. Yang Chan nodded slightly. This was his promise, so he would naturally not go back on it. At this time, it was time to bring Ling Yun out and let everyone see the glory of the Mountain and Sea sect's goddess. Yang Chan extended his hand and drew a prism. Instantly, Ling Yun's figure slowly appeared in the void. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he stared at that familiar figure. How many years had it been? At this moment, he finally saw the woman that he had been longing for. He loved her deeply, but he didn't have the chance to confess. At this moment, it made Jiang Chen feel incomparable pain. But fortunately, the two of them still met again. Ling Yun silently looked at Jiang Chen. Her eyes flickered with a complicated light. She didn't know how to face Jiang Qin. Since you were so decisive back then, why did you still choose to appear here at this moment? Ling Yun was originally filled with anticipation, but when Jiang Qin stood here again, everything was different. Love was like a tidal wave, rushing like a spring. Ling Yun knew that she couldn't avoid him in the end. Even though her eyes were filled with indifference, she still couldn't escape her yearning for him. She pretended to be calm, but her heart was already in turmoil. Yearning for him broke her heart. All kinds of pain were no longer important. When she saw him, it was as if the entire world had become bright. The countless surrounding onlookers could not help but feel heartache. This was simply like a goddess from the heavens, and no one could compare to her. The entire mountain and sea sect seemed to be overshadowed by her alluring figure. It's really beautiful. Longing her couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Even such a woman was captivated by big brother Jiang Qin. What was there for her to be dissatisfied with? Sister Ling Yun, you finally appeared. Yue was also very gratified. As long as big brother was here, big sister Ling Yun would definitely be fine. He would definitely be able to shoulder this heavy burden. She believed that big brother would definitely not let big sister Ling Yun leave even half a step. At this moment, Ling Yun's gaze that was filled with deep emotions could no longer be changed. It would never change in this lifetime. Their gazes met and intertwined for a long time. The bitterness and sorrow in the past were no longer indignant in Ling Yun's eyes. It was as if the countless setbacks in the past were all for this reunion. In the end, you still came. Ling Yun said in a low voice. However, everyone could hear it clearly. It turned out that they already knew each other. It turned out that he only wanted to see her once. It turned out that this was really a romantic story. If I hadn't come, wouldn't you have married someone else? Jiang Qin said. His eyes were filled with guilt. This time, he would not let go no matter what. Ling Yun smiled faintly as if nothing had happened. Back then, you were the one who didn't want me. Ling Yun's words shocked the entire mountain and sea sect. You don't want such a peerless beauty. What are you trying to do? You really make people sigh with regret. Countless people beat their chests and stomped their feet. They wished that they could replace Jiang Qin. Unfortunately, there was only one Jiang Qin in this world, and only one Ling Yun. Jiang Qin rejecting Ling Yun was simply a fantasy in everyone's eyes. It was simply outrageous. If it was them, who knew how many generations of good fortune they had accumulated? I didn't say that I don't want you. You don't have the qualifications. I will take care of Ling Yun for you. From now on, you're just a speck of dust. Chapter 3603. Don't brag too much. Even if you fight on your home ground, you're still a wooden club. Jiang Qin sneered. At this moment, the battle that everyone had been waiting for had finally begun. Ling Yun silently looked at Jiang Qin. She knew of Chu Junsong's strength. That fellow was definitely a peerless divine emperor that could stand shoulder to shoulder with many elders in the mountain and sea sect. However, she did not know how strong Jiang Qin was after dozens of years, and whether he was a match for Chu Junsong. Ling Yun could not help but worry for Jiang Qin. This fellow was still as fearless as ever, but she was truly worried that Jiang Qin would not be able to defeat him. Furthermore, this was the mountain and sea sect. No matter how strong Jiang Qin was, it was impossible for him to become enemies with the entire mountain and sea sect, right? Sister Ling Yun. Yu looked at Ling Yun and called out softly. At that moment, it was the first time the two girls had met each other, and their eyes were filled with yearning. Unfortunately, Yu could tell that Ling Yun was being controlled, and how could Jiang Qin not be able to tell? Therefore, this mountain and sea sect was not a good thing. Just as Ling Yun had said before, everything was too late. Perhaps it meant that he had already been kidnapped by the mountain and sea sect. There was no chance to be with him anymore. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. His target was Mu Junsong. In this battle, he wanted to make the mountain and sea sect pay the price and let Mu Junsong know who Ling Yun's man was. Make your move. Don't blame me for not reminding you. In a while, you will die miserably. Chu Junsong's confident side made everyone trust him. After all, one was a monstrous genius of the mountain and sea sect, and the other was a top expert who had passed through 5 trials and 6 generals. What kind of sparks would be produced when the two of them clashed? It was worth waiting to see. Noisy. Even if you die, you won't stop. Jiang Chen sneered, the torch dragon sword in his hand changed, the Tianlong sword rose horizontally, slashing straight into the 9 heavens, clashing with Chu Junsong. Chu Junsong held the twin hammers in his hands and unleashed his immense strength. The mighty hammers carried the power of thunder and lightning as they heavily smashed down. Jiang Chen raised his sword and clashed with the gigantic hammers. Sparks flew everywhere. The two of them closed in on each other. The sound of the sword and the hammer clashing was extremely powerful. As the weapons clashed, their might filled the sky. Chu Junsong's unparalleled methods were far superior to Ba Chaoyuan's and Lang Zhuji's. Jiang Chen relied on the power of the 9 dragons and 10 elephants to fight to a draw with Chu Junsong. Both of them had boundless strength, able to shake the heavens and the earth. When their swords smashed down, they carried the force of 10,000 caddies. When their hammers danced, it was difficult to block. Jiang Chen and Chu Junsong were having a great time fighting. The entire mountain sea sect was also shouting to the heavens and the earth. The sound waves were extremely loud, wave after wave. Senior brother Chu, you can do it. Defeat him. After all, in the mountain and sea sect, Chu Junsong's voice was the highest. His aura was at its peak, and he did not give Jiang Chen any chance at all. Every time the hammer smashed down, it was as if it wanted to smash a hole in the sky. Jiang Chen used the limitless sword to attack and defend. The two of them fought fiercely, and it was hard to determine who was stronger. Senior brother Chu is mighty and domineering. Many people thought highly of Chu Junsong. After all, he was the strongest person in the younger generation of the mountain and sea sect, the pillar of the mountain and sea sect. There were so many people cheering for him. Although it was impossible for them to help him, in terms of aura, Chu Junsong was able to suppress Jiang Chen. I'll let you experience my 1,000 overlapping waves. Chu Junsong snorted coldly, the heavy hammer was startled, changing unpredictably, striking out powerfully, thunder and lightning struck out, layer after layer of Feng Yun, waves after waves of sand, thousands of layers of waves, hammer shadows filled the sky, like a roaring cheetah, devouring the sky. One sword eternity. Jiang Chen's eyes did not blink as his sword slashed down, intertwining with the 1,000 overlapping waves' infinite hammer shadows. In an instant, the sky collapsed, and there was a void. Both of them retreated, and Jiang Chen's one sword eternity was actually unable to defeat Chu Junsong. The two of them were evenly matched. Again. Chu Junsong roared angrily, bringing along the shadow of the heavenly hammer, smashing over with unstoppable force. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, the 20th sword transformed into thousands of shadows, the 21st sword had already formed its embryonic form, the 20th sword was wild and unrestrained, the 21st sword was restrained and without magnificence, but a single sword could sweep through the world. Jiang Chen pulled out his sword, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. That sword was comprehended after displaying the one sword eternity. On the path of the sword Tao, the great Tao returned to the origin. Today's boundless sword, to a certain extent, had already surpassed the sword of solitude. The 21st sword gathered the sword's shadows from all directions, different paths leading to the same destination. The 21st sword was like a ghost in the sky, a stroke of God that couldn't be blocked. The instant the 21st sword landed, Chu Junsong also staggered backwards. The twin hammers in his hands were smashed into pieces. As for Chu Junsong himself, he was also affected by the sword chi. Almost all of his meridians were broken. At that moment, the divine weapon was destroyed. Chu Junsong was forced back, his face was pale, his hands were trembling non-stop. The 21st sword was the embodiment of the ancient god's sword, restrained and without magnificence. A single sword strike tore the sky apart. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Chu Junsong was defeated, becoming the loser in everyone's eyes. They all stared at the scene with their mouths agape. They didn't expect that the loser would be Chu Junsong. Jiang Chen swept through all the disciples of the major sects. He was invincible. All the disciples of the major sects were defeated by him, not a single one was spared. Chu Junsong's face was extremely ugly, blood flowed from the corner of his eyes, his body was in extreme pain, his injuries were severe, he really couldn't block this sword. The 21st sword had reached a level that surpassed the sword of eternity, surpassing the sword of solitude. Jiang Chen was also wild with joy. This sword was the culmination of his countless efforts. If it wasn't for the inspiration of the sword of eternity, perhaps it would have been quite difficult for him to comprehend this supreme sword intent so quickly. Chu Junsong was at a loss. That sword strike was not a loss to him, but after losing, it was as if he had lost his backbone. This was because in all these years, he had never tasted defeat. No one could defeat him, not in the Mountain and Sea sect, not in the entire Central Region Divine Land. But today, he lost to Jiang Chen. Not only did he lose the glory of his life, but also the person he loved, the goddess in his heart, Ling Yun. Defeat was defeat, there was no excuse. At this moment, the entire Mountain and Sea sect seemed to have become extremely depressed. No one dared to speak loudly. Jiang Chen was like an unstoppable divine light, like a dark horse that was charging out. He stood there with the posture of a monarch, looking proud and unmoving like a mountain. Yang Chan was incomparably furious, but he knew that even he didn't have the confidence to withstand that sword, let alone Chu Junsong. This Jiang Chen was indeed a troublesome person. The happiest person was Ling Yun, but would everything really go as she had expected? Chapter 3604. Jiang Chen stood on the high platform of the plaza, looking down coldly. His battle intent was like a rainbow, wanting to compete with the heavens. At that moment, he was the focus of everyone's attention and became the object of everyone's admiration. With his strength alone, he swept through the entire Central Region Divine Land and killed the geniuses of the two major sections. Even the supreme disciple of the Mountain Sea sect was defeated by him. Now, Jiang Chen's power had already made everyone fear him like a tiger. The strong would always be the focus of attention. No one could deny that at this moment, Jiang Chen was the brightest star in the Central Region Divine Land. His every move made everyone shocked. He was as strong as a god, looking down on the world, unparalleled. In the end, he took the lead and became the champion of the Mountain Sea sect's marriage contest. Without any doubt, everyone was filled with respect for Jiang Chen. The strong should be respected, and they should be able to obtain everything they want. Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun affectionately. At that moment, he had already sworn to himself that he would never abandon her in this life. He would hold her hand and live and die with her. I, Jiang Chen, hereby swear that my feelings for Ling Yun can be witnessed by the heavens and earth, the sun and the moon. From today onwards, I will not let anyone hurt you. Jiang Chen said loudly. The entire sky above the Mountain Sea sect was filled with cheers and applause. Jiang Chen's words made Ling Yun's lips curl up slightly. She was so happy that she cried tears of joy. She had waited for this moment for far too long. She had finally waited for it. The heavens did not disappoint those who were willing. As long as he was still here, everything was worth it. With him here, everything would be fine. The bitterness Ling Yun had suffered, the sadness she had suffered, and the decades of coldness and loneliness were all worth it. Isn't it Qin Jiang? How did it become Jiang Qin? Yeah, this guy has been deceiving everyone. I know, he's the 9th sword master of the sword-drawing sect, Jiang Qin. I heard that he offended many people in the central region Divine Land and even killed more than one person from the Buddha's tower. He even destroyed several sects and caused a huge commotion in the Dragon Clan. No wonder he hid his identity. So that's why. Looks like this Jiang Qin is really a fearless fellow. After stirring up trouble, he killed the Baji sect's Lang Jiuji and the Buddhist pagoda's Ba Chaoyuan. Looks like he has already offended too many people. The entire mountain and sea sect was filled with a tide of voices, but even more people admired Jiang Qin. This was because he dared to confess to the person he liked at this time, and dared to make the entire world his enemy for the person he loved. This was something that all men could not compare to. Apart from him, who else would dare to act so arrogantly in the entire central continent and cause such a ruckus? How enviable! A talented man and a beautiful woman. However, I wonder if the mountain and sea sect will still dare to accept this guy. Hard to say. Let's wait and see. I think it won't be long before the people from the 8 Extreme School and the Buddha Pagoda will come knocking on our door. The entire plaza was filled with people. Even countless people outside of the mountain and sea sect were looking forward to it. Because at this moment, Jiang Qin had obtained the final championship. The martial arts competition for a spouse should have come to an end, right? And at this time, it was time for the two of them to hold hands. He, not bad, a young genius, full of mettle. It really makes this old man sigh in admiration. At the peak of the mountain, a gray-robed figure had appeared. It was the Mountain Sea Sect's mountain lord, Liao Yunxing, who had been discussing with Ling Yun for a long time. It's the Mountain Sea Sect's mountain lord. The main character has finally come out. It's not bad to be able to see the Mountain Sea Sect's mountain lord. Yeah, it's said that the Mountain Sea Sect's mountain lord isn't that easy to see. The moment Liao Yunxing came out of the mountain, the entire mountain and sea sect was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Liao Yunxing. This was the absolute overlord of the central region Divine Land, who controlled a power. Jiang Qin looked at Liao Yunxing and smiled. Mountain Lord, greetings. Jiang Qin was neither servile nor overbearing, but it caused the anger of many mountain and sea sect disciples. Wasn't this fellow treating their mountain lord too perfunctory? No worries. Since you are the victor of the mountain and sea sect's martial arts competition, then from today onwards, you are a member of the mountain and sea sect. Together with my disciple Ling Yun, you are the pillars of my mountain and sea sect. Liao Yunxing laughed. Yes, I'm sorry, but I can't comply. Jiang Qin will remember the great kindness of the mountain and sea sect. This time, I will bring Ling Yun away. As someone from the mountains, I'm afraid that I won't be able to be on par with the great sects of the mountain and sea sect. Furthermore, I've already made many enemies, so it's hard to avoid bringing harm to the mountain and sea sect. I hope that the mountain lord can forgive me. Jiang Qin's words resounded throughout the mountains and rivers of the mountain and sea sect. Everyone held their breaths as they watched this scene. Although Jiang Qin's words were very good, he tactfully rejected Liao Yunxing's good intentions. However, to Jiang Qin, this was indeed a great insult. Wasn't this the same as saying that he wanted to marry into the family? Let me become a member of the mountain and sea sect and recruit a son-in-law. Jiang Qin wouldn't compromise so easily, not to mention that this wasn't what Ling Yun wanted to see. She also looked forward to following Jiang Qin to the ends of the world. Even if it was tactful, he still resolutely rejected it. To Liao Yunxing, this was extremely infuriating. The dignified mountain lord of the mountain and sea sect was actually rejected by you. How humiliating was this? Everyone felt pity for Jiang Qin. Wouldn't it be better to stay in the mountain and sea sect? There were probably not many people in the entire central region divine land who would reject this. With a beauty by his side and a powerful sect like the mountain and sea sect as his backing, what was there to be afraid of? Why did he have to not know what was good for him? Rejecting Liao Yunqing was equivalent to going against the mountain and sea sect. Jiang Chen's words could be said to have angered everyone in the mountain and sea sect. This guy really didn't know what was good for him. Jiang Chen, don't spout nonsense. Don't you know that this is the mountain and sea sect's mountain lord thinking highly of you? You actually dare to be so picky. Do you think that any random cat or dog can enter my mountain and sea sect? Yang Chan took a step forward and stared straight at Jiang Qin. His might was fully displayed, and with a domineering aura, he directly enveloped Jiang Qin. Liao Yunqing's expression was calm. Because of this, Ling Yun's expression changed. Because of this, her master would definitely be furious. This was definitely the calm before the storm. Master, Jiang Qin definitely doesn't have any other intentions. He doesn't want to disobey you. It's just that he's used to being casual and doesn't want to be restrained. Ling Yun said anxiously. Her face was filled with worry. She hoped that her master wouldn't blame him. Chapter 3605. Yang Chan sneered. His eyes were dark as he looked at Jiang Qin with disdain. Liao Yunqing did not bat an eyelid, but Jiang Qin was not someone to be trifled with. Who do you think you are? You dare to shout at me? If this wasn't the mountain and sea sect, you would already be dead. You old dog, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Jiang Qin shouted coldly. Instantly, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The entire mountain and sea sect became completely silent. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin would dare to directly provoke the dignity of the mountain and sea sect and the mountain and sea sect, disobey the mountain lord of the mountain and sea sect and scold an elder of the mountain and sea sect? This was simply unimaginable. Who would dare to believe it? Only this fearless Jiang Qin would dare to do such a disgraceful and suicidal act. Bastard, how dare you? Do you think that my mountain and sea sect is a place where you can behave atrociously? Yang Chan shouted angrily. Such an arrogant disciple really makes this old man's heart ache. Liao Yunqing sighed and shook his head. Ling Yun's expression did not change as she hurriedly said, Master, Jiang Qin definitely did not mean that. Ling Yun knew that once her master got angry, Jiang Qin would definitely not be able to withstand it. Although Jiang Qin was very strong, it did not mean that he could become the enemy of the entire mountain and sea sect by himself. Yun, you don't have to say any more. I just want to ask him one thing. Is this your original intention? Liao Yunqing's gaze was cold as he stared at Jiang Qin. Everyone held their breaths and did not dare to speak. If the mountain lord of the mountain and sea sect were to get angry, countless people would die. Jiang Qin looked at Liao Yunqing coldly and said indifferently, Isn't my meaning obvious enough? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I, Jiang Qin, will do it 10 times, 100 times more. I don't want to stay in the mountain and sea sect, but I've angered this old dog. No one can stop me from doing what I, Jiang Qin, want to do. Everyone looked at this scene with incomparable seriousness. They couldn't help but give Jiang Qin a thumbs up in their hearts. Daring to talk to the mountain lord of mountain sea sect in such a manner was simply courting death, but Jiang Qin was fearless. Now, they finally knew how arrogant this fellow who had destroyed 4 sects, battled the Dragon Clan and slayed the Buddha clan was. Confronting the mountain lord of mountain sea sect and the lair of mountain sea sect was simply courting death. However, Jiang Chen's domineering manner caused countless people's hearts to surge, and they were filled with shock. This Jiang Chen is too fucking gutsy. Watching him makes my blood boil. Yeah, that's what a man should be like. Although it's not impossible for me to have the guts, I admire him. Ha ha ha, you bunch of fellows, don't speak nonsense. Be careful not to let the people from the mountain and sea sect hear you and say that you have ulterior motives and want to become enemies with the mountain and sea sect. Jiang Chen's words were like a clap of thunder that resounded throughout the mountain and sea sect. No one dared to say a word, but the mountain sea sect's mountain lord, Ling Yunqing, had an increasingly ugly expression on his face. Everyone knew that the mountain and sea sect master was truly angry. You provoked the mountain and sea sect here, and even scolded their elders. Who could remain calm? However, Jiang Chen had already expected this. From Liao Yunqing's attitude, he could tell that this Liao Yunqing did not want to let Ling Yun go at all. Furthermore, he wanted to imprison him. From his covetous eyes, he could tell that this fellow was definitely not a good person. Your arrogance is something this old man has never seen before. In my mountain and sea sect, you still dare to boast like this. Do you really think that you are invincible in this world and that no one is your match? I thought that you would understand my good intentions, but I didn't expect that you would go against me. A disciple of my mountain and sea sect would definitely not be together with a madman like you. Jiang Chen, if you kowtow 8 times today and apologize in front of my mountain and sea sect, I can spare your life for my disciple Ling Yun's sake. How about it? Liao Yunqing said coldly. As the head of a mountain, in everyone's eyes, this was an advantage for Jiang Chen. At this moment, the people of the mountain and sea sect hated this incomparably arrogant Jiang Chen to the core. They are forcing the palace. This mountain and sea sect is simply a bastard. Yuer's expression was solemn as she said in a low voice. From the very beginning, the mountain and sea sect had not given Jiang Chen any leeway. It looked like Jiang Chen was arrogant, but in reality, they were being overbearing, wanting to make Jiang Chen compromise. However, in the eyes of the mountain and sea sect, this scene was the result of Jiang Chen being unreasonable and arrogant. 8 bows and 9 kowtows, if it was anyone else, who would do it? As long as it was a man with blood, no one would do that. Even though this was related to life and death, they still could not lose their integrity. By saying these words, they had blocked off Jiang Chen's path, and wanted to fight to the death with him. Bullshit about the might of a major sect. These fellows are simply shameless. Long Ying'er was panting, her chest was heaving up and down, and her beautiful face was covered in frost. If Jiang Chen was in the slightest bit of danger, then she would definitely charge forward with all her might. Even if she were to die, she would die by Jiang Chen's side. Jiang Chen stared at Liao Yunqing coldly. Liao Yunqing was already pushing him to the road of death, but he still said it in such a dignified manner. Liao Yunqing was really a sanctimonious person, but in fact, he was doing something improper. If you kowtow to me 8 times and 9 times, I, Jiang Chen, might be able to enter your mountain and sea sect and become your mountain lord. Jiang Chen faintly smiled. These words, however, caused Liao Yunqing's eyes to turn ice cold, and he completely severed his connection with Jiang Chen. Between the two of them, there was no way they would rest until one of them died. Little brat, spouting such arrogant words. It seems like you really don't plan to live. Retreat. Today, this traitor must not leave the mountain and sea sect. Yang Chan, capture this person. Liao Yunqing shouted angrily. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Jiang Chen's death was already hopeless. Ling Yun, on the other hand, had a face full of disappointment and frustration. She had originally predicted that this would not be the case, but even though Jiang Chen had obtained the final victory, he had become the target of the mountain and sea sect's killing spree. This was simply unimaginable. With Jiang Chen's personality, how could he possibly submit to others? Furthermore, at this moment, Jiang Chen no longer had any thoughts of staying in the mountain and sea sect. Ling Yun was incomparably anxious, but at that moment, she couldn't do anything. She was tightly bound by Liao Yunxing. Master. You can't kill him. If you kill him, I won't live alone. Ling Yun said in a low voice. What's the use of keeping a traitor like you alive? After I finish taking care of Jiang Qin, I'll deal with you. Chapter 3606. Master, didn't you say that the successor you valued the most was me? Didn't you say that it was to find someone who could truly assist me that you held the martial arts competition to find a spouse? Didn't you say that I am your most prized disciple? At that moment, Ling Yun suddenly realized that her master did not seem to do as he said at all. Instead, he directly fought to the death with Jiang Qin and wanted to kill him. That kind of killing intent had already seeped into his bones. Everything in front of him was just a sham. Yes, Mountain Lord. Yang Chan smiled slightly. He could finally make his move. Killing Jiang Qin was imperative. This fellow was actually filled with anger and cursing at him. How could he spare him? Brat, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Accept your judgment. Yang Chan said with a face full of arrogance. His arrogant attitude was still as high and mighty as ever. If you want to pin a crime on someone, there's no need to worry about it. Your mountain and sea sect has truly broadened my horizons. Let me guess, the reason you set up this martial arts competition for a spouse was to lure me here, right? Perhaps I'm overthinking things. If it's not to lure me here, then I really can't think of a second reason. Fishing. You want to lure me into the trap, and then kill me in your mountain and sea sect, am I right? As a victor, the champion of the martial arts competition, you guys are making things difficult for me. My words have never been lacking, but you guys are pressing me step by step. Aren't you trying to force me to submit? If I'm not wrong, you should already know the secret of my body, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have set up such a trap and made all the experts in the Central Region Divine Land play along with you, right? Jiang Chen said with a cold expression. You guys are too overbearing, too anxious, and exposed your true thoughts, because you guys didn't recognize me as the victor from the beginning. You guys are just using Ling Yun as a cover, and you guys really want me to make a move and punish me in the end, right? As a mountain lord of the mountain and sea sect, this method was indeed a bit despicable, but it was still a good method, ha ha ha. You guys have done it, you guys have indeed made me look at you in a different light. Wasn't it for the inheritance of the god of crafts? Currently, this should no longer be a secret in the entire Central Region Divine Land, right? It's just that a lot of people don't know how vicious you guys are, you beasts with human faces. Jiang Chen's words once again caused the entire mountain and sea sect to boil. The inheritance of the craftsman god. Many divine emperors and even hierarch experts who came to participate in the written exam knew a thing or two about it. Millions of years ago, the craftsman god had fallen and his inheritance had disappeared. It had always been a mystery in the divine world. However, Jiang Chen had revealed the secret of the craftsman god's inheritance at this moment. Needless to say, it was like a heavy bomb, a sudden clap of thunder that shocked everyone and caught them off guard. Craftsman god's inheritance? Is this for real? This Jiang Chen actually possesses the craftsman god's inheritance? It's most likely true. Look, the mountain sea sect's mountain lord isn't saying a single word. This really makes one sigh. Looks like this martial arts competition is really a secret plot to lure Jiang Chen here. That's really a pity. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, everyone in the mountain and sea sect had their own thoughts. Some people were crying out for Jiang Chen, while others were already thinking about the inheritance of the craftsman god on Jiang Chen's body. There were even some people who seemed to be skeptical of the mountain and sea sect scheme. Ling Yun looked at Jiang Chen silently. It was impossible for her not to believe in Jiang Chen. Thinking back to what her master had said to her before, everything was fake, Ling Yun felt incomparable heartache. Seeing that her master did not say a word and silently looked at Jiang Qin, other than killing intent, there was only killing intent. Ling Yun knew that Jiang Qin did not blame him wrongly. This was his goal, and she was just bait. This was simply too shocking. Ling Yun was not proud of being a member of the Mountain and Sea sect, and even felt ashamed. Furthermore, the person she had deceived as bait was actually her deepest love. But at this moment, Jiang Chen's fate was most likely already determined, and she could not change it at all. How could Jiang Chen reverse the Mountain and Sea sect by himself? I didn't kill Bo Ren, but Bo Ren died because of me. To Ling Yun, this was undoubtedly the most painful and even despairing thing. Because up until now, even though she already knew everything, she was still useless. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Jiang Chen. Ling Yun murmured. Although it was too late to say anything now, she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Jiang Chen, don't give up. Don't care about me. If you can leave this place, don't look back. Well said, as if that's really the case. Looks like I've really underestimated you. Liao Yunqing smiled indifferently. He did not refuse, nor did he deny. Everyone already knew that Liao Yunqing was not shocked at all. This already explained everything. He already knew that Jiang Qin had the inheritance of the craftsman god. Therefore, everything was as Jiang Qin had said, it was just a chess game set up by the Mountain and Sea sect. It doesn't seem important to say all of this now. Your goal has already been achieved. Isn't it to make me appear here? My goal has also been achieved. Jiang Chen looked at Ling Yun and smiled. And my goal has also been achieved. I would rather submit to the heavens than let you down. At that moment, Ling Yun's tears fell like rain. Jiang Chen's smile had completely melted her heart. This scene had touched countless people, but to Jiang Chen and Ling Yun, it was a moment of life and death. The path is chosen by yourself. If you were willing to submit to my Mountain and Sea sect, perhaps such a thing wouldn't have happened. Now, the face of my Mountain and Sea sect has been completely lost by you. Therefore, this time, even the Heavenly King won't be able to save you. Yang Chan's eyes were like torches as he clenched his fists tightly. He soared into the sky and turned into a ray of light as he charged towards Jiang Qin. Everyone cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but feel sad for Jiang Qin. Even though he had already seen through everything, even though this seemed to be a conspiracy of the entire Mountain and Sea sect, he was still unable to change the situation. He could clearly choose to lower his head, but Jiang Qin still resolutely raised it. I, Jiang Qin, have no intention of letting your Mountain and Sea sect rest today. Chapter 3607. 5 Elements Divine Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin struck out a punch, clashing with Yang Chan once again. The two figures shuttled back and forth like lightning. At that moment, the sky above the 9 heavens darkened. Jiang Chen's every move was filled with murderous intent. Without any hesitation, the true dragon palm turned over once again, giving Yang Chan a great pressure. Get lost. Jiang Chen struck out with a heavy punch, his divine seal unparalleled. This scene made Chu Junsong feel inferior. Jiang Chen's mightiness was indeed too strong. Chu Junsong was unyielding even though he was defeated. However, at this moment, he was afraid that this guy was going to start a life and death battle in the Mountain and Sea sect. Mystifying waves. Yang Chan shouted. His fist shadows filled the sky, blocking all of Jiang Chen's escape routes. Jiang Chen was fearless, facing the challenge head-on. 3,000 Flames Heaven Seal. The 3,000 Flames Heaven Seal was all-encompassing, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Once the divine seal was unleashed, even ghosts and gods would be frightened. Yang Chan's expression changed drastically as he was pushed back by the 3,000 Flames Heaven Seal. Blood spurted out from his mouth and his face turned pale. The 3,000 flames heaven seal shone brightly and flames rose to the sky. Yang Chan's body was burning as if he was being burned by a raging fire. It's so terrifying. Even the mountain and sea sect's elder Yang Chan is no match for him. Some people sighed in their hearts, but did not dare to say anything. After all, this was the mountain and sea sect. Moreover, the person that Jiang Qin had defeated was the third elder Yang Chan. One should know that Yang Chan was a late divine emperor expert. Although he had just stepped into the late divine emperor realm, he was still underestimated. Great elder, second elder, the two of you should take action as well. Quickly capture this guy, Liao Yunqing said with an indifferent expression. He frowned and seemed a little unhappy. However, he was a little surprised that Yang Chan was not a match for Jiang Qin. They were the great elder and the second elder of the mountain and sea sect. They were both late divine emperors of the divine emperor realm. The three of them surrounded Jiang Qin. At this moment, all of them looked extremely dignified. They knew that if they couldn't defeat Jiang Qin, it would be too disappointing and the reputation of the mountain and sea sect would be completely ruined. Looks like the mountain and sea sect doesn't dare to let their guard down. The three great elders have joined forces to give Jiang Qin enough face. Ha! Jiang Qin shouldn't have dared to challenge them in the mountain and sea sect. If Jiang Qin had wanted to escape and wasn't in the mountain and sea sect, perhaps no one would have been able to catch him. This is the reason why the mountain and sea sect set up a trap to lure Jiang Qin here. Even the onlookers felt injustice for Jiang Qin. However, he was in the mountain sea sect and his situation was worse than the others. He had no other choice. I don't know how long Big Brother can hold on, Yu Er said in a low voice. She and Long Ying glanced at each other. The two of them were ready to take action at any time. Once Jiang Qin was in danger, they would definitely rush to his aid. At this moment, their hearts seemed to be trembling. This battle was destined to not be easy for them. Ling Yun was watching silently, but she could do nothing. She was the most distressed one at the moment. Everything started because of her. She couldn't move now, so it was impossible for her to help Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin really died here, she would definitely not live alone. Jiang Qin glanced over and looked at the three late divine emperors. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. As the mountain sea sect's mountain sea sect's mountain sea sect's mountain sea sect, if he took action, it meant that there was no one else in the mountain and sea sect that he could rely on. However, Jiang Qin was too strong. Even with the three of them joining forces, they could not suppress Jiang Qin at all. This made Liao Yunqing extremely angry. This bastard, with the strength of a mid-divine emperor, he could burst out with such power. It was simply outrageous. As time passed, Jiang Qin's 21st sword became more and more skillful. It was terrifying. Finally, the three elders could not withstand Jiang Qin's 21st sword. They were all seriously injured and retreated. They did not have the dignity of an elder anymore. At this time, the people of the mountain and sea sect sighed with emotion. The three elders were defeated. It was a great shame. They had never thought that the three elders they trusted the most would be defeated by Jiang Qin at this time. It was unacceptable. Even Liao Yunqing's expression changed several times. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword and pointed it at Liao Yunqing. Chapter 3608. Provocation, a naked provocation. The entire mountain and sea sect was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to say a word, because they knew that Jiang Qin had already offended the person he should not have offended the most. The mountain lord of the mountain and sea sect, a true peerless expert, was no different from digging his own grave. Jiang Qin stood proudly in the sky with her peerless appearance. To Liao Yunqing, if he did not get rid of Jiang Qin, then the mountain and sea sect's face would be completely gone. At this moment, it was unknown how many pairs of eyes were staring at them. The honor and disgrace of the mountain and sea sect was all at this moment. Even so, the three great elders' faces were covered in dust and they were heavily injured. Many people could not help but wonder if the mountain and sea sect was really that weak. Obviously not, because Jiang Qin was too strong. Even three late Divine Emperor stage experts could not do anything to a mid-Divine Emperor stage expert. Jiang Chen's strength naturally attracted much attention, and now, tens of thousands of people revered him, shocking the world. After this battle, regardless of whether Jiang Chen won or lost, it would definitely become a story that would be passed down in the entire Central Region Divine Land. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen had caused a huge disaster, causing the entire mountain and sea sect to be in a mess. It was already impossible for him to leave safely, and once the mountain lord of the mountain and sea sect, Liao Yunxing, made a move, things would definitely get out of hand. This could very well be the life and death calamity of the entire mountain and sea sect, and also the difficulty of Jiang Chen's life. Jiang Chen did not expect that today's actions would lead to such a dangerous situation. However, for Ling Yun, he would not hesitate to do anything. Jiang Chen did not regret it. After all, at this moment, he knew better than anyone else that the life and death battle of the mountain and sea sect was imminent. Even if he chose to retreat, he would not be able to resolve it peacefully, because this was a trap from the very beginning. The sheep had already entered the trap, so how could he let Jiang Chen have a good time? Therefore, it was reasonable for Jiang Chen to choose to fight back, and it was also because he had no other choice. Sooner or later, there would be a battle, so why not shed all pretense of cordiality? Even if the mountain and sea sect had already calculated everything, why should he leave any face for him? With Jiang Chen's current power and methods, even if he used all his strength and fought with his back to the wall, he would still have to bring Ling Yun back to his side. Even without the mountain and sea sect, this battle would definitely take place in the pagoda in the near future, because Chen had made countless preparations for this battle. Since ancient times, you are the first person who dared to stand in front of the mountain and sea sect and provoke us. Today, I will fulfill your wish and make you disappear from this world. Remember, there is no medicine for regret in life. You will pay the price for what you have done. Liao Yunxing said indifferently. He was calm and composed, but only Ling Yun knew that Liao Yunxing was the most terrifying at this moment. The calmer he was, the more it meant that he was prepared for a life and death battle. Liao Yunxing's strength had already reached the great perfection of the late Divine Emperor realm, and he was only a step away from the peak Divine Emperor realm. Once he reached the peak Divine Emperor realm, he would have the qualifications to touch the Emperor realm. However, this step was something that countless experts in the Central Region Divine Land could only watch in the dust. The great perfection of the late Divine Emperor realm was already the peak of the entire Central Region Divine Land. No one knew if there were any stronger people. However, this battle was too terrifying for Ling Yun. Once she lost, it would mean that Jiang Chen would disappear from this world, because Liao Yunxing was just too strong. Those who had never experienced a battle would not know how terrifying Liao Yunxing was. With Ling Yun's mid-divine emperor realm strength, she had no power to resist Liao Yunxing at all. Jiang Chen was indeed very strong, and he had many trump cards. However, it was still unknown who would win this battle. The Mountain and Sea sect, who had the home advantage, used the entire sect as their foundation. If Jiang Chen wanted to reverse the Mountain and Sea sect, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, the road had to be walked, and the food had to be eaten. Jiang Chen was the enemy of the entire Mountain and Sea sect, and was undoubtedly standing at the heart of the struggle. Since there was no way out, why not go all out? You are also the first person who dared to scheme against me, Jiang Chen. I, Jiang Chen, will definitely make your Mountain and Sea sect restless. Jiang Chen's sword was pointed at Liao Yunxing. The battle between the two was on the verge of breaking out. Liao Yunqing smiled indifferently. To him, Jiang Chen was merely a clown, and was nothing to be afraid of. Even if he defeated the three great elders, he still did not have the qualifications to stand in front of him and shout. Make your move, otherwise you won't even have the chance to make your move. To Jiang Chen, Liao Yunqing's words were not arrogant. The Mountain Sea Sect's Mountain Lord, one of the few experts in the Central Region Divine Land, did indeed have the qualifications to do so. All right. Jiang Chen unsheathed his sword. The 21st sword was not concealed at all. The peerlessly exquisite sword technique was like a flying immortal from the heavens, terrifying and extraordinary. Even the three great elders had suffered at his hands. This sword strike, it had to be said that it was truly shocking, shocking everyone. However, what Jiang Chen never expected was that this sword strike would be blocked by Liao Yunqing. With a flick of his finger, Liao Yunqing flipped his hand and a light shadow exploded out, directly sealing off Jiang Chen's sword shadow. It was completely blocked. With a turn of the seal, a thunderbolt struck. Jiang Chen's invincible 21st sword was blocked by Liao Yunqing in an instant. Jiang Chen frowned. The entire Mountain and Sea sect was completely shocked, even the disciples of the Mountain and Sea sect were the same. They never thought that their Mountain Lord would be this strong. Jiang Chen was unable to advance even an inch. The sword is not bad, and the sword technique is also not bad. It's a pity that you're too weak. Liao Yunqing smiled slightly. As he turned around, he turned into an afterimage and pressed forward, making it impossible for Jiang Chen to track his figure. Chapter 3609. Liao Yun was infuriated and unparalleled. One after another, the chaotic world seal shook the heavens and the earth, forcing Jiang Chen to take a few steps back. Jiang Chen did not have the strength to fight back at all. His huge body was able to withstand most of the attacks, but Jiang Chen was not willing to fight back. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen activated the ancient soaring dragon technique and his strength rose once again, even reaching the late Divine Emperor realm. At this moment, Liao Yunqing's expression was completely solemn. After using the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Chen's aura had risen to the peak. At this moment, Liao Yunqing did not dare to underestimate him. You do have some ability. No wonder you dare to behave atrociously in my Mountain and Sea sect. Liao Yunqing stretched out his hand and an unparalleled might was displayed once again. Rays of light shot out from his hand one after another, like the wind and lightning. Mountain Moving Seal. The terrifying seals rained down once again, activating the mountains and rivers. Its might was unstoppable. Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and was struck by the unparalleled seals. He staggered 3 steps back and finally stabilized himself. Thousand Flame Destruction Thunder. As soon as Jiang Chen willed, the void changed. Bolts of heavenly lightning struck down from the sky, shocking countless experts. The heavenly lightning is not bad. It's a pity that it won't be that easy to break through my defense. Liao Yunqing sneered. He changed his wrist again and struck out a second seal. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression became extremely solemn. Ocean-filling seal. Liao Yunqing was unstoppable and his might shook the heavens and earth. Great perfection late Divine Emperor realm. Jiang Chen finally experienced the feeling of being unparalleled. As soon as the ocean-filling seal was unleashed, the clouds and mist of the 9 heavens seemed to be completely overturned by Liao Yunqing. Its momentum was unstoppable. It swallowed the heavens and earth. With a flip of his hand, it turned into clouds and rain. With the power of the ocean, it covered the surroundings. The mountains trembled, the clouds and mist soared, the ocean moved mountains and filled the sea. Jiang Chen's thousand flame destruction thunder could no longer move Liao Yunqing. In the face of this overturned ocean seal that swept thousands of miles, Jiang Chen felt as though he was facing a great enemy. Ling Yun, Longing, and even Yu silently watched this scene. Could Jiang Chen really withstand it? Wasn't this seal a little too powerful? Although it was not the power of Dao accumulation, it was comparable to the seals cast by Jiang Chen's power of Dao accumulation. Moreover, this person was a great perfection late divine emperor. Who could withstand such strength? Divine Golden Bell. Jiang Chen took out the Eastern Emperor Bell. The divine bell rose up and golden light covered the world. 100 zhang tall bell shadow floated in the sky. Jiang Chen used his arms to resist the attack. At that moment, a clear and ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resounded through the void. The 100 zhang tall bell shadow seemed to have been completely shattered. The sky was filled with shadows that covered the sun. Jiang Chen finally flew backwards. His face was pale. Even the Eastern Emperor Bell's final defense couldn't withstand this seal. To Jiang Chen, this Liao Yunqing was simply too powerful. Jiang Chen's figure shrunk as he was heavily injured. The terrifying airwave shook his body and made him feel numb. His face was solemn. The Eastern Emperor Bell in his hand seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. He fell to the bottom of the mountain and was buried by the mountain ridge. Dust flew everywhere and he was no longer breathing. Eastern Emperor Bell. You little brat, you have quite a lot of treasures in your hands. Liao Yunqing's eyes lit up. To him, this battle had consumed a lot of his energy. However, Jiang Chen was still not his opponent and was defeated. He didn't expect that the moving mountain seal would not be able to defeat him. Liao Yunqing had to use the second seal to suppress him. Jiang Chen. Ling Yun's eyes were blurred with tears. However, she was powerless. Has Jiang Chen been defeated? Where is he? Is he still alive? No, Longing, and Yu both rushed towards Liao Yunqing. They were furious. Jiang Chen was defeated and the situation was irreversible. Even if they died, they would follow him to the death. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Liao Yunqing said coldly. With a flip of his hand, he struck out with his palm. Longing, and Yu were already defeated. Jiang Chen really lost. Sigh. What a pity. A genius of a generation is destined to end like this. It really makes one sigh. I've already expected this. Jiang Chen went against the Mountain and Sea sect. How could he possibly have a good ending? The Mountain and Sea sect has a vast territory and a deep foundation. Jiang Chen is just a mortal, how could he possibly have the ability to contend against the Mountain and Sea sect? It's simply like hitting a rock with an egg. Right now, all of the people from the Mountain and Sea sect were excited. Jiang Chen had lost, and they were destined to feel proud. The Mountain and Sea sect stood tall, and they were not shaken in the slightest. The might of the Mountain Lord was unparalleled, and this was what all of them were looking forward to. No matter how peerless and profound your martial arts are, it is impossible for you to be a match for the Mountain Lord. Yang Chan sneered and said coldly. The might of the Mountain Lord is naturally not something you can match up to. I, Chu Junsong, will regret losing to you. Jiang Chen, I will remember you. In his life, the only person he had lost to was Jiang Chen. Other than him, he had never tasted defeat, but Jiang Chen was already destined to die without a burial ground. To him, Jiang Chen's success or failure was no longer important. As long as the Mountain and Sea sect did not fall, his reputation would last forever. Rumble, the mountains shook, sand and rocks flew everywhere, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Jiang Chen shot out from the dust like a shooting star, resplendent and dazzling. His power did not decrease, and his brilliance was still the same. You dare to touch my woman. Bastard, I, Jiang Chen, will definitely turn your bones into ashes. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches, flashing with a cold light. He clenched his fists tightly, wanting to defeat him was far from being that easy. A centipede, dead but not dead. Since you still want to die a happy death, I'll grant your wish. Liao Yunqing glared angrily. The mountain and sea sect was once again stirred up a frenzy. Jiang Qin was still here, Jiang Qin could still fight. Chapter 36:10. The Power of Tao Accumulation. This kid is simply abnormal. Even I can't sense the power of Tao accumulation. How could he do it? Liao Yunqing looked at Jiang Qin in shock. He had read about the power of Tao accumulation in ancient books. In the ancestral shrine of the mountain and sea sect, there was a trace of the power of Tao accumulation. However, it was the incarnation of the ancestor, the symbol of the mountain and sea sect. It was not something that anyone could touch. Liao Yunqing was extremely shocked. The power of Tao accumulation was not something that anyone could control. Although the power of Tao accumulation that Jiang Qin had displayed was very little, it was enough to make him feel anxious. This battle might not be as simple as he had imagined. Apart from Liao Yunqing, no one understood how terrifying Jiang Qin's seal was. The heavenly seal was shocking. It swept out with the power of Tao accumulation. The overturning the ocean's seal was so terrifying. It was the mountain and sea sect's great seal, but in the hands of Jiang Qin, it seemed a little weak. That was something that only Emperor realm experts were qualified to touch. The terrifying power of the Tao connotation was evident. Liao Yunqing squinted his eyes. He was getting more and more curious about Jiang Qin. Since Jiang Qin was able to unleash the power of Tao essence, he must be someone extraordinary. If he could devour Jiang Qin's power of Tao essence, he might be able to obtain an unexpected beast fire. However, Liao Yunqing did not know that the power of Tao accumulation could not be devoured. Everything was just his fantasy. The power of Tao accumulation was one's own understanding of the Great Way. Those who could not understand the Great Way, even Emperor realm experts, could not obtain the power of Tao accumulation. In the eyes of those who did not know what was going on, Jiang Qin's peerless methods had already shocked the world. However, no one knew how powerful the heavenly seal that Jiang Qin had displayed was. It seemed like a gentle breeze, but with the power of Tao accumulation, this seal made Liao Yunqing feel as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The leader of a sect is only so-so. Jiang Qin sneered as he looked down arrogantly at the sky, and he was calm and composed. As soon as he spoke, everyone was shocked. Not only Liao Yunqing, but the entire mountain and sea sect's face had suffered a great loss. Originally, he thought that once Liao Yunqing appeared, Jiang Qin would definitely surrender, but now, it seemed that this guy still had the strength to fight. I don't believe that you can stop me. You're just a mid-stage divine emperor. No matter how powerful you are, what can you do? Liao Yunqing snorted coldly. He took a step forward, and his imposing aura rose once more. The might of his fist was shocking, and it carried the might to destroy the heavens and the earth as it smashed down once more. Jiang Qin was neither fast nor slow. With a cold expression, he soared into the sky and once again engaged in a life-and-death battle with Liao Yunqing. This was a battle that concerned the honor of the mountain and sea sect, and he could not afford to lose. Liao Yunqing risked his life to defend the dignity of the mountain and sea sect, and no one could make him submit. It was not without reason that he had been able to stand tall in the central region divine land for hundreds of millions of years. The foundation of the mountain and sea sect was definitely not something a brat like him could touch. Jiang Qin stood up with his sword in hand, his sword dancing in the air with unstoppable force. Liao Yunqing charged forward, dodging the thousand flame destruction thunder one after another, and was also having a great time fighting. Great soul derivation technique, soul annihilation technique. Jiang Qin took advantage of his unpreparedness and used the soul-stealing divine art. Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. The charge between the two of them was even more terrifying than the last. Their fists shook the sky, tearing through the sky. Liao Yunqing was furious. It had to be said that under the two previous waves of suppression, the current Liao Yunqing's mentality had somewhat collapsed, and he was even suppressed by Jiang Chen in his heart. But even so, the power of his great perfection late divine emperor realm was still unstoppable. Jiang Chen used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, his aura not decreasing at all. The battle between the two was also extremely exciting. I can't lose, I can't lose, I can't lose. Chapter 36:11. Let me show you my open sky seal. Jiang Chen moved his palm and the seal changed again. The power of the Tao in his body once again poured out. Liao Yunqing was facing a great enemy. He could feel that Jiang Chen's attack was extremely terrifying. Heaven-flipping seal. Liao Yunqing did not hold back either. The mountain and sea sex peerless seal was unleashed. This seal shocked the 9 heavens. The mountain moving, sky flipping, earth flipping. The 4 symbols seal was the foundation of the mountain and sea sect. However, the sky-flipping seal was already the strongest seal that Liao Yunqing could use. At this moment, facing Jiang Chen's open sky seal, Liao Yunqing also did not know how to resist. The sky-flipping seal and the open sky seal collided, causing the surroundings to tremble. Volcanoes erupted, mountain torrents and tsunamis appeared one after another. However, Liao Yunqing was still forced back by Jiang Chen in the end. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The open sky seal had completely destroyed his sky-flipping seal. Jiang Chen, who possessed the supreme power of the Tao, was even stronger. This seal could be said to have caused Liao Yunqing to suffer greatly. Mountain Lord, are we really going to lose? No. This is impossible. Many people of the mountain and sea sect did not want to believe it, but Liao Yunqing had indeed been sent flying by Jiang Chen. His injuries were serious, and he even looked at Jiang Chen with some bewilderment. Jiang Chen was also not feeling well, but compared to Liao Yunqing, he was much stronger. This seal had used up all of Jiang Chen's power of the Tao. With a supreme might, he looked down on the world. Liao Yunqing was defeated miserably and was heavily injured. At this moment, the mountain and sea sect was in a state of turmoil. Liao Yunqing's heart was also like a huge wave washing away the sand. He was shocked and inconsolable, like a surging river. Jiang Chen's terror had exceeded his expectations. He never thought that he would be defeated by Jiang Chen in the end. Blood continuously flowed from the corner of his mouth, but it could not compare to the bitterness in his heart. The dignified mountain master of the mountain and sea sect, a famous expert in the central region divine land, had lost to an unknown brat. To him, this was a great humiliation. Defeat was defeat, there was no reason for it. It was just that his skills were not as good as others, and his cultivation was still a bit lacking. Now that his strength had been damaged, it was even more embarrassing. The mountain and sea sect's reputation had already been completely ruined. Liao Yunqing took a deep breath. At this time, he had to admit that he was suppressed by Jiang Chen alone. It seemed that this battle would be very difficult. The mountain and sea sect is such trash, and you are also such trash. What else is there to say? Today, I will take Ling Yun away. What can you do to me? Jiang Chen took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, he broke the seal that was binding Ling Yun. Jiang Chen pulled Ling Yun into his embrace. At that moment, many people even felt relaxed for Jiang Chen. Was Jiang Chen wrong? He was not wrong. For the sake of his beloved, he did not hesitate to risk his life and become the enemy of the entire world. He was only doing this for his beloved. If even this was wrong, then how could there be true love in this world? Ling Yun's eyes were filled with deep emotions as she silently looked at Jiang Qin. This man who had been in her dreams for decades had finally come to save her. Ling Yun was worried for him. At this moment, he had become an expert that was the enemy of the entire world. Standing by her side and shielding her from the wind and rain, who knew how many women dreamed of it. Ling Yun's heart was a little complicated, but she was still on Jiang Chen's side. After all, she had stayed in the mountain and sea sect for decades. To her, she still had some feelings. After all, the reason why she was able to have her current strength and cultivation was closely related to the mountain and sea sect. Master, I'm sorry. I have to leave. From now on, I have nothing to do with the mountain and sea sect. As a teacher, I will respect you as my teacher, but please respect my choice. I guarantee that Jiang Qin will not kill the innocent. From now on, we will not owe each other anything. Ling Yun looked at Liao Yunxing and said in a low voice. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings, and she did not know if what she had done was right. However, to the mountain and sea sect, Jiang Qin had made a huge mistake, because he had caused chaos in the entire mountain and sea sect, causing everyone to be incomparably furious. Every single flower and blade of grass in the mountain and sea sect seemed to be filled with hostility towards Jiang Qin. A peerless sect was forced to retreat by Jiang Qin again and again. The genius disciples could not do it, the three elders could not do it, and in the end, even the mountain lord of the mountain and sea sect was defeated. From this, it could be seen how powerful Jiang Qin was. The mountain and sea sect wished that they could cut Jiang Qin into 1,000 pieces, but now, Jiang Qin was fearless. He used his own strength to prove that he could cover the sky with one hand. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Do you really think that you are invincible in my mountain and sea sect? You want to leave? How could there be such a good thing in this world? Ling Yun, you are just one of my chess pieces. What right do you have to command all of this? Don't worry, none of you will be able to leave this place alive. Liao Yunxing Lang said as he sneered. Ling Yun was incomparably bitter as she looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin hugged her tightly and shook his head. Since they don't want to let me go, then I'll stay in the mountain and sea sect and help you teach your disciples a lesson. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Although I, Liao Yunxing, am not your match, do you really think that you are invincible in this world? What a whimsical fellow. The Central Region Divine Land is not a place where you can act so presumptuously. Liao Yunxing said silently, his face ashen. Jiang Qin frowned. This Liao Yunxing seemed to have a hidden meaning behind his words. Brother Shangwan, it's time for you to appear. This junior brother of yours does have some ability. It seems like it won't be easy for my mountain and sea sect to destroy him with one hand. Liao Yunxing's words caused Jiang Qin and even the entire mountain and sea sect to become serious. Shangwan Hongyan. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. Lang looked at the sky in the distance. A golden-robed middle-aged man slowly walked over, followed by 4 mid-divine emperor stage experts. Their strength was not ordinary. At this moment, Shangwan Hongyan's strength was much stronger than before, and was even comparable to Liao Yunxing's. This caused Jiang Qin to be extremely puzzled. How could this guy's strength increase so quickly? Back then, when he fought with him twice, he wasn't this strong. Are you surprised? Ha ha ha, I also have another identity, Silver Mountain Chao's chief alchemist. You shouldn't be too shocked by this identity. What you saw before was just a puppet refined by my clone, with a wisp of my soul attached. It's a pity that I failed on the verge of success, and was unable to retrieve the inheritance of the god of crafts for me. This time, you should not be able to escape this calamity, right? Shangwan Hongyan's expression was cold and her smile was elegant, causing everyone to be shocked. Silver Mountain Bridge's chief alchemist, looks like you've really schemed, Shangwan Hongyan. Chapter 36:12. Jiang Chen's mind was heavy. He never thought that this Shangguan Hongyan would actually be so terrifying. So it turned out that he had been hiding himself all along, and even though he had fought twice, it was not his original body, but a puppet that he had refined using his soul. Even Jiang Chen did not realize that this fellow actually had such a terrifying background, and was on par with the Mountain and Sea sect. Silver Shanqiao's title as the chief alchemist was enough to scare off countless people. Moreover, Silver Shanqiao and the Mountain and Sea sect had joined hands to deal with him. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed like his mouth was not only talking about the slaughter pagoda. Would the people of the Baji sect come knocking on his door soon? Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. Everyone held their breaths and silently watched this scene. In their eyes, Jiang Chen would not be able to escape today. After all, he had offended the Mountain and Sea sect, and even the head alchemist of Silver Mountain Qiao, Shangguan Hongyan. This was simply a dead end. I have to say, isn't this all thanks to that dead old thing? If it wasn't for him, why would I have to do this? If he had given me the inheritance back then, why would he be like this now? Isn't it all for the inheritance of the god of craftsmen that we take revenge on each other? Do you think everyone likes to fight and kill? At the beginning of man, his nature was good. We were just forced to do so. If we could live a peaceful life, who would be willing to wander about? The affairs of the world are unpredictable, so we can only continue to improve and change ourselves. Otherwise, you will be eliminated by this world. Only those who are alive have the right to speak. Only those who stand at the peak can look down on the beauty of this world. Shangguan Hongyan smiled slightly. He was calm and unruffled. In this endless mountain range, he was like a bright pearl that illuminated the sky, incomparably bewitching. He was the lost pearl of the heavens. No one dared to underestimate Shangguan Hongyan, a weapon-refining Grand Master. Even the Mountain Lord of the Mountain and Sea sect, Liao Yunxing, did not dare to be negligent, and treated Shangguan Hongyan as an equal. A weapon-refining Grand Master like Shangguan Hongyan was definitely one of the most terrifying Grandmasters in the God realm. To put it nicely, isn't it selfish? Master's kindness to you is as heavy as a mountain, yet you let him be so bitterly disappointed. How can you face the heavens and the earth? Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sneer. In the end, this Shangguan Hongyan was just finding an excuse for him to clear his name as a traitor. However, in Jiang Chen's heart, this fellow would forever be a cruel and unscrupulous bastard. Even though he was revered by so many people now, and had a sanctimonious appearance, it still could not change the insanity and shamelessness in his bones. It was truly heart-wrenching. You don't understand at all. If that old man doesn't die, I will never be able to stand out. His kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain, and that's just what he said, right? He has never taught me the true art of artifact forging. He has always treated me coldly and has always ordered me around. Why should I submit to him? Only with his death will I have the chance to make a name for myself. Now, why would I, Shangguan Hongyan, fear anyone? In the Central Plains divine land, my reputation is no less than his. Let's not talk about the kindness from back then. From what I can see, he only has hatred for me. He has no kindness. You have never lived under his shadow. You will never understand how cold and lonely that feeling is. You have no rights, no reputation. You can only be a shadow. Even if you are a shadow, you are an insignificant existence. By his side, I am not even as good as a dog. People strive for higher places, while water flows to lower places. This is human nature. This is what choice you make. Don't look down on me like you are a supreme being. You don't have the qualifications. If you don't look out for yourself, the heavens will destroy you. This is my, Shangguan Hongyan's, motto. No one can order me around, not even the heavens. Not to mention the person who trampled me under his feet. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, I can only punish you. You haven't even conquered the Central Plains divine land, yet you want to look down on the heavens. Do you really think that the people of the Central Plains are fools? Shangguan Hongyan shook her head and said. Jiang Chen was already at her wits' end. The battle with the mountain and sea sect was his final battle. Looks like I won't be able to escape today. Jiang Chen Lang stared at Shangguan Hongyan. Master's great enmity had not been avenged yet, but this fellow was still trying to smear his master's name. He was simply shameless. Master's kindness is greater than the heavens. Not only are you not grateful to Master, you are even slandering him like this. You are truly an extremely shameless fellow. Describing you as a wolf and a dog doesn't seem to be enough to satisfy the anger in my heart. You are not worthy of being Master's disciple. Without Master, how could you have achieved what you have today? You didn't even think about it in your heart. Instead, you felt that it was natural, that the entire world owed you. It was truly disgusting. A person like you is destined to be heartless and die alone. If you die, there will be no one to collect your corpse. Shangguan Hongyan, you are the scum of my sect. Today, I must clean up the sect. Avenge Master, in this central region divine land, isn't it up to you, Shangguan Hongyan, to say what you want? Jiang Chen pointed her sword at Shangguan Hongyan and shouted. The great battle was about to begin. Ha ha ha, good. Who knows who will be the one to clean up the sect? Shangguan Hongyan laughed. Brother Liao, in today's battle, if you and I join hands, killing this brat shouldn't be a problem, right? With Brother Shangguan making a move, with the combined strength of the two of us, there will definitely be no problem. This arrogant disciple should have been brought to justice a long time ago. I want to see how he will escape from my mountain and sea sect today. Liao Yunqing also gritted his teeth as he looked at Jiang Chen. Right now, he could no longer care about anything else. As long as he could kill Jiang Chen and return peace to his mountain and sea sect, then today's matter would come to an end. Otherwise, if he were to escape, it would probably damage the reputation of the mountain and sea sect even more. With Shangguan Hongyan here, if the two of them worked together, Jiang Chen would definitely not be a match for them. No matter how peerless his talent was, it would be impossible for him to escape from the palms of the two of them. Come, let me see just what kind of methods you sanctimonious people have to look forward to. Chapter 36:13. You're courting death, I'll show you how weak you are. Shangguan Hongyan struck out with his palm, causing the mountain to explode and the wind to blow. Jiang Chen held his blade in front of him and struck out with his sword, causing the wind and clouds to converge. Liao Yunqing immediately rushed towards Jiang Chen with a solemn expression. He did not dare to be careless and joined hands with Shangguan Hongyan to suppress Jiang Chen. Only in this way could they kill Jiang Chen in one go. Moving the mountain seal. Liao Yunqing's energy surged like a rainbow. Although he was seriously injured, for the sake of the mountain and sea sect, and for his own honor, he didn't hold back at all. Shangguan Hongyan was even more so. She looked calm and collected, but there was a hidden killing intent. Jiang Chen didn't dare to counterattack. Thunder God's guards. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and clenched his fist. 9 lightning god guards stepped out from the void. All of them were at the peak of the mid-divine emperor realm. As the lightning god guards in the past, they were once emperor realm experts. After Jiang Chen erased their imprints and refined them again, they were now even stronger than before. The lightning god guard's ferocious aura swept across the battlefield and joined the battle together with Jiang Chen. What terrifying puppets! Liao Yunqing and Shangguan Hongyan's expression changed. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to have such a trump card. The terrifying puppets of the Thunder God's guards were all battle-hardened. Even their attacks couldn't kill the Thunder God's guards. Liao Yuxing and Shengguan Hongyan couldn't do anything to those fearless puppets. The mid-divine emperor realm experts behind Shengguan Hongyan did not want to be outdone as well. They joined forces with the three great elders of the Mountain Sea sect who were prepared for this. However, the Lightning God's guards were too terrifying. Jiang Chen and the Lightning God's guards were supporting each other. With just a thought, 9 Lightning God's guards appeared in front of Jiang Chen. There was no danger at all. Liao Yunxing and Shengguan Hongyan's expression became serious. These Lightning God's guards were like Jiang Chen's guardians. They could not get close to Jiang Chen and could even kill him. Damn it! How could this guy refine such terrifying puppets? Shengguan Hongyan was annoyed. He felt that the puppets were refined by Jiang Chen himself. Maybe it was left behind by the craftsman god. Therefore, he was even more furious. Let's deal with the Thunder God's guards first. Jiang Chen sneered. The Thunder God's guards were like a tiger that had grown wings. Even Shengguan Hongyan and Liao Yunxing couldn't do anything to him. Instead, the elders of the Mountain and Sea sect and Shengguan Hongyan's people were having a hard time. Let's go. Even if it's a battle of life and death, we can't fall behind. Ling Yun's eyes turned cold. She was disheartened by the Mountain and Sea sect. She didn't have a sense of belonging anymore. The Mountain and Sea sect was nothing to her man. All right. You aren't longing, or didn't want to be outdone. The three of them soared into the sky and faced the 3 elders of the Mountain and Sea sect fearlessly. The battle was still going on. The Thunder God's guards made Jiang Chen invincible. The situation wasn't looking good for the Mountain and Sea sect. Isn't this Jiang Chen a little too abnormal? Where did this guy come from? He's so strong. I've never heard of such a powerful genius in the Central Region Divine Land before. Sigh, it's true that the new generation excels the old, each stronger than the last. Jiang Chen's means are amazing. Each of the 9 puppets is as strong as the elders of the Mountain and Sea sect. Some of them are even stronger than the elders of the Mountain and Sea sect. Jiang Chen dares to challenge the Mountain and Sea sect. Chapter 36:14. The Dragon Rider Heavenly Guard fought 1 against 10, domineering and awe-inspiring. The Thunder God Guard and Jiang Chen fought against 2 great perfection late Divine Emperor realm experts together. This battle had already quietly begun, and could be said to be the most terrifying battle in the entire Central Region Divine Land in the past 1,000,000 years. When had the Mountain and Sea sect ever suffered such provocation? Good, good, good. What a good Jiang Chen. Today, I, Liao Yunxing, will not rest until I kill you. Liao Yunxing was incomparably indignant. The world was in chaos, and the Mountain and Sea sect was shaken. This time, it could be said to be the true battle of the century. Didn't you want to kill me from the very beginning? Do I have to welcome you with a smile? Do I have to wash my neck and wait? A bunch of idiots. Today, I, Jiang Chen, will start a massacre. Let's see who can stop me. The limitless sword was once again unleashed. Jiang Chen and the 9 Thunder God Guards were connected, and they did not leave each other's side at all. They fought against Shengguan Hongyan and Liao Yunxing, advancing step by step, attacking and defending at the same time. This guy is simply a mad dog. I never thought that he would have so many tricks up his sleeves. Shengguan Hongyan's face was gloomy and stern. The palm technique in her hand was like a clap of thunder as she continuously struck out. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. With the protection of the 9 Thunder God Guards, he was not afraid at all. Since he had already reached this step, he had to turn the entire Mountain and Sea sect upside down. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth turned cold. The Thunder God Guard and the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guard could be said to have caused them to be in a terrible situation. However, the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guard was indeed a little overstretched when facing over 100 Divine Emperor Realm experts. Even so, to Jiang Qin, it was no big deal, because he was already brewing an even bigger scheme. Since this Liao Yunqing had already pulled in all the people from the mountain and sea sect, why should he be polite to him? When the nest is overturned, how can there be an intact egg? Since your entire mountain and sea sect has come out in full force, don't blame me for killing without spilling blood. At this moment, Jiang Qin had already started to engage in guerrilla warfare with Liao Yunqing and Shengguan Hongyan. He didn't fight them head-on at all. That was because he was gradually setting up the Azura sword formation. Once the Azura sword formation was complete, Jiang Qin would kill both Shengguan Hongyan and Liao Yunqing within the formation. The hundreds and thousands of people who were fighting would definitely not have a good ending. They would die even more miserably. Benevolence was the epitaph of the benevolent. In the face of his enemies, Jiang Qin usually did not have the slightest bit of benevolence. He would kill as many as he could. These bastards who could threaten him, his family, and his friends all deserved to die. Jiang Qin quietly set up the formation while entertaining Shengguan Hongyan and Liao Yunqing. It could be said that it was quite difficult. His situation was worrying, and he had suffered a blow. But even so, he was still tenacious. The 9 Thunder God Guards protected him. In a battle of life and death, there was no room for carelessness. Jiang Qin roared angrily. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Holding the 5 Thunder Edict in his hand, at that moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Thunder boomed and countless bolts of heavenly lightning descended from the sky. The heavenly lightning in Jiang Qin's hands was finally put to use. Compared to when Little Thunder God used the 5 Thunder Edict, it was not inferior in any way. Terrifying heavenly lightning filled the sky. Between the tens of thousands of mountains, Shengguan Hongyan and Liao Yunqing were also facing a great enemy. Facing Jiang Qin's terrifying crushing power, the two of them also displayed the supreme divine might of the great perfection late Divine Emperor realm. Streams of yuan qi protected their bodies. Facing the heavenly lightning, they did not dare to underestimate it at all. This bastard, he actually has such a terrifying technique. Liao Yunqing complained incessantly. His current strength had been greatly reduced and he was injured. Facing the supreme heavenly lightning again, he was already in great pain. He clenched his teeth and persevered. He was afraid that if he failed, it would bring about the destruction of the mountain and sea sect. As long as he was defeated, it would be a fatal blow to the entire mountain and sea sect. Therefore, he must not be defeated. Soul-gathering divine palm. Shengguan Hongyan was infuriated. The heavenly lightning above his head made him depressed. At this moment, he was finally going to make a comeback. Golden palms filled the sky, constantly bombarding the heavenly lightning. The palm technique was like a god, making it difficult for Jiang Qin to move forward. Even the 5 Thunder Edict could not completely defeat Shengguan Hongyan. It was enough to show how terrifying this guy was. On the other side, Ling Yun and the other two were evenly matched against Yang Chan and the other two. Although Ling Yun and the others were not supremacies, the 3 old fellows had been seriously injured by Jiang Qin. Now, Ling Yun and the others had a slight upper hand. Jiang Qin was extremely excited. Shengguan Hongyan and Liao Yunqing had forced him to retreat. However, at that moment, just as Jiang Qin was about to activate the Azura sword array, 2 shadows broke through the sky and crushed down. Shengguan Hongyan and Liao Yunqing's expressions changed. Ha ha ha, Mountain Master, I'm Jiang Huaiyu from the Galaxy Master Sect. I'm here to help you. I hope you won't blame me for coming here unannounced. Jiang Huaiyu's face was filled with excitement as he stared at Jiang Qin. The corners of his mouth curled into a feminine smile. Behind him, there were two mid-stage divine emperor realm elders. They were extremely powerful. Jiang Huayu from the Galaxy Master sect. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy as he sneered in his heart. There was a path to heaven, but you refused to take it. Instead, you came to hell. It seemed like you ran away unknowingly last time. Now, you're afraid that you've lived too long in this world. Galaxy Master sect. Liao Yunqing's heart skipped a beat. He had also heard that this junior from the Galaxy Master sect was quite powerful. It was said that he was not inferior to Chu Junsong from the Mountain and Sea sect. He had not expected that he would actually attack Jiang Chen this time. It seemed like this fellow had made a lot of enemies. He had even offended the Galaxy Master sect. Good, good, good. Today, I came to help the Mountain and Sea sect get rid of a remnant like Jiang Chen. It's a wonderful thing. I can't thank you enough. After I kill this bastard, I'll definitely pay a visit to the Galaxy Master sect if I have the chance. Liao Yunqing said in a low voice as he looked at Jiang Huayu. Jiang Huayu nodded slightly. He was also filled with fighting spirit towards Jiang Chen. He had almost died at his hands previously. Now, it seemed like it was karma. It was finally his turn to take revenge. Jiang Chen, Jiang Huayu, am also here to join in the fun. I just don't know how long you can last. Ha! Jiang Huayu's eyes were like torches and his killing intent was like a rainbow. Although the Galaxy Master sect was slightly weaker than the Mountain and Sea sect, it was not to be underestimated. Now, Jiang Huayu had brought two experts with him to give Jiang Chen a fatal blow. It seems like you really want to take revenge for the smallest grievance. I shouldn't have let you escape back then. Jiang Chen sneered. Is that so? If it weren't for Tantai Jingzang, you might have died back then. Don't say it so easily. I want to see how you deal with today's battle. Chapter 36:15. What a reckless fellow. It seems like you are in a hurry to die. I can't do anything about it. Jiang Chen Lang said coldly. Count me in. The witchcraft cloud sect must not fall behind. A roar shook the 9 heavens again. A middle-aged man in armor slowly descended, making Liao Yunqing's eyes light up. No one knew better than him who this person was. He was the sect master of the witchcraft cloud sect, Wu Luiyuan. Ha ha ha. Sect Master Wu, are you here to help me deal with Jiang Chen? Liao Yunqing's expression gradually relaxed. He was like a completely different person from before. Because the Galaxy Master sect and the Witchcraft Cloud sect had taken action one after another, he was more confident about this battle. Although Shangwan Hongyan's expression was cold, she was slightly relieved. With so many experts here, Jiang Chen's death was already set in stone. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, that's right. This bastard has an irreconcilable feud with the Witchcraft Cloud sect. If the Galaxy Master sect's nephew had not told me, I wouldn't have known that the genius disciple of the Witchcraft Cloud sect, Wu Changjiang, had died at the hands of Jiang Chen. Today, I will definitely fight him to the death. Wu Luiyuan shouted, his voice shaking the heavens. Countless people from the Mountain and Sea sect were also excited. Jiang Chen was not only an enemy of the Mountain and Sea sect, but also of the Galaxy Master sect and the Witchcraft Cloud sect. It seemed like he had reached the point where he was hated by both men and gods. How can the Ghost Pill sect fall behind? Little bastard, you have killed countless people from the Ghost Pill sect. Today, I, the Divine Hawk Ghost Mother, will teach you a lesson. Do you really think that there is no one in the Ghost Pill sect? A stooped old man with a sinister look in his eyes was wearing a black robe. He looked very sinister and cunning, filled with a strange feeling. Since the Divine Hawk Ghost Mother is here, Jiang Chen will definitely die in this battle. Wu Luoyuan looked at the ghost mother condor. The ghost mother condor snorted coldly. She did not care how many people were around her. She only had one goal, which was to kill Jiang Qin to avenge the deaths of so many talented disciples and elders of the Ghost Elixir sect. Heavens, how many people has this Jiang Qin offended? That's almost half of the forces in the Central Plains Divine Land. Has Jiang Qin offended all of them? This guy really deserves 1,000 knives. So many people are pointing their knives at him. It seems that no one can change the situation of Jiang Chen's certain death in today's battle. This is called retribution. When this bastard offended people back then, he should have thought of this day. It's not that the time for retribution hasn't come yet. Now that the time has come, even the Heavenly Emperor won't be able to save him. At this moment, Jiang Chen's situation could be said to be a certain death situation. Many people shook their heads and sighed at him. So many experts appeared at the same time with only one goal, which was to kill Jiang Qin. How many people had he offended? This was what it meant to make the whole world his enemy. Ling Yun and the others looked at each other, they were more and more worried. Even though these people seemed to be very determined, with Sheng Wan Hongyan and Liao Yunqing taking the lead, they surrounded Jiang Qin. Even if Jiang Qin had the strength of the 9 heavens, he would not be able to turn the tide. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. His Ashura sword formation had yet to be completed. Once the Ashura sword formation was unleashed, it would be a life or death battle. Although the 4 heavenly lightnings might be able to severely injure Sheng Wan Hongyan and the others, it would still be difficult to kill them all. After all, there were too many people here, and none of them were easy to deal with. Only the Ashura sword formation had the chance to trap and kill all of them. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, Jiang Qin, the only way out for you now is to surrender yourself and listen to your orders. Otherwise, you will be completely wiped out. Moreover, you should think about those beauties around you, right? Maybe after you die, they will be able to live a happy life with me. Jiang Huayu waved his feather fan and said with a smile. Jiang Qin was dead and the 3 beauties were his. He believed that the Mountain Sea Sect's Mountain Lord would not stop him. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox, you're dreaming. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Even though he was facing so many experts, he was still fearless. You don't know what's good for you. You're still so arrogant. Do you really think that no one in this world can deal with you? Wu Luoyuan said disdainfully. He came here because he took a long time. However, he had to come. After all, Jiang Chen had killed Wu Changjiang of the Witch Cloud sect. Wu Changjiang was a disciple that he had carefully cultivated for countless years. However, he was killed by Jiang Qin in the end. How could he not be angry? He knew that these people had already killed Jiang Qin. However, if he did not kill Jiang Qin with his own hands, the anger in his heart would not be quenched. Fate is what it is. Accept it, Jiang Qin. I'm going to taste fresh meat today. I haven't eaten the meat of a divine emperor realm expert for a long time. Condor Ghost Mother said with a cold smile. Her eyes were like torches. She seemed to regard Jiang Qin as her delicious dinner. You can survive the sins of God, but you can't survive the sins of your own making. Today, you're going to reap what you sow, Jiang Qin, I'll kill you. Liao Yunqing roared furiously and took the lead. He went straight to Jiang Qin. Everyone was not willing to be outdone. They attacked one after another. Even if Jiang Qin had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be difficult for him to fight against so many experts. For Jiang Qin, this was a situation where he had a slim chance of survival. Alright, come on then. How many people do you have? I, Jiang Qin, will take all of you. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth. He was outnumbered. He had to use all his strength to arrange the last 8 dark swords. He could only use the Ashura sword formation after completing all of them. Otherwise, the sword formation could not be activated. Then, Jiang Chen would have to say goodbye to this world. Jiang Chen took a step back in order to advance. He would rather be beaten up than to fight back under the attacks of so many people. Ling Yun and the others were crying. Jiang Chen was in a passive position. He took a few steps back as if he was a rat crossing the street. In the eyes of Long Ying, and Yu, the incomparable hero in their hearts had suffered such a blow. They were so heartbroken that they could not breathe. Big brother, you must hold on. Yu Er's face was full of tears. The bloodstains on Jiang Chen's body turned into rays of red light that filled the sky. It made them feel as if their hearts were being cut by knives. Jiang Chen would rather be attacked crazily than turn back. It was because he wanted to arrange the last part of the sword formation. At this moment, after receiving another palm from Wu Luoyuan, Jiang Chen vomited blood. His muscles and bones were broken. However, the last part of the sword formation was completed. The Ashura sword formation was formed by 108 primordial artifacts. This was the first time that Jiang Chen had used it. Chapter 36:16. Ling Yun, Yue, and Long Ying all looked at Jiang Chen silently. They swore to fight to the death, to be heroes. If Jiang Chen really fell, none of them would live alone. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was their sky, their everything. Shengwan Hongyan's strength, Liao Yunqing's tyranny, and the many experts working together to defeat the enemy had forced Jiang Chen into a desperate situation. He was forced to retreat with every move, unable to fight back at all. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He had already lost the ability to fight back, and if this continued, he was already on the verge of death. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, his body dripping with blood. Shengwan Hongyan, Liao Yunqing, Wu Luoyuan, the divine eagle ghost mother, and Jiang Huaiyu all used all their techniques. Under the encirclement of so many experts, Jiang Chen was unable to move an inch. But at this moment, Jiang Chen finally finished setting up the Ashura sword formation. The power of the 108 primordial origin treasures was finally going to be fully witnessed. Your death is already fated, Jiang Huaiyu sneered and said disdainfully. Jiang Huaiyu sneered and said disdainfully. With a flip of his palm, a giant chain of spirit qi appeared, like an iron chain crossing a river, putting Jiang Chen in a difficult position. Go to hell. Wu Luoyuan took advantage of the situation to pursue and kill Jiang Chen as well. Accompanied by the divine eagle ghost mother's feminine howls, it was like a withered claw that stretched out from hell, tearing through the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and Jiang Chen had nowhere to retreat. With the desperate pursuit of Shengwan Hongyan and Liao Yunqing, Jiang Chen was already trapped. His life and death were only a matter of a thought. Ashura sword formation, activate. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches, his killing intent surging. These people all wanted his life, so he would definitely not be polite to them. Did they really think that Jiang Chen was someone to be trifled with? Jiang Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were like a raging fire. At this moment, he was going to start a massacre. He was going to turn the entire mountain and Sea sect into a living hell. With so many experts gathered here, even Jiang Chen wasn't sure how strong and terrifying the Ashura sword formation formed by the 108 primal origin treasures would be. Until now, Jiang Chen still didn't know how strong and terrifying it would be. However, Jiang Chen was very clear that the 108 peak primordial divine weapons were enough to kill a mid-divine emperor expert. Now, the Ashura sword formation should be even more powerful. Although it was just a guess, Jiang Chen was very confident in himself and the Ashura sword formation. A rain of lightning swords descended from the sky in all directions, enveloped by Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation. Hundreds of divine emperor experts had a change in expression as they looked up into the sky. Their bodies trembled violently. This rain of lightning swords was simply the scythe of death from hell, harvesting everyone's lives. Early divine emperor experts did not even have the slightest ability to fight back. As long as they were pierced by the three-sword rain, they would die without a doubt. Rays of light filled the air, illuminating the entire mountain and sea sect. The 100,000 mountains seemed to be unable to withstand the merciless rain of swords. The 10,000 swords returned to their origin, sweeping through everything before them. The rain of swords swept across the land, leaving no room for buffer. Jiang Chen kept Ling Yun and the rest into the Zulong Tower, as well as the Thunder God Guard and the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guard, surrounding all the experts of the mountain and sea sect. Why is this happening? This sword rain is simply too terrifying. I don't want to die, no. Who could possibly defend against that? This is practically hell. Impossible, this is impossible. How could this guy have such a terrifying method? This Jiang Chen is too abnormal, isn't he? This is a fucking death formation. Mountain Lord, save me. The faces of countless people from the mountain and sea sect were filled with despair. In less than 10 breaths of time, more than 30 divine emperor experts had fallen. Their souls had been destroyed, and they had been pierced into sieves by the endless rain of swords. Their flesh and blood were badly mutilated, causing people to tremble in fear. Brother Shangwan, this junior brother of yours is too overbearing. This sword formation is simply fatal. Liao Yunqing's face was ashen. Dozens of divine emperor experts had fallen into a pool of blood. They were the pillars of the mountain and sea sect, and with so many people dying, his heart was bleeding. The entire mountain and sea sect had already fallen into a state of panic. Jiang Chen's tyrannical sword formation was like a reaper of death, and no one could withstand it. Not only them, even Jiang Huayu, Wu Luoyuan and the others were facing a great enemy, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. More and more swords rained down, and every sword seemed to come from the heavens. Even mid-divine emperor experts could not withstand 10 swords. Bastard, this guy is simply a madman. He wants to kill all of us. Jiang Huayu said angrily. His roar was like thunder, but no one answered him, because the divine emperor experts of the mountain and sea sect were already shouting and killing, filled with sorrow, despair, and deathly silence. Everyone felt as if the god of death had descended. In less than 20 breaths of time, more than half of the divine emperor experts of the mountain and sea sect had died. Liao Yunqing's heart sank to the bottom. To the entire mountain and sea sect, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? Most importantly, not only had they suffered such humiliation, but more than half of the divine emperor experts had also been killed. They were the foundation of the mountain and sea sect, the cornerstone of the sect. In this way, the strength of the mountain and sea sect would definitely be greatly reduced, and they might even become a sect like the Galaxy Master sect. This was the greatest blow that the mountain and sea sect had suffered in the past million years. Shangwan Hongyan's face was deathly pale. He and Liao Yunqing were the strongest amongst them, but this terrifying rain of lightning swords still caused them to suffer unspeakably. In fact, no matter how many more swords rained down, even they would be exhausted and die. Furthermore, the rain of swords was so pervasive that it caused them to feel despair. One had to know that their strength had already reached the great perfection late divine emperor realm. Chapter 36:17. Jiang Chen is simply too terrifying. This guy is a super freak. I don't want to have anything to do with this guy in this life. Yeah, he didn't use such a technique during the Joust for a Spouse event. Otherwise, I reckon that everyone here would have died. Fortunately, we are not from the mountain and sea sect. Look, there are only a fifth of the mountain and sea sect's divine emperor realm experts left. There are only about 20 people who are still alive, but it seems that they won't be able to hold on for much longer. Those who were watching from afar were still filled with lingering fear. They did not participate in the battle, but even watching from afar, they were still filled with shock. Jiang Chen had single-handedly created a peerless sword formation to fight against the entire mountain and sea sect. No, it should be said that half of the experts in the Central Region Divine Land, the Witch Cloud sect, the Ghost Pill sect, and the Galaxy Master sect had all joined in. Even the chief alchemist of Silver Mountain Joe was no exception. However, the final result was shocking. For those who were not involved, today was their lucky day. Jiang Chen had used a peerless method to seal off the mountain and sea sect, causing the entire mountain and sea sect to cry out in despair. Almost none of the Divine Emperor realm experts were spared. Gradually, there were only a few left. This was a disastrous epic battle for the entire Central Region Divine Land. Jiang Chen's name would definitely spread throughout the Central Region Divine Land, because he had massacred the mountain and sea sect. That was the most shocking thing. Who was Jiang Chen? Not long after, everyone in the Central Region Divine Land would know about it. The Azura sword formation's momentum was vast and majestic. Countless swords rained down from the sky in an unstoppable manner. It was impossible for them to withstand its sharpness. At this moment, Ling Yun and the others who were in the Zulong Tower finally let go of their worries. Their faces were full of sweat. They initially thought that Jiang Chen had lost all his tricks. But in the end, he was still able to laugh till the end. The Ashura sword formation was terrifying. Without a peak divine emperor or even a half-step emperor realm expert, it was impossible to resist it. No one below the emperor realm could rival it. Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. For Jiang Chen, supporting such a vast Ashura sword formation and 108 primordial spirit weapons was an indescribable burden. In almost 30 breaths, he had already used up most of his divine spirit qi. Although the myriad qi body was constantly recovering, it was still a drop in the bucket. The time that Jiang Chen could support was getting shorter and shorter. Shengguan Hongyan and Liao Yunxing looked at each other. Their only chance now was to join forces to fight against the enemy. If they continued to fight on their own at this time, it was very likely that they would be completely annihilated. It was incomparably sad. Even Shengguan Hongyan felt the danger of death. Therefore, they had to work together. Only then would they be able to preserve a chance of survival. Let's attack together. This is our only chance. Shengguan Hongyan shouted angrily. Liao Yunxing and the remaining 8 divine emperor realm experts of the mountain and sea sect, as well as Jiang Huayu, the divine eagle ghost mother and Wu Luoyuan, all nodded their heads. They knew what Shengguan Hongyan was thinking at this moment. Over 100 divine emperor realm experts had died, and the mountain and sea sect was almost completely annihilated. The mountain and sea sect was no different from being destroyed. All of the core forces, the pillars of strength, were all here. Out of the 100 divine emperor realm experts, only 8 remained, and they were all on the verge of death. They could be killed by the endless rain of swords at any time, and their mountain and sea sect was destined to become a second-rate sect in the Central Region Divine Land. However, for now, they had to join hands to fight against the enemy and the Ashura sword formation. Now was not the time for Liao Yunxing to be sad, because they were still far from being out of danger, so they could only take one step at a time. With Liao Yunxing and Shengguan Hongyan in the lead, everyone joined hands and formed a defensive energy light shadow to resist the rain of lightning swords that came from all directions. At this moment, they finally felt a glimmer of hope, because with their combined strength, the energy barrier was already able to block most of the rain of swords. As for the rest, they only needed to be careful, and they would be able to steadily socialize. Shengguan Hongyan looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also looked exhausted, and was definitely at the end of his rope. With such a large Ashura sword formation, the amount of energy consumed would definitely be unimaginable, so he guessed that Jiang Chen would definitely be able to hold on for a limited amount of time. As long as we persevere, this kid definitely won't be able to hold on for too long. Shengguan Hongyan had already seen through Jiang Chen, and the corners of his mouth curled into a trace of nervousness. Although at this moment, they had blocked Jiang Chen's rain of swords, but if this continued, it would be difficult for everyone to escape death, and he felt that there was no exception. However, he knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. Even if he could hold on for half an incense stick of time, he would definitely die. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? A bunch of arrogant fellows. If I could hold on for another 30 breaths of time, why would I need to go through so much trouble? Jiang Chen's eyes gradually narrowed, but now, as long as he could hold on for another 5 breaths of time, Jiang Chen was confident that he would be able to give them a fatal blow. 5 stars battle formation technique. Jiang Chen held his blade horizontally, his eyes like torches, and activated the 5 stars battle formation technique. At that moment, the entire sky was filled with flames, and the sword light was like rain, turning into a rain of fire meteors that descended. The sky was filled with incomparably resplendent light, as if it could blind a person's eyes. The expressions of Shengguan Hongyan and the rest suddenly changed. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would actually be able to upgrade the formation once again? This was simply insane. You madman! Shengguan Hongyan said while trembling. The rain of sparks had already torn apart their defenses, and each breath was more terrifying than the last. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The spectators all retreated out of the Tsang mountain, and the entire mountain and sea sect had completely turned into a living hell. The Great Elder, the Second Elder, the Third Elder, and the last few experts of the mountain and sea sect had all fallen. 10,000 swords had pierced through their hearts, and the divine eagle ghost mother was no exception. Amidst a series of strange cries, she became incomparably miserable, and turned into a pool of blood. No! Jiang Huaiyu was filled with despair, but even Jiang Chen himself was slightly speechless when he used the Azura sword formation under the battle formation technique. Wasn't this too terrifying? Liao Yunxing and Shengguan Hongyan had both been knocked back, their strength exhausted and heavily injured. Wu Luoyuan had also turned into a beehive behind Jiang Huaiyu. The rain of sparks and swords that filled the sky was like a sacrifice of death, giving everyone a dreamlike reincarnation from hell. Chapter 36:18. The entire void was filled with sparks and sword shadows. The wails and screams gradually faded away. That was because, other than Shengguan Hongyan and Liao Yunxing, everyone else had died under Jiang Chen's Azura sword formation. Be it the elders of the mountain and sea sect, Jiang Huaiyu of the galaxy master sect, Ghost Mother of the Ghost Pill sect, or Wu Luoyuan of the Witch Cloud sect, none of them were spared. They were all dead. Their bodies were shattered and their souls were destroyed. The entire mountain and sea sect was deathly silent. It was like the sea of death in hell. The entire mountain and sea sect's core strength had all fallen. Over 100 divine emperor realm experts had all died at the hands of Jiang Chen. That terrifying Azura sword formation was their nightmare for the rest of their lives. An aura of despair filled the air. Every ray of light and every bloodstain seemed to have been scattered all over the mountain. It was as if the entire sky had frozen. The scarlet blood aura floated in the surroundings, giving off a deep sense of oppression. The mountain and sea sect was no different from being destroyed. Those were hundreds of divine emperor realm experts, the pillars of the entire mountain and sea sect. Now that the elders and elite disciples had all died, he was the only one left in the mountain and sea sect. Only the mountain lord was left to hold up the facade. This was a great humiliation. For thousands of years, the mountain and sea sect had never suffered such humiliation. Liao Yunqing's face was filled with fear and despair. Although Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation had been defeated and he didn't have any strength to fight anymore, the Ashura sword formation had destroyed all of their hopes. Liao Yunqing's heart was filled with incomparable despair as he knew that he was going to die soon. After exhausting all of his strength, Shangguan Hongyan's pupils constricted as he stared at Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin was no different from him. He had already exhausted all of his strength and was sitting on the ground. Even breathing had become difficult. Shangguan Hongyan did not expect Jiang Qin to have such a terrifying method. As long as Jiang Qin could last for another 5 breaths of time, then both Liao Yunqing and himself would have no chance of survival. Fortunately, he was already at his wit's end and did not have the strength to fight anymore. Otherwise, this plot might have been suppressed by Jiang Qin. The Star Master sect, the Witch Cloud sect, and the Ghost Pills sect, no one was able to escape from Jiang Chen's palm. Those arrogant people from the Mountain Sea sect had also completely turned into nothingness. Everything was because of their self-confidence. Even Shangguan Hongyan sympathized with the miserable state of the Mountain Sea sect. This was equivalent to directly uprooting the foundation of the Mountain Sea sect, and the Mountain Sea sect was destined to become a lowly sect. One had to know that those hundreds of Divine Emperor realm experts had only settled down after countless years. Those experts were all experts who had lived for countless years, but in the end, in the hands of Jiang Qin, they had all turned into ashes and turned into ashes. Outside the Mountain and Sea sect, the onlookers, as well as the weaker disciples of the Mountain and Sea sect, were all dumbfounded. Some of them were even grief-stricken and began to cry. Shock, despair, stagnation, and even sighs. Everyone had different thoughts in their hearts, but the only thing they had in common was that Jiang Qin was too awesome. The entire Mountain Sea sect is no match for Jiang Qin. Isn't this too exaggerated? Those people who came to die didn't have a good ending either. All of them died without a burial ground. They wanted a share of the spoils, but they didn't even look at their own strength. Now, they're all dumbfounded. That's right, everyone thought that Jiang Qin was easy to provoke, but they didn't know that this guy's methods were enough to reverse the situation. Right now, those people probably don't even know how they died. This is called retribution. Jiang Qin is simply someone who shouldn't exist in this world. His appearance will definitely cause the entire Central Region Divine Land to fall into chaos. It looks like the Central Region Divine Land, which has been peaceful for millions of years, is going to completely boil this time. Jiang Chen's unparalleled Ashura sword formation had given everyone a textbook lesson. The dignity of an expert was not to be questioned. A bunch of damned bastards, this is your ending. Is there anyone else who is unconvinced? Jiang Chen's eyes were cold and disdainful. Although the current him no longer had the strength to fight, the peerless killing formation that had shocked the world and made countless people shrink back. Jiang Chen had indeed done it. He had killed over 100 Divine Emperor realm experts, and no one was able to escape. Who could have such a domineering aura? Liao Yunqing did not say a word, because he knew that he was already in incomparable despair. At this time, Jiang Chen had the attitude of a victor, standing in front of him, and he did not have any objections. The Mountain Sea sect was almost destroyed in an instant, and it was even in his hands. Liao Yunqing's self-blame could be imagined. It's undeniable that you're really too strong. Junior brother, I've really underestimated you, but do you think you can leave just like that? Shangguan Hongyan stared at Jiang Chen and said. If I kill you, it'll be as easy as pie. If you kill me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. With a wave of Jiang Chen's hand, the Thunder God Guard and the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guard all stood guard by his side. Shangguan Hongyan's expression changed again and again. She had forgotten that Jiang Qin had such a trick up his sleeve. He was simply a super freak. Shengwan Hongyan was rendered speechless by Jiang Chen's words, and did not know what to say. The Thunder God Guard and the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guard were simply like Jiang Chen's personal protectors, and Shengwan Hongyan and Liao Yunxing were powerless to do anything. You can't kill me, but today, I will kill you to avenge my master. Jiang Chen struggled and slowly stood up. His eyes met with Shengwan Hongyan's, and they faced each other with equal harshness. I never thought that a mere Jiang Chen would be able to turn your mountain and sea sect upside down. It seems like I really don't dare to compliment you. A faint laugh rang out, and a figure broke through the wind. He was dressed in a black robe, and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at this scene arrogantly, causing Jiang Chen to frown. He was just about to make a move, but he didn't expect that there would be another fellow who wasn't afraid of death coming to fight with him. Liao Yunxing's expression was cold, but he didn't say a word. He really had nothing else to say. The mountain and sea sect had already fallen to such a state, causing him to feel despair. Peng Lang, if you're here to mock me, you might have come to the wrong place. Shengwan Hongyan looked coldly at the black-robed man and said indifferently. Brother Shengwan, why do you say that? It's just a joke, it's just a joke. Today, I came to join hands with Brother Shengwan to fight against the enemy. Brother Liao, if your mountain and sea sect can't do it, then let me do it for you. Peng Lang said in a deep voice, and turned to look at Jiang Chen. Chapter 36:19. At this moment, Peng Lang had arrived late. It was not intentional, but when he found out that his sect's disciple had been killed, he had rushed over without stopping. He wanted to see just who dared to provoke him. Even if it was someone from the Mountain and Sea sect who participated in the groom search competition, they would definitely not dare to kill a genius disciple of his 8 Extreme sect. Otherwise, wouldn't he, the sect master of the 8 Extreme sect, exist in name only? No matter what, my disciple died in your Mountain and Sea sect. I originally wanted to come and punish you, but now it seems that there's no need for that. Then, Peng Lang's eyes gradually turned cold. Liao Yunxing and the Mountain and Sea sect were no longer worthy of his attention. The person he had to face now was Jiang Chen, who was already on his last breath and could die at any time. You killed a disciple of my Baji sect. Today, you must die. Peng Lang said arrogantly, as if he did not intend to give Jiang Chen any chance. His strength was also at the level of Shengwan Hongyan and the others, which was why he dared to speak so arrogantly. However, although Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight, the Thunder God Guard and Dragon Rider Heavenly Guard were very difficult to deal with. Let's see how long you can last with these puppets. Peng Lang roared, ready to strike at any time to knock down Jiang Chen. These puppets are extraordinary. Why don't we leave them to Sect Master Peng? Leave the matter of killing Jiang Chen to me. Another silhouette appeared in the void. That silhouette was very familiar to Jiang Chen. It was Jun Tianqiu. His mortal enemy had escaped from his hands several times. This time, even he was not willing to let go of such an opportunity. Behind him, 5 mid-divine emperor experts stood on the left and right, glaring at Jiang Chen. The new patriarch of the Jun family, Jun Tianqiu. Sect Master Peng, Mountain Lord Liao, Grand Master Shengwan, I pay my respects. Jun Tianqiu smiled, confident and calm. At this moment, he was the current head of the Jun family. His strength and status were not to be underestimated. Peng Lang and the others nodded slightly. The Jun family was also a powerful force. How many more people had Jiang Chen offended? Jun Tianqiu, even you're here. It seems you've run away every time. Is your memory that bad? You still dare to come and seek death? Jiang Chen sneered. You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. Do you still have the strength to fight? Ha ha ha, do you think your puppet can protect you for the rest of your life? Jun Tianqiu laughed wildly. The sect master of the Baji sect was enough to deal with these puppets. As long as he killed Jiang Qin, it would be a great achievement. In the future, he would become famous in the entire central region Divine Land. Although there was some suspicion of taking advantage of Jiang Qin, Jun Tianqiu had already done anything to kill Jiang Qin. He had suffered several defeats in Jiang Qin's hands. If he allowed this to continue, his days in the future would not be easy. At this moment, this opportunity could not be missed. Alright then, Jun family head, I'll leave it to you to kill this fiend. Leave these puppets to me. It shouldn't be too difficult to kill someone who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Peng Lang darted a glance at Jun Tianqiu. The current Jiang Qin didn't have the strength to fight back at all. Therefore, killing Jiang Qin would be as easy as crushing an ant. I won't fulfill Sect Master Liao's request. Everyone, don't worry. Jiang Qin and I are mortal enemies. We can't live under the same sky. I'll definitely tear him to pieces. The enmity between Jun Tianqiu and Jiang Qin wasn't just a matter of a day or two. It could be said that it had crossed Saint Origin World, 9 regions Immortal World, and the Divine World. Finally, it had come to an end. Only one of them could live. Only one of them could live. Jiang Qin silently watched the scene and took a deep breath. It was difficult for him to control the battle of life and death. He could only hope that the Thunder God Guardians and the Dragon Riders' Heavenly Guards could withstand their attacks. Jun Tianqiu's strength had already reached the peak mid-divine emperor realm. He couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the 4 great elders of the Jun family were also mid-divine emperors. As long as Peng Lang could withstand the attacks of the Thunder God Guardians, Jiang Qin's situation wouldn't be easy. Ha ha ha, what a gathering of heroes. I hope I'm not late. Everyone, I'm the patriarch of the Battle God clan, Do Yukuan. I'm here for the same goal as everyone else. As long as I can kill Jiang Qin, I, Do Yukuan, will be satisfied. Ha ha ha. A white-haired old man slowly walked over. At this moment, the entire mountain and sea sect had become a grand gathering place. Without exception, these people were all enemies of Jiang Qin. Each of them wanted to kill Jiang Qin. The Battle God clan. It was closely related to Jiang Qin. Moreover, his Do formation technique came from the Battle God clan. Jiang Qin's Do formation technique was the supreme treasure of the Battle God clan. In the hands of Jiang Qin, countless experts of the Battle God clan had wanted to kill Jiang Qin. However, they had all failed. Today, the patriarch of the Battle God clan, Do Zhaning, had personally taken action, which was enough to give Jiang Qin face. The mountain and sea sect had become the gathering place of Jiang Qin's enemies. The Battle God clan, the Jun family, and the 8 Extremes sect had once again surrounded Jiang Qin. This was like an endless loop, and Jiang Qin had once again fallen into a desperate situation. All the experts had gathered, and all of them wanted to fight to the death with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin's expression was solemn. So many people were already filled with killing intent towards him, and were ready to fight to the death at any time. He had never thought that his battle with the mountain and sea sect would actually alarm so many experts. It was simply a cycle of life and death, and his life was hanging by a thread. All the heroes have gathered here to fight for supremacy. It seems like the entire mountain and sea sect is truly honored today. If I can kill Jiang Qin, I, Liao Yunxing, will definitely be grateful to all the venerables. Liao Yunxing's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His gaze was focused on Jiang Qin, and he wanted nothing more than to eat his flesh. Even if he were to turn Jiang Qin's bones into ashes, it would not be enough to express the anger and sorrow in his heart. Ha ha ha, Mountain Lord Liao is too courteous. This Jiang Qin is our common enemy, and he deserves to die. In today's battle, he has nowhere to go, and will definitely die. Dou Jianing laughed. Everyone nodded slightly. They had the same goal, although they each had their own ulterior motives. Some wanted to kill Jiang Qin, while others wanted to obtain the inheritance of the god of crafts. But now, as long as they killed Jiang Qin, everything would be fine. The fear that this fellow brought them was too great. Chapter 36:20. Even if I, Jiang Qin, die, I won't yield. You bastards, come at me if you have the ability. As long as I, Jiang Qin, am still breathing, you won't be able to make me yield. Jiang Qin pointed his sword at the sky. Although he didn't have the strength to fight anymore, his lightning god squad and dragon rider heavenly guards were still very powerful. You don't know the meaning of death. I'll show you the true terror of Dongzhou's experts, Peng Lang roared. Peng Lang roared furiously. His momentum had already reached the 9 Thunder God Guardians. As the master of the Baji sect, Peng Lang's strength was on par with Shangguan Hongyan's. He was at his peak, so it wasn't a problem for him to face the 9 Thunder God Guardians and the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards. His bearing of an expert was fully displayed. His combat intent soared to the sky. Each of his punches tore a mountain apart. Even Dou Jianing and Jun Tianqiu were shocked by Peng Lang's terror. At this moment, they didn't dare to be negligent. With Peng Lang blocking Jiang Chen's lightning god squad, Jun Tianqiu and Dou Jianing's target was Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was dead, so those puppets definitely didn't have the slightest strength to fight anymore. I'll leave the task of killing Jiang Qin to you. I can deal with these puppets alone. Peng Lang said proudly. He blocked the attacks of the Lightning God Guards and the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards with ease. At this moment, Peng Lang had become the last expert who had the power to kill Jiang Qin, because he had blocked Jiang Chen's last line of defense, his last chance of survival. Now, if you kneel and beg for mercy, I'll leave your corpse intact. How about it? Is this a good deal? Jun Tianqiu looked coldly at Jiang Qin. This kind of person deserves to die. His survival is the greatest insult to the world. Die, Jiang Qin. Dou Jianing didn't waste any time talking nonsense with Jiang Qin. He went straight to Jiang Qin. Jun Tianqiu frowned. He wanted to make fun of Jiang Qin and then kill him. However, Dou Jianing seemed impatient and didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with Jiang Qin. Jun Tianqiu had no choice but to join forces with Dou Jianing. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted, and he immediately slashed out with his sword, exhausting the last of his energy. However, he still wasn't able to repel the two of them, only slow them down a bit. You're courting death. Scram! A sudden clap of thunder descended from the sky as a figure in a golden robe landed in front of Jiang Qin, holding the demon-defending boulder in his hand. His aura was unparalleled, as if it could devour the heavens. Although his strength was on par with Jun Tianqiu's, he was able to force both Dou Jianing and Jun Tianqiu to retreat. Shangguan Hongyan and the others' faces became solemn once again. Ba! Motherfucker, how dare you touch my brother? It seems like you're tired of living, Tyrant said indifferently. Tyrant said with an indifferent tone. His expression was calm as he strolled around leisurely. He gave Jiang Qin a meaningful look. A calm smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. With Tyrant's arrival, he felt much more at ease. This guy's strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. Peak mid-divine emperor realm wasn't something that an ordinary person could control. With the demon-defending boulder in his hand, Tyrant's aura was unstoppable. Jun Tianqiu and Dou Jianing glanced at each other. No one dared to underestimate Tyrant. Little Chenzi, I didn't expect you to be in such a difficult situation. Today, it's time for me to show my skills, right? Ha! Tyrant's face was gloomy. It was impossible for Jun Tianqiu and Dou Zhaning to kill Jiang Qin. Without any hesitation, he launched a life-and-death battle. With the demon-defending boulder in his hand, he was unstoppable. Both Jun Tianqiu and Dou Zhaning were extremely solemn. Chapter 36-21. Everyone present came to a sudden realization. It turned out that this man and woman were actually disciples of the Buddha Pagoda. You killed Ba Chaoyuan, so the Vajra Pagoda Hall will definitely not let you off. Hence, I'm only here today to give you a lesson. Yun Giao smiled faintly. Although her beauty was unparalleled, her heart was as vicious as a scorpion's. This woman was definitely not easy to deal with. Those who should have come, and those who shouldn't have come, have also come. Isn't your goal to kill me? Unfortunately, none of you can kill me. Am I not still alive and well here? Jiang Qin said coldly. There were more than 10 million people who wanted to kill him. Along the way, Jiang Qin had taken each step carefully in the divine world, but he had still made countless enemies in the end. Those experts had gathered here, and their goal couldn't be more obvious. They wanted him to bow down and vent the hatred in their hearts. You are indeed very strong, but it's a pity that you have made too many enemies. There are more than 1,000 people who want your life, Yun Giao said indifferently. She seemed to sigh for Jiang Qin. However, at this moment, she had joined forces with Hao Yunhang, and their goal was clear. Ba Chaoyuan's death was your biggest mistake. The Buddha Pagoda is not something you can afford to offend. Jiang Qin saw Yun Giao's disdain, but to Jiang Qin, not even the God of heaven could order him around, let alone the Buddha Pagoda. At this moment, Jiang Qin would rather make millions of people his enemy than regret it. For my brother and the woman I love, even if there are millions of people, I will still go forward. For the sake of my brothers, for the sake of my beloved woman, Jiang Qin, am not a man who is afraid of death. Perhaps death is scary to you, but I don't care about it anymore. After so many years, I, Jiang Qin, have died more than 800 times. Unfortunately, none of you have been able to make me turn into ashes, never to be reincarnated. Today, none of you can. With me here, no one can touch a single hair on Jiang Qin's head. Monk Tyrant waved the demon-suppressing monument. Yun Giao, Hao Yunhang, Jun Tianqiu, and Dou Zhaning watched him silently. They knew that only by killing Tyrant, the first line of defense, would they have a chance of killing Jiang Qin. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll send you to the Western Paradise to pay your respects to Buddha. Hao Yunhang's fist wind surged as he took the lead. The four of them were evenly matched as they surrounded Tyrant. Every single one of these four people were the cream of the crop. They were monstrous geniuses of the Central Region Divine Land. They were famous and had great influence. Tyrant was also very serious. It was not easy to fight against them. He had to give it his all. Heaven's twin fists. Hao Yunhang's fist wind surged and tore through the sky. Mountain peaks were broken, sand and stones were sent flying. The mountain and sea sect was already in a mess. The four of them did not distinguish between each other. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. Moreover, with the addition of the two experts from the Buddhist pagoda, the strength of the four of them had completely crushed Tyrant. Even with the demon-suppressing monument in hand, Tyrant was forced to retreat step by step. If you want to kill Jiang Qin, you'll have to step over my body. Roar! Tyrant roared in grief and indignation. He was not afraid of death. Jiang Qin's life was as important as his own. Buddha's light illumination. Tyrant was furious. He was fighting 1 against 4, but his strength was limited. It was not that he was not strong enough, but that these people were too weak. Tyrant was unable to do anything under the repeated attacks. On the contrary, he was in a worrying situation as he was heavily injured. The demon-suppressing monument was suppressing one of them, but the other three were like ferocious beasts. He was unable to withstand them and was overwhelmed. For the sake of the little Chenzi, I will not fall. Tyrant gritted his teeth, and his face turned pale. However, he still refused to retreat, because Jiang Qin was standing behind him. He no longer had the strength to continue fighting, and if he lost, all of his brothers would die here. Tyrant's face turned pale. Watch my sword. Sword chi crisscrossed as it streaked across the sky. A peerless demonic figure descended from the sky and filled the void. 100 feet tall demonic figure continued to rise and burn. Black demonic aura surged as it descended, as if the entire sky had fallen into the darkness of hell. Yun Giyao and the others immediately raised their heads to look. Jiang Chen and Tyrant were both overjoyed. I fucking thought you were dead. Tyrant said excitedly. He pointed at the demonic shadow in the void, his heart surging. Ah Yen. Jiang Chen stared at the void, his heart filled with mixed feelings. At this moment, he was on the verge of death. The monk was not afraid of death, and Jiang Chen helped him in his hour of need. Jiang Chen did not care so much about his senior and junior brothers. They had gone through thick and thin together. If you don't die, I won't die in front of you. Ha! That hundreds of feet tall demonic shadow laughed crazily. It held a shocking giant sword in its hand, which shone with cold light and was filled with demonic chi. Soul-devouring demon sealing sword. Han Yen held the demon sword. The clear sky was filled with layers of demonic shadows. When the sword fell, it swallowed the sky. Even the soul suffered heavy injuries. The soul-devouring demon sealing sword sealed the 9 heavens. Demonic shadows filled the air. Under the cooperation of Han Yen and Tyrant, they instantly turned defeat into victory, forcing Yun Giyao and the others to retreat. What a familiar demonic shadow in the sky. Shengguan Hongyan frowned, as if she was lost in her memories. However, this demonic shadow in the sky was really terrifying. The soul-devouring demon sealing sword swept through the 14 prefectures, and demonic chi spread across 800 miles. What a good Jiang Qin. Are all his brothers so monstrous? Peng Lang was furious, but that demonic shadow in the sky also seemed to make him rather fearful. These fellows are not easy to deal with. Liao Yunxing was full of emotions. Countless enemies of Jiang Qin had come together, and the experts had gathered. However, the final result was still not satisfactory. Jiang Chen's 2 helpers were not to be underestimated. They were completely suppressed. One held the demon-suppressing tablet, and the divine tablet was peerless, suppressing them. The other was a monstrous demonic shadow that swept across the void. It was unparalleled, and it made people's hearts tremble. 9 Revolution Zither music. Yun Giyao played the zither, and the sound of the zither carried endless terrifying soul attacks. However, in the end, it was useless against the 2. One's heart was as calm as still water, and the other was filled with demonic flames. It couldn't shake the foundation of their souls at all. On the contrary, Yun Giyao was illuminated by Tyrant's Buddha light, and she was forced back. Blood spurted out, and she suffered serious internal injuries. Jiang Chen looked at Han Yen and Tyrant, and his heart was filled with emotions. A man had to protect the land under his feet, his parents at home, the woman in his arms, and the brothers by his side. Without brothers, there would be no battle. Chapter 36-22. Han Yen and Tyrant's joint attack was unstoppable. Even with Peng Lang's help, he was still unable to force Han Yan's demonic shadow to retreat. Both of them pressed forward with indomitable will. Even though they had the absolute advantage, they did not dare to be careless. If anything unforeseen happened, they might become a burden to Jiang Qin. Not only would they not be able to save Jiang Qin, but they might also be defeated by their opponents. Han Yen, your demonic shadow is not bad. Let's see who can defeat their opponent first. Ha! Tyrant looked at Han Yen and said with a laugh. There was a hint of indignation in his eyes, as if he wanted to compete with Han Yen. Han Yen said coldly. I'm not a match for little Chenzi. Could it be that I can't even defeat a stinky monk like you? Han Yan's indifference made Tyrant even angrier. When a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a sick cat? Today, let's compete and see who can defeat our opponent. If I can't make you submit, I will have wasted all these years. The two of them did not give in to each other. They used all their skills and fought a life or death battle with Yun Giao, Dou Zhaning, and the others. Their momentum was like a rainbow. The demonic shadow and the god-suppressing monument constantly clashed. Shengguan Hongyan and the others were extremely shocked. Jiang Chen's two helpers made Peng Lang and the others complain incessantly. I didn't expect this guy to have such brothers. All of them have extraordinary skills. Shengguan Hongyan furrowed his brows tightly, his expression incomparably cold. The current situation was not good for them. Shengguan Hongyan no longer had any strength left, and could only watch on silently. The reason why he did not leave was because he was unwilling to give up just like that. If he did not get a share of the spoils, then everything he had done would have been for naught. I've heard of that monk. It is said that he has caused quite a commotion in the West Pole Divine region. He is said to be the reincarnation of a living Buddha, but I don't know if it's true, Liao Yunqing said with lingering fear. Liao Yunqing said with lingering fear in his heart. This tyrant had an extraordinary background, and his strength was shocking. He was also extremely difficult to deal with. It's fine that this Jiang Qin is so strong, but his two friends are also super freaks. Liao Yunqing could be said to be filled with malice towards Jiang Qin. After all, the mountain and sea sect was destroyed in Jiang Chen's hands. This deep hatred, even if he killed Jiang Qin 100 times, it would not be enough to quell the anger in his heart. I hope Sect Master Peng can give them a fatal blow. Shengguan Hongyan sighed and murmured in a low voice. This was Shengguan Hongyan's last hope. Regardless of whether it was that monstrous devil shadow or tyrant, both were not easy to deal with. Peng Lang led Yun Giao and the others, and they once again began their frenzied campaign. Leave these puppets to me. I'll set up a formation to trap them. Dou Zhanying's eyes were sharp. Although the Lightning God Guardian Squad and the Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards were puppets, their strength was extremely terrifying. Even the sect master of the 8 Extremes sect was entangled by them. However, Dou Zhaning should be able to contend with them by relying on the formation. Jiang Qin stared at his two brothers. His heart was filled with emotions. Previously, he had consumed too much of his strength, causing him to be unable to recover in a short period of time. Even with the help of the myriad chi body, it was just a drop in the bucket. It's up to you two now. Jiang Qin smiled faintly, but it was extremely bitter. Not being able to fight alongside them was the only pain in his heart. Two reckless fellas, let me show you what a true expert is. Peng Lang roared in anger. An incomparably auspicious and overbearing aura rippled out from his body, as if it had spread across the land of the 9 provinces. It made one's mind calm, but it also made one feel a sense of worship. Jiang Qin also looked at Tyrant silently. It seemed that this guy had had many fortuitous encounters in the West Pole over the years. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he was not any weaker than Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin did not think that he had the power of the profound sky realm. Only those who worked hard enough could live longer than others, and only those who worked hard enough could stand tall in the world. 9 generations of Buddha's light, cloud-swallowing Sarira. Tyrant's body was covered with a myriad of Buddha's light as he charged forward. He held the cloud-swallowing Sarira in one hand, and the God-suppressing monument in the other. He was like a Buddha that shone brightly in the world, and he stood above the void of the 9 heavens. Chapter 36-23. It seems like the news from the West Pole Divine Continent is true. Is this guy really the reincarnation of a living Buddha? Liao Yunqing's face became more and more unsightly. Now, Tyrant was like a living Buddha. With a wave of his hand, golden light splashed out. He was not afraid of Peng Lang at all. The golden light and the fished shadows intertwined. Tyrant's aura became more and more unstoppable. Tyrant and Peng Lang were evenly matched. Han Yan was fighting 1 against 3, yet there was no clear victor. The battle between the two shook the sky once again. Golden light shot out in all directions, and the shadows of their fists intertwined. Tyrant's might was fully displayed once again. I heard that the monk came from the West Pole Divine Continent. Could it be that Tyrant who made the top 10 monasteries of the West Pole Divine Continent feel numb? Most likely. This guy is indeed Jiang Chen's brother. They are not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen caused chaos in the Central Region Divine Land, and that tyrant shocked the entire West Pole Divine Continent. Both of them are troublesome. That's right. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen has such a great ability? Now, half of the Central Region Divine Land's forces have joined in. I wonder who will be the one laughing in the end. You guys have forgotten about that demonic man. He is also a very powerful character. I heard that not long ago, at the border between the Central Region Divine Land and the Nantung Divine Land, a peerless demon king's soul appeared. Maybe it's him. Someone sighed with emotion. These 3 brothers of Jiang Chen all possessed powerful skills. Although Jiang Chen didn't have the strength to fight anymore, Tyrant and Han Yan weren't people who could be defeated by just anyone. Layers of demonic shadows. Han Yan held the Imperial Soul-Sealing Demon sword in his hand and slashed down. Layers of demonic shadows swept across the void and shrouded everyone. 9 revolution zither sound. Gentleman's sword. Dual heavenly fists. The 3 of them could be said to be like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their own abilities. However, in the face of Han Yan's irresistible demonic shadows, they were all forced to retreat in the end, appearing to be in an extremely sorry state. A cold smile flashed across Han Yan's face. He had no benevolent heart. At this time, the best thing to do was to kill these damned fellows in one go to avoid future troubles. Go to hell. Yunqiao, Jun Tianqiu, and the others looked pale as a demonic shadow descended from the sky. Amitabha, monks are compassionate. Benefactor, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you will be saved. A Buddhist sect's hand seal struck out forcefully, directly dispersing Han Yan's layers of demonic shadows. The clouds parted to reveal the moon. Han Yan's face was dark. The man in the rough linen robe had a grim expression on his face. He put his palms together and stood in front of Yunqiao and the others, blocking Han Yan's attack. Old bald donkey, you really are a lingering spirit. Tyrant's pupils constricted and his face turned gloomy. He knew this person. He had narrowly escaped death at his hands and escaped from the West Pole Divine Land. Of course, he wasn't alone. Tyrant, you're originally a disciple of the Buddhist sect, yet you've repeatedly injured the people of my sect. Surrender yourself. I won't kill you. The monk in the linen robe spoke in a low voice. His voice was stern, and he seemed to be advising Tyrant to repent. Old bald donkey, do you think I don't know the wishful thinking of your Kasayapa temple? isn't it all for the relic in my hand? If I go with you, I won't even know how I died. A bunch of sanctimonious people. After the destruction of the Great Lane Temple and the collapse of the Buddhist sect, how many true monks do you have in the West Pole Divine Land? Tyrant said through gritted teeth. He had accumulated resentment in his heart for a long time. As he dismissed Peng Lang, he argued with the old monk from Kasayapa Temple. Amitabha, since you're unwilling, then don't blame me. As the head of the Kasayapa Temple's commandment yard, Wu Yan's strength was almost on par with Tyrant's. Furthermore, he definitely wouldn't have come alone. Wu Yan, stop pretending. In order to chase after me, who knows how many tricks you've pulled behind my back. In front of the world, you still have to pretend to be righteous. Buddha won't forgive people like you, Tyrant said disdainfully. Wu Yan's expression gradually turned cold. At this moment, he was also filled with anger. However, as a monk, he didn't continue to argue with Tyrant. Instead, he used his actions to explain everything. He held his Buddhist discipline staff in his hand and held his sword in front of him, ready to fight at any time. Senior brother Wu Yan, our Tianluo temple is also responsible for capturing Tyrant. However, it seems that Tyrant isn't the only person we want to capture. Jiang Chen is equally despicable. Back then, many of our genius disciples died in his hands. In the illusion of the Great Lane Temple, we suffered a great loss. I, Shi Lian, will never forget this debt. Tianluo Temple's Dharma Hall's head, Monk Shi Lian, said with a cold expression. Finally, his gaze fell on Jiang Chen. This was killing two birds with one stone. Jiang Chen was already an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as they captured Tyrant, it would be a complete success. Amitabha. Senior brothers, I, Shiyun, am late. Please don't blame me. Our Swan Goose Temple wouldn't dare to fall behind in capturing Tyrant. Shiyun said with a faint smile. The three powerful monks had set their sights on Tyrant and Jiang Chen. This time, they had traveled a long way from the West Pole Divine region. It could be said that they had gone through a lot of hardships. Naturally, their goal was to capture Tyrant. He had too many things on him that were highly valued by the temples of the West Pole Divine region. It could even be a secret that could change the Buddhist sect. No one would let Chiyu Temple monopolize it. Peng Lang and the others narrowed their eyes. Initially, they thought that these old monks were Tyrant's accomplices. However, it seemed that Jiang Chen and Tyrant had offended the people of Tianluo Temple, Swan Goose Temple, and Kasayapa Temple. To them, this was the best news. I am the sect master of the Baji sect, Peng Lang. Masters, you've come at the right time. As long as you can capture this monk, leave Jiang Chen to us. Peng Lang said with a faint smile. Amitabha, sect master Peng is too kind. We won't let this evil monk tarnish the pure land of the Central Region Divine Land. Sect Master Peng and the others don't need to worry too much about the West Pole Divine Region. Wu Yan said with a calm expression. The three of them looked at each other. They knew that at this time, they could only join forces to deal with Tyrant. Previously, they had let this guy escape. Now, they absolutely couldn't let him leave. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They also knew about the relationship between him and Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen was still around, Tyrant would not leave. Therefore, they could kill two birds with one stone this time. Chapter 36-24. The Central Region Divine Land had been stirred up. Many experts had gathered here. Even the people from Tianluo Temple, Kasayapa Temple, and Hongyan Temple did not dare to be negligent. Those who stood here were all famous people in the Central Region Divine Land. After all, they came from the West Pole Divine Land. Alright, it's enough to hear Grandmaster's words. Jiang Qin will die for sure. Peng Lang said proudly. As long as Tyrant could not stop him, he would be able to kill Jiang Qin. 3 late Divine Emperor realm experts from the West Pole Divine Land. Not simple, not simple. Shangguan Hongyan squinted her eyes and said with a smile. What else could Jiang Qin do? Could he turn the tide? Right now, he could only wait for death. Yun Giao, Jun Tianchou, and the others were also watching this scene silently. Although they might not be able to play a decisive role, at least at this moment, witnessing Jiang Qin's death was still an exciting thing for them. This bastard should have died a long time ago. Now that the 3 Grandmasters of the West Pole Divine Land have joined hands, let's see how long they can be arrogant. Hao Yunhang said angrily. They were suppressed by Han Yan just now and were almost killed. If it was not for Grandmaster Wuyan's timely intervention, they would have been killed by Han Yan. They were on the brink of death. Now that the situation had changed, they became calmer. Jiang Qin, let's see what else you can do this time. Yun Giao looked at Jiang Qin with interest. He could escape every time, but at this moment, he could not escape even if he had wings. Everyone present, except for the top experts of the Central Region Divine Land and the 3 Grandmasters of the West Pole Divine Land, Jiang Qin had nowhere to go. Jiang Qin's expression was extremely ugly, and Tyrant was also sighing in his heart. Could it be that he was really going to die here? As long as Jiang Qin did not leave, Tyrant would never leave this place. They would live and die together. This was what true brothers should do. Jiang Qin's heart was filled with emotions. He knew that he had implicated them, but if Jiang Qin asked them to leave, would they? Obviously, that was not the case. It's not that easy to kill my, Jiang Qin's, brother. Jiang Qin slowly stood up. Although he had only recovered less than 30% of his strength, Jiang Qin couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He couldn't let his brothers risk their lives for him, yet he just stood there and did nothing. Jiang Qin couldn't do it. He would rather die in battle and become a lonely ghost than fight them to the death. Han Yan and Tyrant both looked at Jiang Qin. Their eyes were filled with determination. They wished that they could be born on the same day, month, and year, and die on the same day. Han Yan and Tyrant had long since prepared themselves for this. If one's life was not satisfying, then why not go to the afterlife and fight against the other heroes? Little Qinzi, are you sure? Han Yan looked at Jiang Qin. When have I, Jiang Qin, ever been unable to do it? Ha ha ha, in today's battle, I will perish together with them. Jiang Qin faced death with equanimity. He had already cut off his path. Good brother, a bunch of bald donkeys. I will definitely let them die here. We brothers can't lose. Tyrant gritted his teeth and said. It was better to live a bad life than to die a good death. One must have some stubbornness in order to live an exciting life. Jiang Qin looked at the sky, at the Zulong Tower with a faint smile on his face. Ling Yun, Longing, and Yu were all silently watching this scene. Tears streamed down their cheeks. The difference in strength between both sides was too great. If they were to fight, they would definitely die. However, Jiang Qin didn't let them out. He was afraid that they would be in danger. Jiang Qin looked at them affectionately. However, Ling Yun and the other 2 were impatient. As Jiang Qin turned around, he looked at the clouds in the sky and murmured, Little Yu, Qingqing, Sister Ning, please protect me. Xiao Yu, Qingqing, Sister Ning, please protect me. In this battle, Jiang Qin will not let anyone hurt my brothers and women, no matter if I live or die. Death was the end of everything. However, living was more difficult than dying. Ha ha ha, you can't die. If you die, I will die too. Jiang Qin, your life is my life. A long roar resounded. A fiery red silhouette stepped on the sky. He was majestic and heroic. His fiery aura covered the sky. A pair of fiery eyes shot up to the sky. Fire Qilin. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This fellow was finally willing to come back. As the divine beast soared into the sky, fiery shadows overlapped, causing many people to frown. The temperature of the entire void rose higher and higher, as if it was a furnace. Heat waves rolled and the aura stagnated. It's the Fire Qilin. This battle is getting more and more exciting. I wonder when we will be able to see the end. Jiang Chen's helpers are also experts. That's for sure. Jiang Chen isn't an ordinary warrior. I can tell from the way he overcame all the enemies. This guy has a lot of trump cards. Now, I'm looking forward to seeing if Jiang Chen can have the last laugh. Ha! The happiest ones were none other than those who had participated in the Mountain and Sea Sex Groom Search competition. At this moment, they had become the greatest beneficiaries. This kind of peerless battle had shocked the heavens and earth, and for millions of years, it had never happened before. They were simply the biggest winners as they watched and learned from the side. It's just a divine beast. However, it still can't change your fate of death. Peng Lang said indifferently. He clenched his fist and charged towards Jiang Chen. Shi Yun, Wu Yan, and Ji Lian, the three monks also made their moves and charged towards Tyrant. Jiang Chen leaped into the sky and rode on the back of the Fire Qilin. Fire shadows filled the sky and covered the void, burning the spiritual energy in the surroundings. His aura was much stronger than before. A divine beast at the peak of the mid-divine emperor realm was definitely not weaker than a late divine emperor realm expert. Jiang Chen's eyes were like torches. His killing intent was decisive. He met Peng Lang with the might of the Fire Qilin. The two of them finally clashed. Peng Lang's killing intent was heavy, not giving Jiang Chen any time to recover. The Fire Qilin and Jiang Chen worked together. They were not afraid of Peng Lang at all. This shocking battle was getting more and more exciting. The Fire Qilin was ferocious. The demeanor of a divine beast shocked the world. Peng Lang's ridicule was reaping what he sowed. He was constantly being burned by the Fire Qilin's divine fire. Tyrant was the most miserable. He had to fight 1 against 3. Wu Yan and the other 2 were not weak. They were at the late divine emperor realm. Their might was unstoppable. Tyrant could not move an inch. How tenacious. I wonder how long you can last. Chapter 36-25. Jiang Chen rode on the Fire Qilin and met Peng Lang's attack head-on. At this moment, Peng Lang was greatly shocked. Originally, he did not take the Fire Qilin seriously, but the fire attack he received made it difficult for him to advance or retreat. Coupled with Jiang Chen's double attack, Peng Lang fell into a stalemate. Divine Fire Prairie Fire. The Fire Qilin was furious. Together with Jiang Chen's limitless sword, Peng Lang was in deep trouble. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's strength had not recovered much. Otherwise, Peng Lang's current situation might be the same as Sheng Wan Hongyan and Liao Yunxing, life and death. Damn it, 8 extremities wind chaser. Peng Lang also used all his skills. Countless fish shadows danced in the sky, and the battle was intense. On the other side, under the joint attacks of Shi Yun and Wu Yan, Monk Tyrant was also forced to retreat. However, the good news was that Ji Lian had gone to help Yun Geyao and the others resist Han Yan. Otherwise, Monk Tyrant would not be able to last more than 10 moves before he was completely defeated. He might even be hunted down by the people from the 3 great monasteries. At that time, he would really be helpless. But even so, Tyrant still clenched his teeth, not daring to slack off in the slightest. These two people were experts who were second only to the abbot of the 10 great monasteries. In the Buddhist sect, they were supreme venerables. There was no need to doubt their strength. Even in the central region divine land, no one dared to provoke them. That was because the Buddhist sect seemed to be constantly fighting amongst themselves, but the West Pole divine land was extremely united and united against outsiders. If someone wanted to attack them, they would probably be surrounded by the venerables of the 8 Directions Buddhist sect. The result would be obvious. Therefore, very few people dared to attack the people of the Buddhist sect. Tyrant was an exception. He had disrupted the order of the entire West Pole divine continent, causing it to be in a mess. That was why he had been besieged by countless experts of the Buddhist sect of the West Pole divine continent. This was just the tip of the iceberg. Even Jiang Qin was worried for Tyrant. How did he manage to survive in the West Pole divine continent for so many years? Han Yan was originally fighting without any pressure, and he had a good chance to kill off Yun Geyao and the other two. However, with the addition of Zhi Lian, his situation became rather difficult. At this time, the two sides truly started a tug-of-war. Han Yan's demonic shadows filled the sky, sweeping across the entire area. However, he just happened to encounter Zhi Lian, the Buddhist sect's expert who countered Han Yan. This battle became difficult for him to advance. Buddha light cloud sea. Both of Zhi Lian's hands formed seals as he continuously sent out Buddhist seals, directly dispersing the demonic figure above Han Yan and parting the clouds, forcing Han Yan to retreat in a sorry state. The strength of the two sides was originally equal, and with the addition of Yun Geyao and the others, these people were not easy to deal with either. Although they might not be able to kill him decisively, they gave Han Yan a huge headache. At the very top, Jiang Qin and the fire Qilin's attacks were swift and fierce, constantly recovering their strength. However, Jiang Qin's role was to constantly harass Ping Lang, making it difficult for him to exert 99% of his strength. The fire Qilin was well versed in both offense and defense. Its divine flames made it look invincible, making countless people sigh in admiration. You're really persistent. It's a pity that no one can change your fate. Shengguan Hongyan did not leave, because he was waiting for the arrival of the reinforcements. They were his last hope, the 4 late divine emperor trusted aides who were also his closest friends. They were the 4 great guest elders, Han Feng, Han Yu, Han Lei, and Han Dian. As a true master craftsman, there was no doubt about his strength. There were also countless people who were willing to risk their lives for him, because the primal origin treasure he forged was enough to move these people, and they were even willing to sacrifice their lives for it. The 4 brothers of the Han family and Shengguan Hongyan had been friends for many years. The moment he went to the mountain and sea sect, they had already set up a battle. If he failed, they would move out in full force. Although the 4 late divine emperors were only at the minor connecting heaven realm, their strength was almost equal to his. They were not weaker. The 4 figures broke through the air, and the sky was once again filled with shock. Brother Shengguan, we're late. Don't blame us, ahaha. Han Feng said with a smile, looking guilty. Shengguan Hongyan shook his head and said, "It's good that you're here. It's good that you're here. Now, all of you just need to help me kill that kid sitting on the fire Qilin. That kid is already at the end of his anger. Now that so many experts are surrounding him, it can be said that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." After listening to Shengguan Hongyan's words, Han Feng's expression became solemn. Everyone here was extremely powerful. There were more than 2 or 3 late divine emperors. These people were the mainstay of their sections. Han Feng knew their strength very well. It should be a piece of cake for them to kill an arrow at the end of its flight. However, the battle between Fire Qilin and Peng Lang was also quite terrifying. Hence, they did not dare to be careless. Don't worry, Brother Shengguan. As long as you say it, we brothers will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Han Feng said. To him, Shangguan Hongyan had helped them a lot. Moreover, when they were in the Divine King realm, they had always been close to Shangguan Hongyan. If it wasn't for Shangguan Hongyan's help, they would not have so many cultivation resources and the appreciation of the sect. They would never forget the kindness of Shangguan Hongyan. Now that Shangguan Hongyan had made such a request, they would definitely do their best. Shangguan Hongyan nodded slightly. To him, it was enough for the four brothers to kill Jiang Qin. Now, it was time to see who would have the last laugh. Liao Yunxing could not help but sigh. It seemed that Shangguan Hongyan had come prepared this time. However, at this time, it was obvious that he had exhausted his limited abilities. The Mountain Sea sect had already been damaged. As long as it did not affect the Mountain Sea sect, Liao Yunxing had no objections. As long as he could kill Jiang Qin, everything would be worth it. The four brothers of the Han family, Wind, Rain, Thunder and Lightning, flew towards Jiang Qin at this moment, summoning the wind and summoning the rain. Chapter 36-26. Jiang Qin, what should we do? Are we really going to die here? The fire Qilin said bitterly. Even it did not expect that after it returned to help Jiang Qin fight against the enemy, it would be a narrow escape from death. No, it should be a narrow escape from death. Who could turn the tide in the current situation? Jiang Qin's expression became solemn. This was something he could not change. At this moment, he could only hold on until the last moment and hope for a miracle to happen. Jiang Qin, you don't have any hope left. Surrender now. Liao Yunxing shouted angrily. The Mountain and Sea sect had been burned to the ground, all because of Jiang Qin. At this moment, no one was more pained than him. For thousands of years, the Mountain and Sea sect had stood tall in the central region Divine Land. It was the object of countless people's admiration and worship. But now, he was the only one left. All the core forces, the experts above the hierarch realm, had been turned into ashes. Liao Yunxing endured the humiliation. Even if he killed Jiang Qin 100 times, it would not be enough to quell the anger in his heart. Little junior brother, the day of your death has finally arrived. Shangguan Hongyan smiled faintly. Han Yan was struggling to move forward, and Tyrant was forced to retreat after each of his attacks. The fire Qilin and him were both suppressed, and they were defeated in just a short moment. Jiang Qin had no way out. It must be said that you are indeed very powerful. You have caused so many experts in the central region Divine Land to flock to you like a flock of ducks. However, the number of people you have offended is truly too many. Thus, the number of people who want you dead is innumerable. You simply do not have any reason to leave this place alive. Shangguan Hongyan's sentence made Jiang Qin feel a trace of despair. However, the two figures coming towards him were like a hammer to his head. Two old men, one black and one white, came through the void. Jiang Qin did not know these two people, but Jiang Qin knew the three people behind them very well. They were the three great elders of the dragon clan. Jiang Qin, you have disrupted the safety of our dragon tribe. Today, I, the Black and White Saint Envoy, will personally take action. I will definitely kill you. The great elder of the dragon clan said in a deep voice. The five of them were all late divine emperors. Shangguan Hongyan and the others became serious again. That bastard Jiang Qin, how many more people want him dead? Shangguan Hongyan did not care about Jiang Qin's life or death. However, the craftsman god's inheritance in this fellow's body could not be taken away by anyone. The Black and White Saint emissaries of the Dragon Clan have always been a legend. They are powerful existences comparable to the Dragon Clan Patriarch. Jiang Chen must have caused a great disaster in the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan wouldn't have sent the Black and White Saint emissaries and the 3 great elders. Sigh, those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. Jiang Chen has only himself to blame. He has even offended the Dragon Tribe. Is there anyone in this world that he does not dare to offend? You're right. It seems like this fella has poked a hole in the sky. I have never seen such a scene in my life. I guess from today onwards, no one will be able to reach Jiang Chen's level. This has caused the entire Middle Province to tremble, and countless experts have been attracted to this place. The Black and White Saint emissaries and the 3 great elders of the Dragon Clan made Jiang Chen feel sad. When a wall is down, everyone will give it a shove. Countless experts came to attack Jiang Chen as a group. The enemies that he had offended in the past also came to him one by one. Each of them was powerful enough to shock a region. At this moment, Jiang Chen had no one that he could rely on anymore. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was held back by Little Thunder God and could not join the battle. He did not have the strength to fight anymore. Little bastard, kneel down. The great elder of the Dragon Clan shouted angrily. The Black and White Saint emissaries were extremely powerful. They were even comparable to Peng Lang. With the help of the Dragon Clan and Shengguan Hongyan, Jiang Chen was pushed into a bottomless abyss. Tyrant's breathing became heavy. He started his counterattack with all his might. The battle was extremely intense. He wanted to use his last bit of energy to fight for a chance of survival for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen also continued to attack. Han Yan was also constantly erupting with power. Harming 1,000 enemies, harming 800 of his own. He didn't hold back and started his final counterattack. However, they were already completely suppressed. Even at this moment, there was no way they could turn the situation around. Fight, fight, fight. Let's see who can do anything to me. Jiang Chen held the Eastern Emperor Bell in his left hand and the demon-suppressing monument in his right hand. He swept the Eastern Emperor Bell and the demon-suppressing monument in his right hand. He stood on the fire Qilin and squeezed out his last bit of energy. 1 against 10. At that moment, Jiang Chen was constantly being forced back. However, he was like an unkillable cockroach. He was incomparably tenacious and ferocious. The demon-suppressing monument and the Eastern Emperor Bell were both good at offense and defense. Their momentum was unparalleled. However, facing the continuous pressure from the Black and White Saint emissaries, Peng Lang, and the others, Jiang Chen was in an extremely difficult situation. He was constantly being forced back. His face was pale and blood was gushing out. However, his clenched fists did not relax in the slightest. His brothers beside him and the woman in his arms, even if he had to die, he would not let go. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. Jiang Chen forcefully unleashed the ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. After that, his body continued to grow. His 100-jang tall body made him look like a peerless war god. Even though he knew that he was going to die, he had no regrets. Even if it was a battle of life and death, he would still fight till the end. The fire Qilin's eyes were bloodshot. Flames covered its body. However, facing the 10 great experts, it had already tried its best. However, it was still futile. Jiang Chen suffered the attacks of the 10 great experts. He was constantly being forced back. He was still holding on with his injured body. Han Yan's eyes were bloodshot. Tears of blood rolled down his cheeks. His roar was deafening. He was not willing to give up. Even if there was still a sliver of hope. Tyrant's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. No one could understand that the 3 of them were fighting at this moment. They were using the last splendor of their lives to show their unyielding will. Their heads could be cut off, their blood could flow, but their will could not be lost. Jiang Qin was defeated again and again. His injuries worsened. He was already a defeated general. Dragging on his last bit of strength, he would fight them all to the end. Stubborn fool. Go to hell. The black and white saint emissaries of the dragon clan were invincible. Previously, the four brothers of the Han clan had attacked Jiang Qin with wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Now, the experts of the dragon clan had completely suppressed him. Could it be that big brother is really going to die? Yu Er murmured. She was already prepared to be buried with Jiang Qin. The Hellion clan was no longer important. Jiang Qin was the only one in her life. In this life, when has he ever lived for himself? Two streams of tears flowed down Long Er's face. She knew that Jiang Qin had lived a very, very tiring life. Chapter 36-27. Along the way, he didn't stop to rest at all, just to find them as soon as possible. He didn't do it for himself. He had always been selfless in his life. A living man must have some stubbornness. Back then, he left me resolutely because he couldn't let go of the stubbornness in his heart. I don't blame him. Today, I would rather die together than turn back. Ling Yun smiled gently. They didn't blame Jiang Qin anymore because even they couldn't change the situation. They might even restrict Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin will definitely die in today's battle. They will definitely follow Jiang Qin. Everything is over. Little junior brother, it's time to end your stubbornness. Shengguan Hongyan clenched her fist. Old ginger is spicier. You're just a greenhorn, yet you dare to be so arrogant in the central region divine land. There's only one ending for you. You'll become a thorn in the people's side. If you want to end it, you'll have to ask the spear in my hand first. The icy cold, clear, and melodious voice reverberated in the sky, and it was forceful and sonorous. A white-clothed figure stood on top of the dome. The young man was in high spirits. His golden hair fluttered in the wind. His handsomeness was unparalleled, and his appearance was outstanding. Even many beauties felt ashamed of their inferiority in front of his appearance. The young man was as beautiful as a painting, as if he walked out from a painting. The young man stood there silently. It was as if the entire space had frozen. His aura was majestic and domineering, especially the golden spear in his hand. It was emitting a faint cold light, shocking everyone. Like an everlasting pine tree, he stood there, causing countless people to look at him. Little Chenzi, your miserable appearance is making me laugh to death. The white-robed young man said with a smile. His eyes were filled with tears of blood as he clenched the golden spear in his hand tightly. His tattered clothes were drenched in blood, and his flesh was badly mangled. This was the first time he had seen a demon wolf in such a sorry state. How many years has it been? He had been waiting for this day. But he didn't expect that they would be reunited here. The corner of the white-clad youth's lips curled up in a bloodthirsty smile. Tears of blood welled up in his eyes, and the veins on his arms bulged. His expression turned cold, and he looked like an ancient killing god. Although you look very handsome like this, in my eyes, you will always be a little brat. Jiang Qin said with a smile, but his eyes were a little moist, as if sand had gotten into his eyes. Fuck you, I'm the most handsome man in the world. The white-robed youth laughed heartily like the wind. Han Yen, you bastard, why are you still so weak? He's as weak as a monk. The white-clothed youth said disdainfully, causing Han Yen and Tyrant to not know whether to laugh or cry. However, at that moment, the battle intent in their hearts started to burn again. An elegant and beautiful young man, aloof from the world, who else could it be but De Huang? De Huang's return rekindled the extinguished flame of hope in their hearts. They still had hope. De Huang was there. Jiang Chen was there. They were all there. What a beautiful young man. Ling Yun, Yu, and the rest silently looked at the white-clothed youth. They sighed because he was simply too handsome. He was so handsome that people felt that this kind of beauty shouldn't appear on him. It was a face that even women would be jealous of. That's big brother Jiang Chen's closest brother. Longing, smiled with tears in her eyes. They also saw a trace of hope. After the two of them had sex, Jiang Chen told her everything, hoping that she could understand him. Longing, wouldn't be jealous of anyone. As long as he was still the big brother Jiang Chen who made her feel at ease, as long as he was by her side, she would be satisfied. He fought with his life on the line and injured 800 of his own. De Huang's golden spear was matchless, but it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. Even with the help of the fire Qilin, the two of them were unable to turn the tide. At this moment, the situation was once again in a stalemate. However, for Jiang Chen and the others, it was not optimistic. Jiang Chen was incomparably furious in his heart, but now that he was injured again, the effect he could do was minimal. Seeing his own brother fight with his life on the line for him, the torment in Jiang Chen's heart could be imagined. Are you finally at your wits' end? Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, you brought this upon yourself. Liao Yunqing laughed sinisterly. Shengguan Hongyan glanced at him. At this moment, both of them understood that this was the Mountain and Sea sect. How could Liao Yunqing not be prepared at all? Although he was responsible for the deaths of hundreds of divine emperor stage experts, as the Mountain Lord of the Mountain and Sea sect, Liao Yunqing did not hesitate at all to kill Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was already at her wits' end. At this time, it was time to regain the face of the Mountain and Sea sect. I respectfully request the Supreme Elder to come out of seclusion and clear the name of my Mountain and Sea sect. The descendants are unfilial and have suffered heavy casualties. They have shamed the Mountain and Sea sect. I hope that the Supreme Elder will fight for the Mountain and Sea sect. Liao Yunqing faced the direction of the ancestral shrine and bowed deeply. His voice shook the 9 heavens, and in an instant, the entire Mountain and Sea sect became illusory. Sand and stones flew everywhere, and within the ancestral shrine of the Mountain and Sea sect, a silver figure broke through the air. His long hair fell to the ground, and his clothes were tattered. However, his immortal aura made everyone feel that they were inferior to him. Peak of the Divine Emperor Stage. The true peak of the Emperor Stage was much stronger than Liao Yunqing's late-stage Great Perfection Stage. Most importantly, this was someone who was only a step away from the true Emperor Stage. The old figure was slightly stooped, but the light in his eyes could pierce through one's mind. Liao Yunqing's entire body trembled. He lowered his head and his expression turned ugly. Countless people in the surroundings all had expressions of surprise on their faces. Jiang Chen stared at the silver figure. At this moment, he knew that his situation was already at the end of his rope. He could hide from the Zulong Tower for a while, but he could not hide forever. If the Zulong Tower was trapped, then he could only sit and wait for death. Therefore, Jiang Chen would rather die in battle than hide in the Zulong Tower and be a coward. In the 9 regions immortal world, no one could do anything to the Zulong Tower, but that did not mean that no one in the God realm could do anything to him. The peak of the Divine Emperor Stage. Such an expert was something that countless people could only look up to. He was only a step away from the Emperor realm. Back then, the craftsman god was only at the peak of the Divine Emperor Stage. He was known as the strongest person below the Emperor realm. The silver-haired man's face was cold as he looked at Liao Yunqing. His anger could not be quelled, but his might was even more pressuring. Jiang Qin felt absolute suppression. Such a legendary figure, the supreme elder of the mountain and sea sect, was the true supreme expert. Simply trash. The mountain and sea sect was actually so weak in your hands. The silver fox looked at Liao Yunxing coldly. With a thought, he had already understood everything. Over 100 divine emperor stage experts had fallen, and Liao Yunxing could not escape the blame. As the mountain lord of the mountain and sea sect, he had to take full responsibility. Yes, Elder Silver Fox. Chapter 36-29. What a great elder, Silver Fox. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth and said. When Silver Fox looked at Jiang Qin, he felt a huge pressure. That was the strongest person he had ever seen, the person closest to the Emperor realm. Such an expert was not much different from the great perfection late divine Emperor realm, but it was just a slight difference, making it difficult for people to resist. You are Jiang Qin. Kneel down and talk to me. Silver Fox said indifferently. Kneel down. Do you really think you are an Emperor realm expert? There are not many people in the world who can make me, Jiang Qin, kneel. Jiang Qin said coldly. He would rather die standing than live kneeling. You don't know what's good for you. Kneel down. Silver Fox shouted coldly. A monstrous aura shot through the sky and crushed over. The sky changed color, and Jiang Qin's expression changed as well. However, he still did not kneel down. A towering battle intent rose up. The way of towering heaven made his will incomparably strong. So what if he was the supreme elder of the mountain and sea sect? He was still not qualified to make him lower his head. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth. His face was ashen and blood flowed out of his eyes. He was under pressure, but he still did not kneel down. Good, good, good. You have courage, but you killed hundreds of experts of my mountain and sea sect. Today, even the Emperor of Heaven will not be able to save you. The pressure that Silver Fox exerted on Jiang Qin was quite great. He did not expect that a guy who was already at death's door and could be killed with a single slap would be able to fight against him. Although he had not made a move yet, if it was an ordinary divine Emperor realm expert, their heart would have long since been shattered and they would have prostrated themselves in worship. No wonder he could behave so atrociously in his mountain and sea sect. It seemed that he had some ability. However, at this moment, he no longer had the strength to fight. Death was his only choice. Little Qinzi. De Huang's eyes were cold and sinister as he stared at Jiang Qin. Han Yan and Tyrant were the same. Under the pressure of the Silver Fox, Jiang Qin was already bleeding from his 7 apertures. To Jiang Qin, this was no different from a life and death torture. I, Jiang Qin, will never yield to anyone. Jiang Qin held his head high and looked into the eyes of the Silver Fox. However, Jiang Qin felt that the heaven-reaching Taoist connotation in his body was growing bit by bit. Under the pressure of the Silver Fox, it stimulated the power of the Taoist connotation in Jiang Qin's body and it began to grow gradually. For Jiang Qin, it was a rare opportunity. Jiang Qin was not angry. Instead, he was happy. If this continued, he did not know how long he could last. The heaven-reaching Taoist connotation continued to grow and resist the pressure of the Silver Fox. At this moment, Jiang Qin was already struggling to move. However, his will did not change at all. As long as he still had a breath in him, no one could suppress him. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Jiang Qin finally could not hold on any longer. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the power of the Taoist connotation in his body had increased by several times. It was even enough for him to use the heavenly crushing seal several times. Moreover, the growth of the heaven-reaching Taoist connotation had greatly improved Jiang Qin's soul realm. It even made him feel that he could break through to the Emperor realm at any time. To be able to last for so long, you are indeed an extremely talented guy. However, it is a pity that you are an enemy of the Mountain Sea sect. I can only kill you. Otherwise, how can I face the innocent souls of the Mountain Sea sect who have died unjustly? The silver fox said indifferently. His palm moved slightly and he struck out. Jiang Qin used his full strength and the power of the heavenly crushing seal to resist the silver fox's attack. Jiang Qin retreated and stabilized his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood. After wiping it off, Jiang Qin stood up again and looked at the silver fox coldly. The silver fox's eyes flickered and his expression was solemn. Jiang Qin's power of the Taoist connotation naturally did not escape his eyes. Even he could not comprehend the Great Way. How could this guy have the power of the Taoist connotation in his body? The silver fox looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. However, at this moment, he no longer planned to kill Jiang Qin. He would first imprison him and study him carefully to see if he could replace his power of the Taoist connotation. If he could comprehend the Great Way, then he would be one step closer to entering the Emperor realm. However, the silver fox did not know that the power of the Taoist connotation was completely beyond his imagination. In his eyes, the power of the Taoist connotation was self-evident. Only a true Emperor realm expert was worthy of the power of the Taoist connotation. However, even Emperor realm experts did not necessarily have the power of the Taoist connotation. This Jiang Qin made him more and more curious, and he felt a trace of excitement. Little guy, I did not expect you to have such skills. Come with me, I can guarantee your life. The silver fox smiled. Do you think I am a 3-year-old child? I am not the one you value. Jiang Qin sneered. The two of them looked at each other and the silver fox became more and more indifferent. What a brat who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. In that case, I can only make you suffer a fate worse than death. The silver fox was prepared to kill Jiang Qin. To him, it was a great loss. Therefore, he wanted to use Jiang Qin as a test subject to study. The so-called power of the Taoist connotation. In the ancestral hall of the Mountain and Sea sect, there was a power of the Taoist connotation. However, he could not extract it and he could not fight against it. Although the power of the Taoist connotation that Jiang Qin displayed was not strong, it was extremely terrifying. If it was an ordinary late divine emperor, he would definitely be injured by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, hold on a little longer. Little Thunder God's origin energy will be extracted soon. The ancestral dragon emperor's voice resounded in Jiang Qin's mind. Jiang Qin's expression changed and he was overjoyed. Little Thunder God's origin energy was the 5th heavenly lightning. Jiang Qin saw hope in his despair. As long as the 5th heavenly lightning could be combined with the previous 4 heavenly lightning, Jiang Qin believed that he would be invincible under the Emperor realm. The thought of the 5th heavenly lightning made him excited. To Jiang Qin, this was undoubtedly good news. All right. Jiang Qin suppressed the joy in his heart and confronted the silver fox. At this moment, even if he had to exhaust the last bit of his strength, he must protect his brother. Once the 5th heavenly lightning was extracted from Little Thunder God's body, it would be a terrifying trump card for Jiang Qin. I'm giving you face but you don't want it. No one has ever said no in front of me, you're the first. The silver fox stared at Jiang Qin and clenched his fist tightly. His murderous intent surged out like a tide. Jiang Qin's expression changed again and again. It's done. The ancestral dragon emperor said excitedly. Jiang Qin took a deep breath and his face was extremely calm. I want all of you to die without a burial place. Chapter 36:30. Silver Fox's eyes stared straight at Jiang Qin. Was this guy really not afraid of death? Even in the central region Divine Land, no one dared to go against the peak of the Divine Emperor realm. As the Supreme Elder of the Mountain and Sea sect, his appearance was a true reassurance to the entire Mountain and Sea sect. Everyone gradually understood that the Mountain and Sea sect was vast and had a long history. With such a Supreme Elder, who would dare to look down on them? Those people who originally thought that the Mountain and Sea sect would definitely be destroyed or even become a second or third-rate sect had to re-examine themselves. After all, the Supreme Elder of the Mountain and Sea sect was simply too strong. Even Peng Lang, the Black and White Saint Envoy, and the others had no choice but to treat him seriously. Their expressions were stern, and they did not dare to make the slightest mistake. Although the peak of the Divine Emperor realm was only a step away from the Great Perfection stage, this step was the most important step towards the Emperor realm. Therefore, with the strength of the Silver Fox, even if it was 100,000 years or 1,000,000 years, they might not be able to reach the heavens in a single step and surpass him. The power of the Mountain and Sea sect was already clear after the appearance of the Silver Fox. No one dared to disrespect him in the slightest. An old sect with a deep foundation was its true strength. At this point, without an Emperor realm expert, it would be impossible to save Jiang Qin. With his strength, even if he gathered this brother, he would still not be able to compare to the Mountain and Sea sect. Yeah, fighting alone is not as good as a colossus like the Mountain and Sea sect. Looks like Jiang Qin will definitely die here. Who said it wasn't? A genius of a generation is destined to fall. Jiang Qin's strength is so strong that it makes one's hair stand on end, but without a strong backing, he can only be reduced to a defeated opponent of a super sect. After killing so many people from the Mountain and Sea sect, Jiang Qin will definitely not be able to escape. Jiang Qin's situation changed again and again. Even those onlookers who were originally full of confidence in him felt powerless. After all, Jiang Qin was the Supreme Elder of the Mountain and Sea sect. What other choice did he have? Don't worry, little Qinzi. I won't let them have their way even if I have to risk my life. A cold light flashed into Huang's eyes. He raised his golden spear once again and charged into the killing formation. With his back against the wall, the pressure from the Black and White Saint Envoys and Peng Lang made it impossible for De Huang to use his full strength. Even if he had thousands of ravines in his chest, he could not do anything. De Huang was incomparably furious and ruthless. Even though he was heavily injured and had to fight 1 against 10, his will to fight did not diminish in the slightest. Fighting to the last moment was his greatest wish. Seeing death as home. Tyrant and Han Yen were still the same. The three of them did not show any signs of cowardice. Even if they knew that the outcome would be extremely tragic and they might even die without a burial, as long as their brothers were still alive, they would have no regrets. In fact, the three of them were already prepared to sacrifice themselves. Even if it was the Fire Qilin, it was still the same. If Jiang Qin died, then it would be impossible for them to live alone. 4 people and 1 beast were filled with sorrow and sorrow. Although these enemies hated Jiang Qin to the bone, none of the onlookers had the slightest bit of contempt or disrespect towards Jiang Qin. This was because Jiang Qin was worthy of their respect, worthy of their imitation. Such an expert, such a brother, even if they had one of them, it would be enough for them to look down on the world. The feelings of brothers were so strong that there was no distinction between them. They only sought to live and die together. This firm belief and tenacity caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. This was Jiang Qin, and this was their brotherly love. There is no longer any meaning for you to live. All of you, die. Remember, in your next life, do not appear in the territory of the Mountain and Sea sect. The Silver Fox was bossy and arrogant as he looked down on the heavens. With a wave of his hand, he punched out. Even the fiercest of them all, Goldie, was not able to withstand this punch and was sent flying away in a pathetic manner. He was drenched in blood, and his white robes were stained with blood. Soon after, Han Yen and Tyrant were also forced back by the silver fox. All three of them were heavily injured. Everyone who saw this was dumbfounded. No one dared to say a word. The silver fox was the heavens. Jiang Chen's eyes were wide open and his heart trembled. He looked at the silver fox with a ferocious expression. The lightning in his hands had already gradually gathered. From this moment on, all of you should rest. They will all receive the punishment they deserve. No one here will be able to leave alive. Jiang Chen's cold voice rang in the ears of the silver fox and everyone else. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was simply spouting nonsense. Right now, even a 3-year-old could see that Jiang Chen and the others had nowhere to retreat, but he still dared to boast shamelessly. Jiang Chen, I advise you to accept your death. Do you think you can do that? Do you want to continue being so arrogant? How much can a person who is about to die do? Ha! Hao Yunhang said disdainfully. Jiang Chen's gaze landed on Hao Yunhang, but at that moment, Hao Yunhang was actually glared back. Today, the people who will die will definitely be you, not me, Jiang Chen. If you want to touch my brother, you will all die. Jiang Chen, you already have no path of retreat. Just surrender. Yun Giao had a calm expression on her face, as though she was always indifferent. However, the hatred Jiang Chen felt for her was even more compared to Hao Yunhang. If it wasn't for her, how would his Qingqing end up like this? If it wasn't for her, he wouldn't have been separated from Qingqing for so long. After such a long period of separation, it was already extremely difficult for them to reunite again. Ha ha ha, the people of the world are laughing at me for being too crazy. Since all of you want to be my enemy, I, Jiang Chen, shall be the enemy of the entire world. So what? Today, I will unmask all of your hypocritical masks. Jiang Chen laughed maniacally. Many people thought that Jiang Chen had gone crazy. At this moment, shouldn't he be kneeling and begging for mercy? But in front of the silver fox, he was still acting so insolently. Could it be that he was trying to please the crowd? But even so, he didn't have much time left. All of you can be destroyed. Heavenly lightning, fuse. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered unceasingly. Streaks of lightning flickered in his eyes as the 5 bolts of heavenly lightning intertwined in his hands. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. What was this fellow planning to do exactly? Shangguan Hongyan's countenance changed slightly. Why did the amount of heavenly lightning in Jiang Chen's hands increase again compared to before? Was this fellow planning to continue fusing the heavenly lightning? This bastard, how did he obtain so much heavenly lightning? Not only Shangguan Hongyan, Jun Tianqiu, Yun Giao, and Hao Yunhang were all staring at Jiang Chen. Because they had all seen how terrifying Jiang Chen's fusion of heavenly lightning was. It was just that this time around, the amount of heavenly lightning Jiang Chen fused was much more than before. The silver fox's eyes flickered, feeling some trepidation in his heart. This fellow actually possessed so much heavenly lightning. Not only that, it was a total of 5 bolts of heavenly lightning. Each and every bolt of heavenly lightning was extremely terrifying. Not only that, heavenly lightning was so violent, how could it be fused together? Chapter 36-31. Silver Fox's killing intent surged. He had severely injured Jiang Chen's 3 brothers in order to force Jiang Chen to give in. However, this bastard had not retreated, but advanced instead. He even wanted to fight to the death with him. It seemed that if he didn't use some extreme methods, it would be impossible for him to obtain the secret of the Tao accumulation. Is little Chenzi courting death? Can he really control so many heavenly thunders? It seems like he doesn't have absolute confidence in doing so. De Huang said with a frown. He knew Jiang Chen very well, but he could see from his eyes that he was ready to fight to the death. In other words, he probably didn't have absolute confidence in fusing these 5 heavenly thunders. Otherwise, why didn't he fuse them from the beginning? It was his only chance to fight back at this time. If he failed, Jiang Chen would definitely be destroyed by the heavenly thunders. For De Huang, Jiang Chen was undoubtedly walking on a tightrope. It was extremely dangerous. Not necessarily. You've really underestimated him this time. This guy is quite good at fusing the heavenly thunders. However, it's the first time I've seen him use so many heavenly thunders. Tyrant said with a doubtful tone. When he reached the end of his sentence, he couldn't help but feel nervous. It was still unknown whether Jiang Chen could turn the situation around with the help of the fusion of heavenly lightning. Danger and hope coexist. I think this should be his last resort. Whether he succeeds or not, our lives are hanging by a thread. Even if it's a risk, he has to do it, Han Yen said in a low voice. He said what De Huang and Silver Fox were thinking. Jiang Chen did this because he was prepared to fail on the verge of success. If he was confident, he wouldn't have waited until this moment to accept the challenge of life and death. The heavenly thunders are extremely fierce and unruly. How can they be fused together? Boy, if you can really show me what it's like after the heavenly thunders are fused, I can spare your life. Silver Wolf crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Jiang Chen with great interest. He seemed to be very curious about Jiang Chen's fusion with the heavenly lightning. There's no need for you to spare my life. Let's see if you can survive the fusion of sky lightning. A bitter smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. This was a battle to the death, a battle with their backs against the river. All of their lives depended on this. If they failed, none of them would be able to escape this calamity. However, Jiang Chen was filled with confidence in his fusion of heavenly lightning. The 5th bolt of heavenly lightning was the origin power of the Thunder God, Universal Heavenly Sovereign. It was needless to say how terrifying it was. It was definitely not something an ordinary peak divine emperor could match up to. However, that was countless years ago. Although Little Thunder God was not as powerful as before, his origin power of lightning still had the power to destroy the world. Even the most powerful thousand-flame destruction thunder in Jiang Chen's hands was filled with fear in the face of the Thunder God's origin power that had been separated from him. Jiang Chen had waited far too long for the fusion of 5 bolts of heavenly lightning. At this moment, he no longer had any hesitation. He believed that no one other than an emperor would be able to withstand this attack. Silver Wolf stared at Jiang Chen and waited silently. Jiang Chen did not disappoint him. In a flash, the 5 bolts of heavenly lightning had turned into a rainbow that gradually intertwined with each other. The origin power of heavenly lightning complemented each other and condensed together. With Thunder God's origin power of heavenly lightning as the center, the origin power of lightning completed the fusion. They clenched their fists tightly, waiting for Jiang Chen's attack to stir up the thunder clouds of the 9 heavens and stir up the sky. The heavenly lightning fused and converged together. At this moment, a colorful lightning lotus was slowly formed in Jiang Chen's palm. The dazzling radiance was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. The terrifying lightning lotus was dazzling and the sound of thunder rumbled. Accept your judgment. Even if you're a god, you must kneel before me. Everyone will submit. Jiang Chen let out an angry roar. The rainbow in his hand instantly flew out, causing the entire sky to become filled with lightning. Accompanied by rolling thunderclouds, a bolt of lightning descended from the 9 heavens. Chapter 36-32. Thunderclouds rose from the 9 heavens and chaos rose. Like a stormy sea, it swept across the sky. Everyone held their breath and watched silently as the five-colored lotus flower that Jiang Qin had thrown out gradually bloomed in the sky. It was like a rainbow, incomparably resplendent and dazzling, making people unable to open their eyes. Everyone felt as if their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. The entire mountain and sea sect seemed to be collapsing. Great rivers flowed, snow mountains collapsed, and wind and thunder roared, shaking the world. "Run!" It was unknown who shouted it, but Shengguan Hongyan and Liao Yunxing both felt a trace of despair. The lightning energy released by the terrifying five-colored lotus had completely enveloped the entire space within 5,000 kilometers. There was no longer any space left for them to escape. "Brother Shengguan, be careful." Han Feng and the other three took Shengguan Hongyan away and kept retreating. Liao Yunxing took out the mountain protection talisman. There was only one thought in their hearts, and that was to escape. The further they escaped, the better, because they no longer had any desire to resist Jiang Chen's attack. Under the fusion of the 5 bolts of lightning, the terrifying pressure was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The world changed, and even Jiang Qin was completely shocked. He had not expected it to be so domineering. The towering mountains continued to collapse, and the mountain and sea sect's 8,000 miles of mountain range were all turned into powder. Peng Lang's face was deathly pale. His determination to fight to the death was completely shaken at this moment. The Baji sect could not do without him. Therefore, he did not dare to collide with Jiang Chen's attack. He was afraid that he would be obliterated in the long river of history and turned into ashes by the supreme power of the lightning. Yun Giao, Hao Yunheng, and the others also changed their expressions. They wanted to retreat, but it was already too late. The Black and White Saint emissaries of the Dragon clan used all their strength to resist the attack, but the result made everyone's jaws drop. The 5 late Divine Emperor realm experts were directly sent flying at this moment, without any room to resist. The lightning continued. The 5-colored lotus blossomed with a shocking halo of lightning, turning into an aurora that pierced through the world. The first to bear the brunt was naturally the silver fox. At that moment, the silver fox felt a sense of suffocation, as if he was facing a great enemy. After so many years, he had never thought that a mere mid-divine emperor realm would be able to force him to this step. If he succeeded in fusing the 5 bolts of lightning, it would be an epic disaster. The silver fox roared and formed a seal with both hands. He could not retreat. He was the glory of the mountain and sea sect, and he had even boasted that he would definitely block Jiang Qin's attack. The silver fox's expression was cold as he gave it his all. But in the terrifying aurora that Jiang Qin heavenly lightning fused with heavens. The silver fox used all his strength, but he could only hold on for 10 breaths of time before he was repelled by the terrifying lightning. The aurora shone, the sky changed color, the 5 bolts of lightning struck the sky, and the world became one. It was a devastating blow. No one could have expected that things would turn out so badly. The silver fox, who was originally full of confidence, was dumbfounded at this moment. Because he gave it his all, but he could only hold on for 10 breaths of time before he could no longer compete with the heavenly lightning. The terrifying lightning wreaked havoc in the sky, spreading in all directions. Whether it was Jun Tianqiu, Dou Zhaning, Yun Giao, or Hao Yunheng, they were all turned into ashes in this terrifying lightning domain. At that moment, Jiang Qin was like the controller of heavenly lightning, holding 5 bolts of lightning in his hand. Wherever the light passed, all lives would cease to exist. But the silver fox's strength was indeed terrifying. It even made Jiang Qin feel extremely solemn. No one could withstand his heavenly lightning fusion, but the silver fox lasted for 10 breaths of time. He bore the brunt of the impact, but he also negated the explosive effect of the heavenly lightning fusion, directly reducing the strength of Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning fusion. But at that moment, the silver fox still clenched his teeth. He knew that it was impossible, but he still did it. He was the last line of defense of the mountain and sea sect. If even he was defeated, then the mountain and sea sect would truly be destroyed. So no matter what, the silver fox did not give up. With the addition of the 4 Han brothers, the black and white saint emissaries of the dragon clan, Ping Lang, and the others, the impact was naturally much smaller. But the 4 Han brothers all stood in front of Shengwan Hongyan, allowing her to escape. But the 4 of them had already been completely destroyed by the power of the heavenly lightning lotus. They had no way of fighting back at all. Hence, no matter what, he did not give up. With the 4 Han brothers, the dragon clan's black and white saint envoys, Ping Lang, and the others' attacks were naturally much weaker. However, the 4 Han brothers all stood in front of Shengwan Hongyan, allowing her to avoid the disaster. But the 4 of them had already had their souls and bodies completely destroyed by the explosions of the lotuses formed by the power of heavenly lightning. They could not fight back at all. Peng Lang was heavily injured and no longer had any strength to fight. He was in an even more miserable state than Liao Yunxing. Liao Yunxing was backed by the mountain and sea sect, and the mountain protection talisman was also a treasure passed down by the mountain and sea sect. Without the mountain protection talisman, he would not have been able to escape with his life. Jun Tianchou, Yun Giao, Hao Yunheng, and Dou Zhaning all died because they could not survive. Jiang Chen's attack had caused more than half of the mountain sea sect's mountain peaks to collapse. Half of the onlookers were killed. Only the ones who were furthest away were spared. Pft! The silver fox coughed out a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee. He was already at the end of his tether, and had used up all of his strength to resist most of Jiang Chen's power. Otherwise, under the fusion of the heavenly lightning, if he did not resist it, the entire mountain and sea sect and everyone else would have died without a burial ground. The silver fox knew that he was ridiculously wrong, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. Even if he blocked it, he might not be able to guarantee that Jiang Qin would not release the fusion of the heavenly lightning, and the ending might not be even more perfect. It was just that he had underestimated his enemy too much, and thought that Jiang Qin was already a dead man. However, this fellow who was struggling at death's door had actually made all of them pay the price. No one was an exception, and even the few of them who had survived were all hanging by a thread. 2/3 of the mountain and sea sect's mountain range had already been razed to the ground. It was so tragic that no one could bear to look at it. The mountain and sea sect was facing the greatest danger of annihilation in hundreds of millions of years. Silence, deathly silence. Jiang Qin stood there like an old pine tree, but he had long since collapsed. After using the last of the power of the heavenly lightning fusion, he could be considered to have completed his mission. The entire mountain and sea sect was no different from being destroyed. Fuck. Little Chinzi, you're too fucking awesome. Ha ha ha. De Huang let out a wild roar, sweeping away the haze from before. It was as if he had finally let out a mouthful of anger. Jiang Qin glanced at De Huang and the others and smiled. They had finally defeated these damned bastards. Han Yen and Tyrant also revealed smiles. They had won, sinking the entire mountain and sea sect. They had won. They didn't have to die. Silver Fox had a dejected look on his face. He had nothing left to live for. The mountain and sea sect was destined to be destroyed. Rumble, a deafening roar resounded from beneath the collapsed mountain, reverberating through the 9 heavens. The great river flowed, the mountains stood tall, and the wind and rain filled the sky. The mountain was like a dragon, and the sea was like a beast. A giant beast that was tens of thousands of feet tall seemed to be slowly rising. If you read that the dragon marked war god, and felt that you were in high spirits and killing in all directions, but you still felt that what you got on paper was too shallow, and your heart was filled with regret, then Su Yueshi would recommend the game Expedition mobile game to you. I believe that it will give you the satisfaction of galloping on the battlefield. December 20th, Su Yueshi personally led the team to the new server with her fellow readers. Chapter 36-33. What is that? From the looks of it, it looks like a mountain. It's huge. That seems to be a ferocious beast, an ancient ferocious beast. Could it be the mountain and sea sect's guardian beast? I'm not sure, this is too terrifying. I feel that the sky above our heads seems to be completely covered by this guy. Is it night or day right now? The group of people silently looked at the sky. Even the people from the mountain and sea sect did not know what kind of existence it was, because it was simply too big. Rather than saying that it was like a mountain, it would be better to say that it was like a mountain that rose from the ground. It was majestic and spectacular, causing people to exclaim in admiration. Moreover, it carried an incomparable pressure, causing everyone present to feel suffocated. This is the mountain and sea beast. Peng Lang's face was deathly pale as he silently stared at the gigantic beast that was tens of thousands of feet tall. His heart was rather perturbed. Liao Yunsheng looked at the Supreme Elder Silver Fox and asked in a low voice, "Supreme Elder, is this really our mountain and sea sect's guardian beast?" Even Liao Yunsheng did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. His face was solemn. In the mountain and sea sect, even he did not know that there was such an incomparably terrifying beast. It was so big that it made people's scalps go numb. Silver Fox nodded. His expression was solemn and stern, but soon after, he bowed slightly towards the 100,000 feet large beast. This is my mountain and sea sect's guardian beast. It is also an ancient divine beast. It is even more ancient than countless divine beasts. Even I thought that it had completely fallen in the ancient war. I never thought that it would actually turn into a mountain peak and silently protect my mountain and sea sect for hundreds of millions of years. Silver Fox was clearly in disbelief, but the appearance of the mountain and sea beast caused him to feel a trace of palpitation. Back then, the mountain and sea beast was extremely ferocious and invincible. It followed the first-generation sect master of the mountain and sea sect to travel the 4 seas and conquer the 8 wastelands. It was the true totem of the mountain and sea sect, and its might was greater than the heavens and the earth. Motherfucker. Isn't this thing a little too abnormal? 30,000 meters tall. That's even bigger than a mountain. That's a true transformation of the mountains and seas. De Huang could not help but say, his brows tightly knitted. The surrounding mountains continued to sink, and beneath the ground, the rivers flowed and the waves surged. More than half of the mountain and sea sect had already been submerged by the scarlet water, and the raging waves slapped against the shore, sweeping up 1,000 layers of snow. Could this thing be the mountain and sea sect's mountain protecting divine beast? By the looks of it, he seems to be even more terrifying than this Supreme Elder Silver Wolf. Tyrant murmured. His heart was once again filled with raging waves. Their path of survival was truly filled with twists and turns. This was simply sealing off all their paths of retreat, making it hard for anyone to breathe. Such a great momentum was enough to make one's heart tremble. He's not simple. Han Yen said coldly. He stared unblinkingly at the monstrous beast that was slowly rising into the sky. You don't even need to say that. De Huang rolled his eyes at Han Yen. This guy's mouth was full of nonsense. Right now, their situation was truly worrying. After defeating a silver fox, another mountain and sea beast had appeared. Now, De Huang finally understood one thing. In this life and death battle, the drawbacks of fighting in an away game were simply too great. You simply did not know how many terrifying trump cards your opponent had. However, to the mountain and sea sect, not to mention the mountain lord Liao Yunxing, even the Supreme Elder did not know that there was such a monstrous beast from the primordial era hidden under their sect. To them, this was undoubtedly good news. Jiang Qin did not bat an eyelid. He silently stared at it, but in his heart, he had already begun to sigh. Right now, he could only place all his hopes on the ancestral Dragon Emperor. He was truly helpless. It's Fei. Big Fei. In the past, the sect leader of the Mountain and Sea sect had two great primordial beasts. One of them was the little Fei. It looked like a quail, with a yellow body and a red beak. Its name was Little Fei. The second one is the Big Fei, which is this guy in front of us. It has 6 legs and 4 wings. It looks like a sky demon. When it sees it, it will cause a drought and everything will dry up. However, it was said that this guy was killed by the primordial god Quafu. Why is it still here? The ancestral Dragon Emperor's voice was incomparably low. His voice seemed to have become a little hoarse. This ancient beast Fei was not to be trifled with. It was so powerful that even in the primordial era, it was famous for its ferocity. Even the ancestral Dragon Emperor was afraid of it. I've only heard of it. There's more than one giant beast in the Mountain Sea sect. There are more than 10 of them that are comparable to me when I was at my peak. The most terrifying ones are the Kuan and the Phoenix. This Big Fei doesn't seem to be easy to deal with. Although I've never fought against it, I've heard of its ferocity. With its current might, I'm far from being able to fight against it. The ancestral Dragon Emperor did not know much about the Big Fei. However, this description had already made Jiang Qin feel despair. Just how terrifying was this guy? 6 legs and 4 wings. Its back was like a barren mountain. When it completely rose from the ground, the entire Mountain and Sea sect was shaken. This guy already has the might of the Emperor realm. It must have been even stronger back then. However, it's now heavily injured. The giant beast of the Mountain and Sea sect is extremely terrifying. Little Thunder God said in an extremely low voice. At this moment, he did not forget to give Jiang Qin a head-on blow. This is simply too terrifying. Are we really going to wait for death? Jiang Qin said with a bitter smile as he shook his head helplessly. Jiang Qin could feel that the Big Fei's soul force was not any weaker than his own. Moreover, there was no need to mention its strength. This made him filled with doubt, because the Big Fei's strength seemed to be unstable. However, even so, it was still stronger than the silver fox. That was enough. Mountain and Sea Fei, ha ha ha, our Mountain and Sea sect is invincible. Greetings, Elder Fei. The silver fox said in a deep voice. His voice was extremely solemn and respectful. This was the symbol of their Mountain and Sea sect, the totem of their Mountain and Sea sect. Now that the Mountain and Sea sect was in trouble, the divine mountain guardian beast, the Fei, was finally revealed. How long have I been asleep? 1,000 years. Or 10,000 years. A heavy and oppressive voice reverberated across the skies, accompanied by deafening thunder. The gigantic beast flapped its 4 wings, causing the great river to surge and the yellow river to roar. Above the skies, a hurricane suddenly rose. Except for the divine Emperor realm experts, everyone else was blown thousands of miles away. Our Mountain and Sea sect is finally going to be revived. Ha ha ha. Chapter 36-34. Liao Yunxing was very clear that as long as he recuperated for a period of time, the Mountain and Sea sect would definitely be restored to its former glory. In fact, it would be even more terrifying and powerful than before. It was not impossible for it to surpass the Martial Dan Hall and the Buddha Pagoda. Reporting to Elder Fei, it's not 1,000 years, nor is it 10,000 years, but an era. The silver fox said in a deep voice. At that moment, its body began to tremble slightly, to the point where no one could see its head. An era. Has it already been an era? Billions of years, it's like a dream. The Fae murmured. Its figure covered the sun and the sky as it traversed the world. The mountain and sea sect was already in a mess. Who was it that woke me up from my dream? You dare to behave atrociously in the mountain and sea sect. This is simply absurd. All of you must die. The Fae's words were like the judgment of the death god. The entire sky became incomparably loud. Jiang Chen and the others could already feel the mountain and sea beast locking onto them. This time, let's see who can save you. Peng Lang looked at Jiang Chen. The guardian beast of the mountain and sea sect had truly shocked them, but at this time, the person who should be worried was Jiang Chen. Originally, even he thought that Jiang Chen would definitely be able to laugh until the end. That attack was something that even the silver fox could not compare to, but he never thought that the situation would be reversed at this time. The guardian beast of the mountain and sea sect, even Liao Yunxing, were filled with shock. This was definitely not an act. Back then, Liao Yunxing's eyes of despair were enough to explain everything. Even their supreme elder was afraid of this mountain and sea beast Fei. De Huang and the others were already at their wits' end, and were completely at their wits' end. Han Yen and Tyrant silently stood behind Jiang Chen. Right now, they had no other choice. To be able to live and die with Jiang Chen was already their greatest wish. Since they could not escape, then accepting the baptism of death was not impossible. Their heads could be broken, their blood could flow, but they could not lose their pride. The haze of despair once again shrouded everyone's hearts. You are indeed very strong, but compared to our mountain and sea sect, you are just a drop in the ocean. Silver Wolf stared at Jiang Chen quietly. This person had nearly caused his name to go down in history and brought about a great disaster. If the divine mountain guardian had not appeared in time, he might not have been able to control the current situation. In the eyes of the people of the mountain and sea sect, all of this was Jiang Chen's own fault, and no one else could be blamed for it. Amitabha, Elder Fei, I'm a disciple of the West Pole States Buddhist sect. Today, I've come to capture my evil disciple, Tyrant. I hope Elder Fei can forgive me. Shi Yun said in a low voice with a solemn expression. You better not let me see you again. You and that group of ox-nosed Taoists, claiming to be the orthodox of the world, are not good people, Fei said in a low voice. Shi Yun, Zhi Lian, and Wu Yan all had ugly expressions on their faces. This Fei's words were extremely sarcastic, saying that they and the ox-nosed Taoists were not good people. This was a complete insult. However, Shi Yun and the others could only brace themselves and did not dare to say a word. After all, this terrifying mountain and sea giant beast could kill them all in a fit of anger. Although it had been asleep for 10,000 years, Fei was very clear that it could not attract more enemies for the mountain and sea sect. Otherwise, it would put the mountain and sea sect in the eye of the storm. Although the ox-nosed Taoist and the people of the Buddhist sect were full of ridicule and disdain for the mountain and sea giant beasts, that was a matter from hundreds of millions of years ago. Today, the Buddhist sect was still around, which showed how terrifying it was. Shi Yun and the others had cold expressions on their faces. They must bring Tyrant back to the West Pole Divine region. This was a matter of the Buddhist sect, so they must use the methods of the Buddhist sect to solve it. Lord Divine Envoys, we should also leave. Otherwise, we won't be able to obtain any benefits here. The great elder of the Dragon Clan said in a low voice and sighed. As long as Jiang Chen died, it was already the greatest revenge for them. As for the thing in Jiang Chen's hand, it was almost impossible for them to obtain it. With the mountain and sea giant beast Fei here, they would definitely not be able to obtain any benefits. What a good fire Qilin. What a delicious meal, he he he. Fei's voice caused the fire Qilin to tremble. However, things had already come to this. Even Jiang Qin could not escape from this calamity. It was also destined to die here. You are also a divine beast. After eating you, I can recover some of my profound qi. The fire qilin was also an ancient divine beast. To the Fae, if it could devour it, it would definitely benefit a lot. In front of this 10,000 zhang tall giant, everyone felt extremely powerless. It was an irreversible existence. What else could they do? Ancestral Dragon Emperor, Little Thunder God, aren't you both experts from the ancient era? Why can't you do anything now? Am I really going to just eat and wait for death? Jiang Qin said hopelessly. I don't have a physical body. Even if I have one, the current me will most likely lose against the Fae. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was also filled with despair. If Jiang Qin died, he would definitely turn into ashes. However, he really had no other way. The Fae was a mountain and sea giant beast in the ancient era. It was not any weaker than the ancestral Dragon Emperor when he was at his peak. Although it was no longer as powerful as it was in the past, it had its own supreme physical body. If you can't win, then you can't win. Just wait for death. Little Thunder God's words made Jiang Qin speechless. What the fuck, do you have to be so real? Now, all of you can die. You have violated the dignity of my mountain and sea sect. You deserve to die. The Fae said in a deep voice. It flapped its wings, stirring up a 10,000 zhang tall gale and a monstrous wave. Jiang Qin and the others were all blown away. They were in a sorry state and were on the verge of death. Jiang Qin looked at it coldly, feeling worried. Am I really going to die here? After entering the divine world, he had yet to see his beloved Xiaoyu. Was everything going to end here? Die. The Fae took a step forward like a 10,000 zhang tall mountain. The pupils of Jiang Qin and the others shrunk. They felt incomparable despair. The crisis of death spread out at this moment. Boom! Just when everyone thought that Jiang Qin and the others would die without a doubt, a white figure lifted the Fae with one hand. Jiang Qin's eyes gradually locked as he silently looked at the white-clothed woman in front of him. In the blink of an eye, she was devastatingly beautiful, as cold as frost, and shook the 9 heavens. In just a few decades, you were actually able to force the mountain and sea sect to reveal everything. It really surprised me. The woman looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. He didn't know if the woman in front of him was praising him or insulting him. Chapter 36-35. Even so, it's not as powerful as a single palm of yours. Jiang Qin smiled awkwardly, feeling helpless. But at this moment, the crisis was finally averted. Facing the unstoppable Fae, there was nothing he could do, but her appearance had given Jiang Qin and the others a chance. Jiang Qin looked at the void silently, his eyes narrowed gradually. That beautiful face, that proud figure, they were like suet jade, shining brilliantly, unblasphemous. She was like a god, standing in the void, unmoving like a mountain. The white-clothed woman moved her palm, and with a flip of her palm, her tiny figure forced the Fae to retreat, causing the entire sky to tremble. The air buzzed, and countless experts covered their faces as they retreated in panic. Who is this woman? She's so beautiful, is she another girl that little Chenzi has been courting? De Huang said with a smirk, looking ambiguously at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin glared at him fiercely, but he felt a little bitter in his heart. He didn't expect that she would take the initiative to help him in this moment of crisis. It was simply too surprising. Jiang Qin didn't know her identity, nor did Jiang Qin know where she came from. It had been decades since they last met, and they had long forgotten about each other. But when he was in danger, she stood up for him, which made Jiang Chen's heart filled with all sorts of emotions. After parting at the Luo Feng Gorge, he thought that they would be separated forever, but the ending was very surprising. Jiang Chen looked at the white-clothed woman in a daze. She's actually so strong. Back then, her strength should have been damaged. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been his turn to save her. But today, it seemed that he had saved a super-invincible expert. Even the mountain sea giant beast, the Fae, was forced back by a single palm. It was extremely terrifying. This scene was something that no one had expected. The white-clothed woman, who seemed to be light, was able to easily repel the Fae. It was simply shocking. Who is she? How could it be so terrifying? A wave of shock rose in Peng Lang's heart. The situation had changed once again. Her appearance caused the entire mountain and sea sect to become ice-cold. The temperature plummeted, and the Fae above the 9 heavens was also incomparably grim. Who are you? You even dare to interfere in the matters of my mountain and sea sect. You're courting death. Fae said in a deep voice. Both of them were facing each other in the void. However, the white-robed woman was cold as ice. She didn't show any signs of backing down. A mere mountain sea sect dares to threaten me. Do you really think that the central region divine land is your mountain sea sect's territory? The woman said coldly. Everyone was silently guessing who this woman was. She had such a demeanor and dared to challenge the mountain and sea sect. There was no need to say much about her strength. She was able to force the mountain and sea sect's giant beast, the Fae, to retreat. It was obvious how terrifying she was. It's her. Little Thunder God's words were filled with shock. He had never imagined that he would actually see such a peerless beauty here. The ancestral Dragon Emperor was also slightly shocked. Although he felt that this woman was incomparably familiar, he couldn't remember who she was at all. The ancient war caused many people to die in the endless river of time. As for those who were still alive, most of them had lost their memories. They had lost a lot of memories of the ancient war. Even those who survived were truly peerless experts or people with great abilities. The ancestral Dragon Emperor's body had been destroyed and his soul had been extinguished. Only a remnant soul was left. After experiencing countless years, he was able to return to the divine world. As for Little Thunder God, he had also been nurtured for countless years. In the land of death, he had only left behind a little memory. The 9 heavens responding thunder, the heavenly sovereign, had also become a weak youth. Who is she? The ancestral Dragon Emperor and Jiang Qin were both incomparably confused. The Buddhist sect's war god, 8 Sects Pagoda. Little Thunder God said in a low voice. The ancestral Dragon Emperor frowned as if he had some memories. However, the Buddhist sect's war god, 8 Sects Pagoda, these few words were enough to show how terrifying this woman was. She's from the Buddha Pagoda. Jiang Qin stared at her silently. His heart was incomparably complicated. Is she really from the Buddha Pagoda? I was actually saved by someone from the Buddha Pagoda. It's really ironic. His beloved was captured by the Buddha Pagoda time and time again. He hated the Buddha Pagoda to the core. However, in the end, she was saved by someone from the Buddha Pagoda. This made Jiang Qin feel very emotional. She's Reverend Bo-ri Pagoda. There were countless experts in the Buddhist sect. Even in the Archean era, they were quite powerful. Among these experts, the Mahasvara Bodhisattva and the 8 divisional stupa were the most terrifying experts in the Buddhist sect. The Prajna Buddha was one of them. She was able to survive the Archean war. There was no need to doubt her strength. Even I wasn't sure how terrifying such a person was back then. However, it was said that the 8 Sects Pagoda had betrayed the Buddhist sect. However, the woman in front of me is indeed the Reverend Bo-ri Pagoda. Even with her current strength, she should be an existence that surpasses the emperor realm. Little Thunder God said in a low voice. Of course, only Jiang Qin and the ancestral dragon emperor could hear him clearly. Who are you? Fei asked in a deep voice. He also felt that this person was not ordinary, but he didn't know where she came from. Even if your master was here, he might not speak to me like this. The mountain and sea sect is too arrogant, isn't it? To start such a massacre, it seems like I can't just stand by and watch. Bo-ri Pagoda said coldly. It's her. She's really one of the 8 sects pagoda, Bo-ri Pagoda. Shi-yun said with a pale face. Only the last remaining Arhat disciple of the Buddhist sect could support the 10 great monasteries. However, the Arhats that the 10 great monasteries worshipped were unable to withstand a single blow from the 8 sects pagoda. Shi-yun had seen it in the ancient books of the Buddhist sect. As the strongest war god of the Buddhist sect in the ancient era, the 8 sects pagoda's evaluation was quite high. It was the strongest expert under the Buddha. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The entire mountain and sea sect was silent. Fei also became silent. The Buddhist sect's war god, the 8 sects pagoda, this person's background was simply too great. However, today, the mountain and sea sect was almost destroyed. If it wasn't for him being shaken awake, perhaps the mountain and sea sect would really be finished. At this time, how could Fei let the culprit, Jiang Qin, go so easily? Even if there was one of the 8 sects pagoda, the Reverend Bo-ri, to help him, so what? As a mountain sea beast, it also had its own dignity. Moreover, most of the experts from the ancient era had already fallen. There were very few who survived. This so-called Buddhist sect's war god, the 8 sects pagoda, might not necessarily be able to let him die here. Chapter 36-36. Buddha sect's war god, I, the Fei, am ignorant and inexperienced. I would like to experience the might of the god of war. The Fei roared and once again punched out. As he waved his fist, the sky and earth changed color. He was simply too huge. The strong wind that was stirred up had already caused the sky and earth to spin. The Prajnastupa's expression was solemn. He was unmoving like a mountain. In the blink of an eye, he formed a seal with his palm. As soon as the seal appeared, a thunderous force swept across the sky. The two incredible forces intertwined. Jiang Chen's pupils shrank and his expression changed. This force was something that he could not resist at the moment. It was filled with an unparalleled pressure. Is this the power of an Emperor Realm expert? Jiang Chen murmured. This was also the thought of countless people present. No one knew whether the Fei, the mountain sea giant, would be able to crush the Buddha sect's war god, or the Prajnastupa. This battle was the focus of everyone's attention. Jiang Chen was also looking forward to it. Evil creature, get lost. The swastika in the Prajnastupa's hand shook the heavens and earth. The Fei was pushed back. Every step it took caused the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. After 10 steps, the Fei staggered and panted like thunder. The Prajnastupa stood there calmly, causing an uproar. Especially the people of the mountain sea sect. For a moment, they were speechless. I admit defeat. The might of a venerable is not something I can compare to. The Fei said in a low voice with a trace of respect. He did not dare to act rashly again. His words also caused everyone's breathing to stagnate. They did not dare to have any other thoughts. Countless people looked up at the figure in the sky that was as powerful as the heavens. The woman was as light as the wind and her expression was calm. She brought with her a supreme beauty that made the world lose its color. Jiang Chen's heart trembled. The Buddha sect's war god was simply too terrifying. The 8-divisional pagoda, and it was just a venerable pagoda. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely ugly. He knew how difficult it would be for him to become an enemy of the pagoda. It could even be said to be a fantasy. If a single pagoda was already like this, what if the 8-divisional pagoda joined hands? Wouldn't he be invincible in the world? At least at this moment, Jiang Chen was filled with respect and gratitude towards Prajna Pagoda. The fate that had formed between him and her had never crossed his mind that she would save his life at this moment. This was indeed the cycle of the heavens and fate. Jiang Chen felt a little hopeless due to the Prajna Pagoda's strength. It goes without saying how terrifying the pagoda's strength was. With his current strength, it was almost impossible for him to fight against the pagoda. Therefore, he must continue to increase his strength and break through to the Emperor realm as soon as possible. Only Emperor realm experts could stand at the peak of the divine world. Although many people said that Emperor realm experts no longer existed in this world, what they saw today was a slap in everyone's face. Emperor realm experts still existed, it was just that one's vision was not enough. Without entering the world of experts, one would not understand how powerful they were. Emperor realm. I must reach the Emperor realm. Jiang Chen clenched his fists as he stared at the Prajna Stupa with mixed feelings. May I ask, Venerable Pagoda, are you fighting on behalf of the pagoda? The silver fox clasped his hands together and asked respectfully. What does it have to do with you who I'm fighting for? The Prajna Stupa was as cold as ice. As she spoke, it was as if thousands of swords were raining down at the same time. Silver Fox subconsciously retreated and knelt on the ground, his face pale. At this moment, he realized that his words were taboo to the Prajna Stupa. His heart trembled, afraid that the Prajna Stupa would kill him in a fit of anger. Even the mountain sea giant Fei could not compete with it. The silver fox's face was naturally full of shame, and his heart was filled with sorrow. Today's matter ends here. I don't want to kill anyone. You can all leave. The Prajna Stupa's voice was calm, but it was filled with unquestionable authority. The power of an expert was fully displayed. Even Jiang Chen had the urge to kneel down and worship it. An Emperor realm expert was terrifying. Everyone was filled with endless emotions. Whether it was the Mountain Sea sect, the Baji sect, the Dragon clan, or the 3 great temples of the West Pole, they were all filled with helplessness. The people of the West Pole did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction towards the Prajna Stupa. For them, regardless of whether the 8-divisional stupa had betrayed the Buddhist sect or not, she was still the most ancient true god of the Buddhist sect. With their mortal bodies, it was impossible for them to compete with her. This battle was earth-shattering. The Mountain Sea sect suffered countless casualties, and in the end, they could only die with a grudge. After all, the Prajna Stupa was one of the 8 divisional stupas of the Buddha Pagoda. It was unimaginably terrifying. In today's battle, they could only blame their own bad luck. A defeat was a defeat, and there was no complaint. They could only blame themselves for being inferior. But Jiang Chen had escaped this calamity, and everyone would definitely take it to heart. Today, the Prajna Stupa protected him, and there was still a long way to go. Jiang Chen was destined to offend more than half of the people in the central region Divine Land. The new head of the Jun family, Jun Tianqiu, had died at the hands of Jiang Chen. The head of the Dou clan, Dou Zhaning, had died a violent death. Yun Guyao and Hao Yunheng, the 2 disciples of the Buddha Pagoda, had not been spared. The Mountain Sea sect had suffered countless casualties. It was like purgatory on earth. To Liao Yunxing, rebuilding the Mountain Sea sect was a long road. Ling Yun and Long Ying were both extremely excited. Their tears had long dried up. They had thought that they would die, but in the end, they had narrowly escaped death and escaped. All of this was because of the woman that they could not reach. What he asked is exactly what I want to know. Who exactly are you fighting for? Jiang Chen said via voice transmission. He looked at the Prajna Stupa with a burning gaze. The Prajna Stupa glanced at Jiang Chen and said indifferently, "Who are you fighting for, and what is the reason?" "It's very important to me," Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, causing the Prajna Stupa to be slightly startled. "Am I important to you, or is the Buddha Pagoda important to you?" "The Buddha Pagoda is not something you can imagine. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg." Regardless of whether it's important to you or not, I still have to remind you. Don't become enemies with the Buddha Pagoda. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it. The Prajna Stupa said meaningfully, as if she was sighing. However, she more or less knew that the relationship between Jiang Chen and the Buddha Pagoda had already reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Yun Guyao and Hao Yunhang were also killed by him mercilessly. His relationship with the Buddha Pagoda was bound to become more and more intense. The hatred between me and the Buddha Pagoda is absolutely irreconcilable. I will settle this debt sooner or later. Of course, it might not be now. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice, every word was like a gem. You are really a stubborn person. You don't know life from death. The Prajna Stupa and Jiang Chen's gazes met. No one knew what was surfacing in their eyes or what they were talking about. Since you are so determined, I hope that when we meet again, we will not be strangers. Chapter 36-37. The Prajna Stupa's departure had left a deep impression on Jiang Chen. Most importantly, after this battle, he finally understood how childish his initial thoughts were. He couldn't compare to any of the Buddha halls in the pagoda. Any Buddha hall had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. An existence that surpassed the emperor realm was something that the current Jiang Chen couldn't contend against. The Prajna Stupa had advised him not to become enemies with the Buddha Pagoda in order to protect him. Although she hadn't said it out loud, to Jiang Chen, this was a silent bolt from the blue. Only he himself knew how difficult this step was. Although they'd narrowly escaped with their lives, and the Prajna Pagoda had taken great credit for becoming their savior, Jiang Chen couldn't forget that the Prajna Pagoda belonged to the Buddha Pagoda. If he wanted to become enemies with the pagoda and go against them, perhaps the only choice now was to join the Martial Dan Hall. However, it wasn't easy to join the Martial Dan Hall. As the only hall in the entire divine world that could rival the pagoda, the Martial Dan Hall had existed for countless years. It was impossible for him to have a life and death battle with the pagoda just because of his love affair. However, the only one that Jiang Chen hadn't defended in the central region divine land was the Martial Dan Hall. Escaping from death is worth celebrating. Little Chenzi, don't put on a bitter face. Big Yellow and Jiang Chen hugged each other tightly. This pair of brothers who had been separated for more than 100 years had finally met again. Both of them were speechless. Everything was understood without words. The four brothers looked at each other silently. At this moment, they were finally reunited again. They could go crazy without any restraints. It was as if they had returned to the carefree time in the 9 regions immortal world. Oh right, these 3. Are they all sisters-in-law? De Huang looked at the 3 peerless beauties behind Jiang Chen. The corner of his mouth curved into a meaningful smile. I'm not. Yu Er's face turned red. She bit her lips and hid behind Ling Yun and Long Ying Er. She seemed a little disappointed, a little scared, and a little at a loss. Don't worry, it will be in the future, haha. De Huang said with a smile. Yu Er's face turned even redder. Her face was filled with awkwardness, but she felt that she was incomparably small. It was as if there was a huge mountain separating her from Ling Yun, Long Ying Er, and Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen introduced Ling Yun and the others to each other. Longing, and Lingyun were like little birds that were relying on humans, silently standing behind Jiangqin. However, Yu felt that there shouldn't be a place for her there. Little Chenzi, how did you create such a huge enmity with the pagoda? Even I, a person that never leaves the house, knows how terrifying the Buddhist pagoda is. You've offended them, so you won't have a good time in the future. Moreover, the person that saved us seems to be one of the 8 divisional pagodas. That was a big shot level figure, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Don't tell me you flirted with him. Otherwise, why would the big shot of the Buddhist pagoda risk his life to save us in such a dangerous situation? De Huang looked at Jiang Qin with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. After so many years, little Chenzi's flirting skills had improved. Sigh, it's a long story. Little Yu's whereabouts are unknown. After entering the divine world from the 9 prefectures, I have never seen her again. Qingqing and Sister Ning are both in the hands of the Buddhist pagoda. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. De Huang's face turned extremely cold. Han Yan and Tyrant also had the same expression. They looked at each other in dismay, and both of them were enraged. Buddha's pagoda, what a good Buddha's pagoda. Little Chenzi, even if we have to fight to the death, we have to rescue Sister Ning and the others. But Xiao Yu, don't you have any news at all? De Huang spoke with concern. He never imagined that so many unbelievable things would happen after he entered the divine realm. He had always been cultivating in the Luo God clan, but he never expected that Jiang Qin wouldn't be able to find any traces of Xiao Yu after so many years in the divine realm. This was the most worrying part. Their relationship was like family, especially De Huang, who had deep feelings for Xiao Yu and Sister Ning. At this moment, when he heard Jiang Chen's words, he couldn't be happy anymore. Now that we have caused such a huge disaster in the mountain and sea sect and offended half of the people in the central region divine land, our shelter will definitely become smaller and smaller. Han Yan said in a low voice. I probably won't be able to help you with your matters. I might have to leave. This time, I plan to go from the West Pole Divine Land to the Nantung Divine Land because I received a message from some venerable. Avalokitesvara might still be alive. I want to go to the South Pole Sea. Tyrant said in a sorrowful tone. He also wanted to be with his brothers, but in order to pursue the mystery of the Saraira and find his past life, Tyrant had a long way to go. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Venerable Wood Spirit. Jiang Qin said. Yes, that's him. Avalokitesvara is an existence that is on par with the 8 divisional pagoda. I must find Avalokitesvara. The fall of the Buddhist sect is definitely not a coincidence. Moreover, the 10 great monasteries have been preventing me from finding any traces of the destruction of the Buddhist sect. It seems like they're trying to hide something. Tyrant frowned. With his strength alone, it was still inadequate. Therefore, he wanted to go to the South Pole Sea of the Nantung Divine Land to find Avalokitesvara. My head hurts. All of a sudden, Han Yan knelt on the ground. His face was ashen and his body was trembling non-stop. Both of his eyes were flickering with a blood-red light. His body was emitting a black mist and a monstrous demonic aura was continuously surging out from his body. At this moment, everyone's faces had turned extremely ugly. What the hell? There's so much monstrous demonic energy. What's going on with you? De Huang looked at Han Yan in astonishment. I swallowed a demon god. Han Yan's face was hideous. He was in extreme pain. Jiang Qin sucked in a breath of cold air. He swallowed a demon god. How terrifying was this guy? There seems to be a demon god's soul in his body. It's constantly attacking and trying to swallow Ah Yen. Jiang Qin said coldly. What should we do? Tyrant looked at Jiang Qin. Han Yan was howling in pain. He was holding his head and howling, and his voice was deafening. His eyes were filled with a blood-red color, and it had completely replaced his previous consciousness. It seemed like he had become extremely ruthless, and even his soul was tightly confined by the devilish energy. Tyrant looked at Jiang Qin. Seeing that Han Yan was being devoured by the demonic aura, he was in incomparable pain. He seemed to be on the verge of death as beads of sweat continuously dripped down his face. His entire face was covered in frost, causing one's heart to palpitate. Chapter 36-38. The demonic aura continued to spread out. Within Han Yan's body, streaks of terrifying black demonic shadows appeared, constantly changing and interweaving. You want to devour me? You're still too weak. A domineering voice resounded in Han Yan's mind. Han Yan didn't expect that a demon god's soul, which was so dispirited to the point of being unrecognizable, would actually make things so difficult for him. A terrifying demonic aura burst out, wanting to devour him. Han Yan knew that his greed had led to a disaster. Now, the demonic god seemed to be using the demonic aura in his body to nourish his nearly extinct demonic god's soul. Now, Han Yan had yet to completely refine the demonic god's soul. Instead, it had become a sore point for him. You want to devour me? Dream on. Ah! Han Yan's desperate roar made Jiang Chen's heart ache. His anger was overflowing. Looking at Han Yan in such pain, they could not do anything. There's still a demonic god in his body. Our only option now is to suppress it or destroy it. However, once it's destroyed, perhaps Yan will be affected. De Huang said solemnly. Use your god-suppressing monument and my demon-suppressing monument. Let's give it a try. Jiang Chen's heart shook. He looked at Tyrant. Both of them did not dare to be careless. Jiang Chen held the demon-suppressing monument in his hand while Tyrant held the god-suppressing monument in his hand. Two terrifying monuments descended from the sky, directly suppressing Han Yan. The demonic god's soul in his mind seemed to be extremely terrified. No. This is impossible. God-suppressing monument, demon-suppressing monument, no. The terrifying demonic god's soul roared furiously in Han Yan's mind. It was even filled with shock and despair. It knew how terrifying the god-suppressing monument and demon-suppressing monument were. Not to mention the two divine monuments descending together, even one divine monument was not something that it could contend against. But in the next moment, the demonic god's soul sensed that the person who used the two divine steels to suppress him wasn't as strong as he had imagined. He didn't even have the strength of an emperor. Even so, although he heaved a sigh of relief, he was still suppressed by Jiang Qin and Tyrant's demon-suppressing monument and god-suppressing monument. The demon god's soul gradually retracted, and Han Yan's complexion also recovered somewhat. However, he was still pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. Having survived a calamity, he let out a long breath. Thank you, little Chinzi, monk. Without the two of you, I might have been devoured by this damned demon god's soul. Han Yan said bitterly. We're brothers, there's no need to be so polite. De Huang curled his lips and said. This demon god's soul should have just holed up. With our current strength, we are unable to completely suppress it to death. At the very most, we can make it depressed for 3 to 5 years. You should hurry up and get rid of this demon god's soul. Otherwise, it will definitely become a great threat in the future. Jiang Qin said. Why wouldn't I want to? Back then, I accidentally found this dying and dispirited demon god's soul. I thought it could help me increase my strength, but it has become a thorn in my side. Han Yan regretted his past actions. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have thought about it. Now, he was the one who was suffering. Different situations call for different actions. There will always be a way, Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He patted Han Yan's shoulder, indicating that he didn't have to be too nervous. As long as you have a breakthrough in your strength, you will probably be able to stand up to him. During this period of time, don't leave my side. If your demon god's soul wreaks havoc, my demon-suppressing monument will still be able to suppress it. All right. Han Yan nodded. Seeing that Han Yan was fine, Tyrant said no more and prepared to leave. The Antarctic Sea of the Nantung Divine region was quite far, and the journey was long. All right, we won't keep you then. Monk, we will meet again. Jiang Chen and the others bid farewell to Tyrant. Monk, I will help you return in triumph. When I return, I will treat you to some meat. All right. It's a deal. When I return in triumph, let's have dog meat hot pot. Motherfucker. De Huang pointed his middle finger at Tyrant. Brother De Huang, don't you like puppies? I like them very much. Puppies are so cute. Longing said with a smile, looking at De Huang. Cough cough, of course I like them. De Huang said. That's right. Dog meat is so delicious. It's so cute. I heard that the cuter a puppy is, the tastier it is. He. Longing giggled. A black line appeared on De Huang's handsome face. In the end, he could only change the topic and look at Jiang Chen. This guy was still laughing silently, not saying a word. Right, where's that stinking brat, Longsher-san? De Huang asked with his brows knitted. This time, when Jiang Chen was in danger, Longsher-san did not appear. Where was that fellow? Or did he encounter danger and die? I don't know. We met once, but he left in a hurry. He has been searching for his origins, so he shouldn't be having a good time. Jiang Chen's expression was grim. Although Longsher-san did not appear, Jiang Chen had been thinking about him. Looks like that brat isn't simple. He has relatives in the divine realm. I hope that I can beat him up when I see him. Big Yellow vowed solemnly. He was extremely confident in his own strength at the moment. 100 years of cultivation wasn't a joke. Furthermore, it was under the harsh conditions of the Luo god clan. With a thought, Jiang Chen activated the great divination art and his face gradually turned dark. East Victory Divine Continent. Longsher-san is there. After a while, Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes and said in a low voice. What's going on? De Huang knew that nothing good would come from Jiang Chen's expression. 9 out of 10. De Huang and Han Yan exchanged a look. They were already prepared for this. Jiang Chen nodded his head. At this moment, there was no longer a place for him in the Middle Continent. As for entering the Martial Pellet Hall, it wasn't something that he could achieve in a short period of time. With the great divination art, he seemed to have seen something unbelievable. Putting it in a nutshell, it was a foregone conclusion that Longsher-san would die. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. De Huang was raring to go. Longsher-san's life was on the line, so there couldn't be any delay. It's been so many years since we last met. Longsher-san, you fool. Don't make any mistakes. I still want to beat you up. De Huang murmured. All right. Jiang Chen nodded his head with a stern expression. The group continued their journey towards the East Victory Divine Continent. At this moment, De Huang transformed into a De Huang dog and stood beside Jiang Chen with his chest puffed out. At that moment, not only Longing, but Ling Yun and Yu were also dumbfounded as they looked at De Huang in disbelief. Wasn't that handsome white-clothed young man just now good enough? At this moment, longing revealed an awkward expression. She finally knew why De Huang's face was so yellow. Good news, friends. Su Yueshi has managed to secure exclusive benefits for Expedition Mobile Games' new server on the 20th of December. As long as you like dragon-marked God of War and Su Yueshi, you can get it for free. Another reminder. 20th of December. Server 95. Chapter 36-39. In the eastern wasteland of the eastern continent, there were hundreds of thousands of miles of Caltreb Mountain. As the most mysterious mountain in the eastern continent, the Caltreb Mountain was also known as one of the top 10 deathlands of the divine world. Of course, it was full of beautiful scenery, but it was also full of endless dangers. There were countless people who went to the Caltreb Mountain in the eastern wasteland in search of the mystery of the top 10 deathlands, but all of them died in vain. For millions of years, no one had heard of the things that happened in the Caltreb Mountain. It was a place that countless people were curious about, but it was also forgotten by countless people. Whenever it was mentioned, the Caltreb Mountain was a place that made people stay away from it. There were innumerable demonic beasts and innumerable relics in this place. However, after countless years, the Caltreb Mountain had become a deathland. No one dared to step into it anymore. At this moment, however, the man in the Caltreb Mountain had a pale face. His body was covered in blood. He was leaning against a towering ancient tree, gasping for breath. Brother Shirsan, you mustn't die. Didn't you want to find out your origin? Didn't you want to be with me for the rest of your life? If you dare to die, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. The lady bit her red lips and clutched Long Shirsan's hand tightly. Her eyes were filled with tears and tenderness. The two of them met in the West Pole Divine region and traveled to this place. There was no longer a place for them to stay in the eastern wasteland. Currently, Long Shirsan was severely injured and on the verge of death, but the corner of his mouth was still hanging a trace of an unruly smile. Don't worry. I, Long Shirsan, won't die so easily. Cough cough. Long Shirsan coughed twice and spat out a lot of blood. His body was already covered with sword and saber scars, but Lan Lingji was unharmed. He had stood in front of her silently countless times and bore countless injuries for her. That was why he ended up in such a miserable state. Lan Lingji lowered her head. Her cheeks were blurred by tears and stained with the yellow sand that had been blown away by the wind. However, she was still as beautiful as ever. Don't speak anymore. You must not speak anymore. Lan Lingji moved her hand and gently covered Long Shirsan's mouth. Her heart was already filled with sorrow. For her, Long Shirsan had almost lost his life. Lan Lingji knew that it was her fault for becoming Long Shirsan's burden when she had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm. Otherwise, no one would be able to stop him. Long Shirsan smiled. His eyes were filled with tenderness and sweetness. As long as you are here, everything will be fine. Long Shirsan's blood-stained hand gently stroked Lan Lingji's delicate face. Her beautiful face was still smiling, without a trace of melancholy. Even if I die, I will send you out of this Caltreb Mountain. Long Shirsan held Lan Lingji's jade-like hand tightly and spoke in an unquestionable tone. I don't want you to die. I want you to leave with me. Lan Lingji was already sobbing uncontrollably. Her heart was filled with despair. She didn't know what she should do to let Long Shirsan leave safely. Even if she had to pay with her life, she wouldn't hesitate. She didn't want to be a burden to him anymore. That kind of feeling made her heart ache. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to protect her and couldn't afford to be distracted, would he have ended up like this? Long Shirsan clenched the golden stick in his hand tightly. He must not fall. He must not fall here. However, despite the hesitation in his heart, he knew that he couldn't give up. For the sake of his beloved, all he could do was to keep Lan Lingji safe and not let her suffer any harm. However, there were countless experts chasing after him. It wouldn't be easy for him to escape. Each of them was a divine emperor expert. There were more than 20 of them, and each of them had experienced hundreds of battles. In this Kaltrab mountain, he had already experienced several battles. Although he had killed a part of them, he still couldn't get rid of these troubles. Now that he was forced into this desperate situation once again, Longshan only had one belief at the moment: he must protect Lan Lingji. Even at the cost of his reputation, he must let Lan Lingji leave the Kaltrab mountain. Longshan struggled to stand up slowly and looked back. There were tens of thousands of mountains that stretched as far as the eye could see. Wind and sand blew past. Everywhere was desolate. Even the sun didn't seem to be willing to shine on this place. The whole day was filled with the oppressive feeling of dark clouds, like a hell of death. After so many years, this time, he finally felt the crisis of life and death. In the face of those terrifying experts, he was alone and helpless. He had no other choice. As long as he could bring Lan Lingji out of this place safely, he would be more than satisfied. Looking at Lan Lingji's tearful eyes, Longshan's heart felt incomparably sour. All these years, whether it was in the 9 regions immortal world or now in the divine world, he had never given her a sense of peace and happiness. This was something that he had always felt indebted to Lan Lingji. Right now, Longshan only wanted to find his own origin, which made him forget about Lan Lingji. Only now did he realize how many happy moments he had missed. He wasn't a meticulous person. Longshan knew that he couldn't give much to Lan Lingji. Even so, he still hoped that she could escape at the last moment. If you don't go, I won't go either. If we live together. If we die together. Do you think that I, Lan Lingji, am a person who is afraid of death? Longshan, if you dare to drive me away again, I will die in front of you right now. Lan Lingji's eyes were blazing, staring at Longshan coldly. Since her body and mind had already been together, why should she care about life and death? As long as you're here, everything will be fine. If you're not here, what's the point of me living? Lan Lingji's insistence made Longshan at a loss. He could only smile bitterly and look at the horizon. A cloud of red mist was approaching. They're here. Longshan spoke in a deep voice. His hand was holding the unparalleled divine staff. His eyes were glaring like torches, making him look like a god of slaughter. Although the blood on his body had dried up, his battle intent was still as strong as ever. The red cloud spread out. Experts covered in red scales slowly descended from the void, directly targeting the location of Longshan and Lan Lingji. Over 20 red shadows flashed past. Longshan's mind was solemn. He knew that this life and death battle was far from over. The fiery red figure was covered in scales. It was tall and slender, more than 9 feet tall. It had a slender figure, and its shape was different from a human's, but it was almost identical. It had fiery red cheeks, fiery red hair, and a pair of eyes that seemed to be spewing flames. In an instant, over 20 figures had surrounded Longshan and Lan Lingji. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.